Alrighty, welcome back everybody to our latest live stream. We have severe weather right about everywhere right now in the United States, so we're basically just going to hop right into what's happening. We do actually have a confirmed tornado in northeast Iowa. This might be the weirdest confirmed tornado that I've seen in a little while now. This is basically in a storm that is very small, very low precip, moving south and southeast. It's a very slow moving cell that had a confirmed tornado by apparently law enforcement in the area, so maybe some sort of small tornado. This was again confirmed not too long ago, but this is driving down to the south, so if it is still on the ground, it would be just to the south of Charles City, Iowa. Once again, not super concerned about this, even though it's probably, you know, there might be something on the ground, but it's just, if there is still something on the ground, it's probably some sort of small tornado. Velocities aren't really going to show anything since this is, again, kind of in the middle of nowhere. We're kind of in a radar hole, and once again, presumably this is some sort of small tornado that touched down here near Charles City in northeast Iowa, but if it is still on the ground, again, this would be driving down to the south and southeast. So if you are in the south side of Charles City, back over near T64 east of Marble Rock and west of the Nashua area, again, you need to make sure that you're in your storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible, because this storm, again, is currently moving south, producing potentially some sort of tornado. Again, it's probably small if there's something on the ground still. But once again, that was confirmed by law enforcement not too long ago, just south of Charles City. Now, really, the more concerning areas, I was obviously kind of just in, a weird position. I'm kind of surprised, again, we had a tornado there. But other than that, we actually have more concerning severe weather that's more numerous and widespread. We do currently have severe weather ongoing across a large chunk of the southeast right now. We have numerous to widespread damaging winds happening from about Albany back into parts of southern South Carolina, with damaging winds, hail, and then a few tornadoes being a possibility. We do have a tornado warning here just to the south of Statesboro that is moving eastbound. This storm in particular is not super concerning right now in terms of the tornado risk. That rotation has kind of weakened over the last few minutes, but it is producing a straight line damaging wind threat. So if you're in Claxton or Pembroke in Georgia, make sure that you are staying away from windows, as that storm right now, again, is producing the threat for some significant damaging winds upwards of 70 miles per hour. Now, further out to the west, we do have a tornado watch again for this area. We'll go over that in a second. But further out to the west in Texas, this is where the main event is going to be today. I know that areas in the southeast are under an enhanced risk, and there's a widespread area of damaging winds and hail that's a possibility today, but the more concerning area for today is actually going to be in Texas. This is where we are watching for the significant threat of very large hail, damaging winds, and even a few tornadoes. We have Storm Runner Media storm chasing with us for today. He's at the bottom right of your screen. He is here in Texas. We are fully expecting some huge hailstorms here across the Texas area. We've already had a storm up here near Bridgeport and Decatur that has produced upwards of baseball sized hail. So we are looking at a huge hail threat today, and it's only 1:30. It's not even that far into today, but these storms are going to be producing the threat of substantial hail as high as 3 to 3.5 inches in diameter here in North Texas. What that basically means is that we could see upwards of softball sized hail that could cause some pretty significant to potentially even very serious damage to vehicles. So if you are in North Texas today, make sure that you are protecting your vehicle. These storms again are for the most part moving east or northeast. We have another storm that's also developing that's closer to Abilene that is beginning to at least rotate, so this might be something to watch for as this moves eastbound. There's a little bit of a hook on this storm that's going towards Moran and eventually going to be going towards Breckenridge and Strawn. We also have more storms quickly firing off right now just west of Fort Worth. Those are expected to ramp up here over the next few hours, producing the threat of hail, wind, and then even potentially a few tornadoes. So that'll be something to watch for very closely. Now, what is the risk for today? Well, here's the outlined area from the Storm Prediction Center, which, by the way, does not really include Iowa. That tornado warning, by the way, has been canceled. So we no longer have a tornado on the ground in Iowa. No, but there was one near Charles City, but that is back down to a non-severe storm, so we're not looking at anything up there. But again, the risk for today is quite large. We are looking at an area that is anywhere from Dallas, Fort Worth, and Texas, all the way back onto the east coast of the United States. It is a large enhanced risk, so we are looking at the potential, again, for some significant severe weather across this entire area with the main concern being large hail and damaging winds. So right now that enhanced risk goes from North Texas back into southeast parts of Georgia and even parts of southern South Carolina. And again, we're looking at mostly a wind and hail threat with a few tornadoes being possible. Here's the hail risk for today. Notice we do have a hatched area across Texas today. That is where we're looking at for a significant hail threat. So if you're in Dallas, Fort Worth, if you're in Shreveport, Austin, San Antonio, Waco, you need to make sure you're protecting your vehicle today, because there will be the potential for upwards of softball-sized hail out of a couple of storms today. So fully expecting again at least a small scale severe weather outbreak in Texas today, and that's really the main reason why we are live. The wind risk is a bit more elevated, especially across areas in the southeast where we are already seeing damaging winds, but there's a large hatched area from Texas all the way back into even southern Alabama where significant damaging winds will be a possibility, and that includes things that begin to develop this afternoon and as well as even into the evening hours, and we could even see a damaging wind risk evolve into the overnight hours across parts of Alabama and Mississippi. So that'll be another area to watch for. But what that hatched area means is that we could see damaging winds as high as 70 to 80 miles per hour out of a couple of storms. So make sure that you're hatching down your trampoline, because that'll also be a concern, because, you know, again, wind can send, you know, basically trampolines flying, and we saw that yesterday, by the way. I'll show you photos in a second. Also, the tornado risk is a little bit more elevated, especially in Texas, Louisiana, Mississippi, and Alabama, where we do have a 5% tornado risk. This does include areas like Texas, Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama, even goes into parts of southern Georgia, and as well as even southern South Carolina. And this area, once again, is where we're watching for at least a couple more tornadoes embedded in this line of storms. It's more of a QLCS threat, which basically means we are watching for tornadoes that are going to be embedded in this line of storms. We've actually had a couple of tornadoes confirmed over the last couple of hours in Georgia, and I am not going to be shocked if we see a couple more of those. The two tornadoes that were confirmed recently, we had one in Plainfield, Georgia, and we also had one back over in Little Okmulgee, Georgia. I think that's how you say that. There was a train spotter that reported a tornado on the ground near that intersection of GA 19 as well as Camp Road. So just keep that in mind. Again, we're going to definitely be watching for the threat of some tornadoes today. Even though it's a low risk, it's definitely not zero. It's not going to be anywhere compared to yesterday, by the way. I know a lot of people are like, oh, are we going to deal with more tornado emergencies today? Are we going to be dealing with more violent tornadoes today? I don't think we will, but, you know, we'll be watching at least for the potential for a few tornadoes, which I wouldn't rule out an isolated strong tornado, but I think that threat is very low. If we do have a strong tornado, it would more than likely have to happen somewhere back over in Texas. I don't think that's going to happen here in this QLCS that we have. Now, with that said, we do have a little area of circulation northeast of the Baxley area, moving to the east-southeast, going towards Jessup, and as well as Hinesville in eastern Georgia. So again, if you're in front of this, be vigilant. The main concern is wind, but there will be a chance again for an isolated tornado. And again, it's a huge area of storms producing lightning, hail, and wind. The hail threat should stay low across this area, but it will be something to watch for over the next few hours. There is a tornado watch here that goes until 9 p.m. tonight. A couple of tornadoes are possible with the threat of damaging winds and hail. This goes all the way into northern Florida and across southern Georgia, southeast Alabama, and even into southern parts of South Carolina. So make sure that you're staying vigilant there, as damaging winds will be an increasing threat. Now, as I mentioned before, the greatest concern today, I do think, will be across areas in Texas. We already have storms ramping up here. We do have a 2-inch sized hailstorm just west of Denton right now. That is going to be a concern as that continues to move to the east. It was upwards of baseball-sized hail at one point, so we'll continue to watch that closely. We even have a severe storm near Duncan right now in Oklahoma that is also producing some relatively significant hail upwards of the size of golf balls. Now, they don't have a severe thunderstorm watch right now for parts of like Chickasha or Lindsay, but I wouldn't be surprised if they do a little extension to this back up here to the north as that moves eventually towards Norman. I don't think that hailstorm will be as significant as it moves into a bit of a cooler environment and a bit more of a dry environment back near Oklahoma City. But there will definitely at least be some sort of threat for severe weather out of that. At least a hail threat, maybe a wind threat. In addition to that, some lightning being a possibility. So that's what we're looking at for today. Again, we'll probably be live here for several hours on this threat. I do expect some significant hailstorms developing near the Dallas-Fort Worth area as we go over the next couple of hours. Again, hail upwards of 4 inches in diameter will be a possibility. So make sure that you are protecting your vehicle today, and make sure that you're hatching down your trampolines, because once again, another flying trampoline event is possible today here across anywhere in the Texas and even back all the way through Georgia and South Carolina. It is definitely going to be an active day today. Now, the risk for flying trampolines today is going to be a high risk. So we are at a high risk for flying trampolines today. That includes areas like Texas and all the way back into areas like Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama, and Georgia and South Carolina. So once again, make sure that you are hatching down your trampolines. Main reason why is because we're going to be looking at numerous damaging winds from Texas back into areas like Georgia and South Carolina. Damaging winds could range anywhere from 60 to 80 miles per hour. So we are definitely expecting some relatively significant wind events today. And that does include, again, Texas. So make sure that you are hatching down your trampoline. Now, we do have Storm Runner Media with us. They are currently in Rose City, Texas. So they're pretty close right now to the DFW Metroplex. And again, they'll be storm chasing with us throughout the day today. And they're also on YouTube as well, so you can look them up if you want, but we'll have them with us today for coverage. Alrighty. Also, I did want to show you guys this real quick. We did have some flying trampolines from yesterday. This is one of them. This was sent in by one of our viewers. This is from Bartlesville, Oklahoma, when we had that tornado emergency. So yeah, flying trampolines. Again, this is classified as a flying trampoline outbreak. We had multiple of these photos sent to me, but this is one of them. So flying trampolines are a concern today. So make sure that you hatch down your trampolines, as there will be a chance for some significant damaging winds here across both Texas, Louisiana, back into areas like Alabama, and even back into Georgia and South Carolina. All right. And also, if you ever do see any flying trampoline photos, you can feel free to at me in them, or if you have a photo that you took yourself, feel free to send it in to me on either Facebook or Twitter, whatever you might have. Again, all those links are in the description below. It's at MaxVelocityWX. All right, thank you to KJ for the $50 super chat. You are literally crazy. I appreciate that. And also, thank you to Stoll for the $50 super chat. I appreciate both of your very generous donations, and thank you for tuning in. Thank you, Roger, and as well as Maria for becoming Velocity members. And also thank you, DJ, for becoming a Velocity member before the stream. Appreciate it. Let's go to the velocities here real quick. I'm going to see if there's any rotation on the storm near Decatur. Looks like mostly a wind threat right now in the storm northwest of DFW. We are again looking at a threat for wind and hail. This is again upwards of 2-inch diameter hail that'll be heading towards Gainesville and the northern side of Denton County. So if you're in this area, again, make sure that you're protecting your vehicle if you've not already. If you know anybody in North Texas today, I would make sure to give them a call and make sure that they are protecting their vehicle, because there will be the potential again for some relatively significant hail here today. There is also some rotation back over west of Moran in Texas, so we are going to be watching this closely. There is at least some level of rotation on this. Let's go back in time a little bit here. And so there's a little bit of something there. Yeah, that's just northeast of Abilene. So we'll have to watch that closely as it does continue to track to the east towards Breckenridge. Again, we do have a tornado risk today. It's primarily going to come out of those storms that are currently developing. So we do have storms again developing right now just west of Dallas-Fort Worth. And any of these storms that do develop will have a little bit more of an elevated chance for very large hail and also a tornado risk. So definitely be mindful of that. We already have a bunch of storms firing off just north of Strawn. And so those will be producing hail, wind, and again, maybe an isolated tornado as we continue to go out throughout the next few hours. We do have a new severe thunderstorm warning that has just been issued just south of Oklahoma City. This is going to include Lindsay and south of Chickasha near Rush Springs. Still a relatively large hail core here that just passed through Duncan, Oklahoma. And again, the main concern here is going to be the threat for ping pong ball sized hail. So if you are in this severe thunderstorm warning, once again, make sure that you are staying away from windows. And again, if you're near Oklahoma City, I would not, I'd at least protect your vehicle, because there will be the potential for hail up there, including the areas near Norman. We are up to 17 severe thunderstorm warnings, by the way. The majority of them are back in the southeast, but we do have some again across Texas, and those will again really ramp up over the next couple hours. Again, we are still looking at a low tornado risk right now across areas in the southeast. Damaging winds up to 70 is currently the main concern. It's going to be hard balancing both threats since we just have two big areas for severe weather, but and they're really in completely different parts of the United States. But we do have, again, some rotation on the storm near Glenville, so some broad circulation right here. This storm, I believe, does have a history of producing tornadoes. So, again, it is a QLCS. We just have some embedded tornadoes in the line of storms. This will be going towards Hinesville and eventually towards Midway, Georgia. We do have a new radar scan just coming in now. That is your latest scan. So just west of Glenville right now. Again, some broad circulation right now. Moving to the east-southeast. So if you're near Route 25, just, again, stay indoors and stay away from windows. Damaging winds up to 70 is a concern across this entire line. We do have a tree down on Highway 23 in Collins, Georgia. Also have trees uprooted back over in the Vidalia area of Georgia as well. So we are definitely getting some damaging winds out of this. It is a numerous threat. Not everybody will see it, but a lot of you will if you are in Georgia, South Carolina, or even back over into parts of southeast Alabama. The good news is that we're again not dealing with a significant tornado risk today like we did yesterday, but you know, all in all, we are still looking at a potential at least for a few tornadoes. So just make sure that you do have a tornado action plan in place. And also, by the sounds of it, we do now have a tornado watch that is being issued. The unfortunate part about today also is that the Twitter stuff from the National Weather Service is all down. So we are not getting these frequent updates on watches and stuff and SPC outlooks. I have to do it manually through their website, but we now do officially have a tornado watch that is in effect across the Dallas-Fort Worth area and as well as back through southern North Texas. All right, so once again, tornado watch in effect for parts of North Texas. Again, that's Dallas, Fort Worth. It's going to include areas also just west of that near Breckenridge, Weatherford, Eastland, Stephenville, Glen Rose, Cleburne, Waxahachie, Comanche, Hamilton, Waco, Gatesville, near Killeen, but Killeen's not included in that. Again, once again, this is a tornado watch. This goes all the way until 9 o'clock tonight. Here's the wording that they have used. So again, a couple of tornadoes are possible. So it's not likely, but they are possible with today's threat. In addition to that, we are watching for the threat of damaging winds upwards of 85 miles per hour. Okay, that's higher than I thought. So 85 miles per hour will be a possibility. So we could have a couple of storms producing damaging winds as high as 85 miles per hour with those strong downburst winds. And as well as the threat for scattered hail that is as high as 4 inches in diameter. So softball-sized hail will be a possibility as these storms do continue to evolve and develop. So a relatively significant threat once again here today in Texas. That's going to include areas near DFW and also including areas near Dallas and Fort Worth. Again, a relatively significant threat here today. So you want to make sure that you are staying weather aware and staying vigilant if you are in North Texas. But yeah, that's pretty significant. So a couple storms will be producing that threat. Not everybody will see this, by the way, but those that do, it could be significant. But again, that's your brand new tornado watch that goes until 9 p.m. tonight. And that is once again going to be in Central Time. So that's going to go all the way for about 7 more hours. Also, golf ball sized hail is now being reported in Marlow, Oklahoma. So this storm right now that is moving through Marlow is now producing golf ball sized hail heading towards Norman. We have a new radar scan just coming in on this. And there you go, that hail core again, just on the northeast side of Marlow, Oklahoma, and that's going towards Lindsay, and eventually going to be going towards the south side of Norman. So again, if you are currently in this severe thunderstorm warning, you need to make sure that you're staying away from windows, as hail is expected as with this storm as it continues to move to the northeast. Then we do have a new severe thunderstorm warning for golf ball sized hail. We were talking about this on our Facebook live stream. If you're coming from there, we do have again a new storm here that is producing a threat for hail. It's been ongoing for quite a while. Again, this is going to include areas near Gainesville in the north side of Denton. This is a photo that we just got from Leah Allison on Facebook near Decatur. So we do have a large shelf cloud by the looks of it. Maybe some sort of lowering back here. Can't really tell. It's just a photo, but as a relatively ominous and a little bit scary of a photo there in the Decatur area. Again, Decatur was just hit by this hailstorm. The good news is again, the rotation's been very minimal on this, but we are still watching for at least a low tornado risk as that does continue to move to the east. The storm also near Abilene has been upgraded to $half sized hail. We are still watching for a tornado risk here. I do think if we do get a tornado here in the next hour, it would probably come out of this storm that is becoming relatively organized right now near the Moran and Breckenridge area, and also near Mineral Wells. We have a couple of storms firing up there, but once again, brand new severe thunderstorm warning on the north side of Denton. There has been some huge hail this is big hail. This is from Monica Allen on Facebook. This is right there in Cundiff, Texas. That is some big hail right there. That is some big hail that we're getting out of these storms, and that's upwards of probably, I don't know, that looks close to 2 to 2.5 inch diameter hail. So we are getting some big hail out of these storms right now in Texas. If you guys do have any photos, preferably send it to us on Twitter at MaxVelocityWX and not Facebook, because Facebook reduces the quality for some reason. There's a little bit of spin in the clouds. I'm looking at a video that somebody sent me. There is a little bit of spin in the clouds. So there's, again, a little bit of broad rotation on that storm that is currently moving eastbound towards Gainesville and the north side of Denton County. So just keep that in mind. Thank you, by the way, Travis and Mia for both becoming Velocity members as well. And as well as Cole. Thank you, Waco, for the $5 super chat. Woodway, Texas. I don't even know where that is, but I'll look it up real quick. And please put actual cities that I know of. That's Waco. Okay. If you're in Waco, I mean, you have a threat for hail. I can't predict if you're definitely going to see hail or not that ahead of time, because it's just, again, it's an unreasonable forecast if I try to predict your chance of seeing hail. But I do think you at least have probably at least a good 30 to 40% chance in the Waco area of seeing hail within like a 20 to 30 mile radius or so. I'll give yourself that percentage. So definitely make sure you're protecting your vehicle if you're in that area. Let's go to Storm Runner Media real quick. They are currently tracking the storm. And this is live. Also, if the audio is too quiet or too loud, let me know. They are currently in Rockwall, Texas, so they are approaching... Oh, actually, no, they're not. They're in Denton. All right, so they're approaching the storm near Denton County. So that is the storm that's approaching Denton County with the large shelf cloud in the distance. So again, this is the storm that we're talking about right now. Once again, near Denton County, that is producing a relatively significant threat for hail. It is still up to golf ball sized hail. It was at one point upwards of baseball sized hail, so it has been a destructive supercell, and it is still producing the threat again for substantial hail. So if you're in that warning, again, you need to make sure that you are staying away from windows. There's the threat also for damaging winds, which means that that hail could become wind driven, and that could go right into windows. So you want to make sure again that you are staying away from windows if you're near Gainesville or in the northern side of Denton County. Luckily, Denton's not going to get hit directly by this hailstorm, or hopefully you won't, but it is going to be going towards Gainesville and Whitesboro, eventually towards Sherman. Has lifted a bit further up to the east, northeast, and northeast over the last several minutes. Now, that shelf cloud at the bottom right we'll go back to in a second, because they do have a pretty good view of that storm right now. Wow. There is a crazy video that I just got sent, and I don't know why Facebook doesn't let me just like show it on here. But I just got a crazy video. I'm gonna try to show it to you guys if this person emails it to me. There are some crazy clouds here in Texas, like crazy. I'll try to show them too once I get the video. All right, this storm's now up to ping pong ball sized hail. Again, there's still some broad circulation on this going towards Moran. It's right over the northeast side of Abilene near Clyde. And this is a brand new storm that's really beginning to intensify. And also the storm that is just east of Breckenridge is quickly firing up. So we got multiple storms again firing up right now in North Texas. Main concern once again will be large to very large hail, upwards of softball sized hail. Damaging winds as high as 80 to 5 miles per hour is a possibility here in Texas today. In addition to that, we are also watching for the chance for a couple of tornadoes. So if you're anywhere in this area today, make sure that you're staying vigilant and staying weather aware. Again, protect your vehicle, take all the proper precautions. It's not going to be a little day today. I mean, you know, today comparatively to the last couple of days have really just mostly been a threat for tornadoes and also, you know, some wind and some hail. But today is really going to be geared towards the hail concern. It is going to be a relatively significant hail threat here in Texas today, and then also a relatively significant damaging wind threat back over in the southeast today and even in Texas. So it's not a small day today. I know a lot of people think today's like, you know, kind of a small day. It's not as big as yesterday, but it's actually a relatively big day when it comes to the hail, at least here in Texas. And I am fully expecting this to probably be the biggest hail day that we've had in at least North Texas this year. That is the storm once again that is near Decatur. That location at the bottom left is not updated, but this is near the Decatur or sorry, not near Decatur, sorry, near Denton. Left side of your screen, we might have a lowering there. Maybe some sort of ragged wall cloud. You see that left side of your screen? That is again the storm near Denton right now. Let's see if we have any other reports of that right now. It's a little bit distant, but it looks like some sort of ragged wall cloud there in the distance. The bare minimum, it's just scary looking clouds, but maybe some sort of ragged wall cloud. But either way, it's either scary looking clouds or... All right, I got that video. Let me show you guys. That is an impressive looking storm, though. This is from Leah Owen on Facebook. Look at that. Wow. Those are crazy clouds. This was in Decatur, I think. I mean, just insane. That is actually so cool to see. Those are really, I've never seen these clouds before. I can't remember what the name are, but they are really crazy clouds. I think they're I think it starts with asperatus or so. I think it's asperatus maybe. I can't remember, but I mean those are just insane. I don't have a cloud like wall on my behind me, but that's pretty crazy. Holy cow. Those are some of the craziest clouds to look at. If you send me anything on Twitter, I don't see it. Again, you have to @ me at MaxVelocityWX if you have anything on Twitter that you're trying to send me. That is asperatus, okay. There we go. All right. Hey, I remember the name. I've seen those before. I've had a lot of people send those in before, but I've never seen them in person. They are really crazy looking. Again, Storm Runner Media, bottom right of your screen. They are on the storm near Denton, Texas right now that is producing golf ball sized hail, and as well as a threat for 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. Once again, that is moving east-northeast right now. This is right now the most concerning storm. Yeah, DFW gets them often. I used to live in Dallas-Fort Worth, and I never saw those. So I'm just unlucky, I guess. For whatever reason, I'm just unlucky. Once again, that is the storm right now approaching Denton County. Large shelf cloud. Very ominous skies there. Again, Storm Runner Media is approaching this. They are not again in Rose City. That location is wrong. I might have to block it out if it doesn't. I don't know if it's going to update. That is the storm again near Denton County.
I don't know if I'd show you guys this, but there's just so many.
We have something on the middle there. It might just be scud cloud, but it looked like maybe something, maybe like a ragged wall cloud. It's hard to see behind the trees because it is so distant, but might be something. Again, I don't see any rotational radar, so I'm not super concerned right now about a tornado risk here, but definitely a hail risk at the bare minimum as that continues to move east-northeast. It looks relatively elevated as well. The storms that are developing right now west of Dallas-Fort Worth are less elevated, so I do think there'll be a better chance here for a tornado risk as these continue to evolve and develop and move eastbound. There is still at least a low tornado risk here near the Moran area, so continue to at least stay away from windows as that storm continues to move to the east-northeast over the next several minutes. It's not a storm I would be messing around with in this sort of environment today. I would make sure you're protecting your vehicle if you're in Denton. I mean, anywhere in Dallas-Fort Worth, anywhere in North Texas today, if you're under any of these watches right now, I would make sure that you are protecting your vehicle. That's the bare minimum sort of thing that you should be doing today, because there will again be some significant hail today here in Texas. And not everybody's going to see it, but those that do, again, it's going to be, again, relatively significant. Austin, Texas is still relatively far away from these storms. If you are in Austin, I would again do the same thing. Take the proper precautions, but if you're back down in Austin or if you're back down near Waco, you're still ways out from this activity. I mean, you're not going to see storms probably up until What time is it right now? It's about 2. So you'll probably see storms around 6 or 7, maybe 8 o'clock. The storms will probably be mostly damaging winds by then, but maybe some hail. Those would be the main concerns. I'm getting some crazy photos and videos. Holy cow. There is hail. The amount of hail that just fell in Cundiff, Texas is like insane. It's like literally accumulating. There's gonna be a lot of hail today. I mean, that's obviously the main concern, but the hail threat, it's definitely gonna be up there. There's gonna be a lot of hail today with these storms. Thank you, by the way, Waco, again for the another $5 super chat. I would not be nervous, but if you can protect your vehicle in some way, you don't necessarily need a garage to protect your vehicle. People in Texas, they put pool noodles on their car, sometimes some old clothes or furniture, or not furniture, sorry. Furniture. Let's put some furniture on top of the car to protect it. No, like sometimes people put mattresses on them. I don't know. Some people do some weird stuff. So, I mean, pool noodles aren't a bad idea. You know, I've seen it happen before in Texas. Protect your vehicle, maybe with pool noodles. Pillows. Trampoline might work too. You have a lot of people from DFW watching. I know. We are a North Texas Weather Center page on Facebook, and so, or we do have a North Texas Weather Center page on Facebook. So there are a lot of people that do watch from North Texas. So. And if I'm ever typing, it's probably because I'm trying to post stuff on Facebook at the same time. Who's from Dallas, Fort Worth right now, or anywhere in North Texas? Put your hand in the chat. Where's everybody from? I'm actually curious right now. Like, just in general, where are you from? You don't even have to say where you're from, or you don't have to say if you're in DFW. Just say, you know. I'm genuinely curious. I don't know if we have that many viewers from the Southeast. I think most of them are going to be from Texas today. We're going to have a lot of Texas viewers, that's for sure. Yeah, the chat just blew up. Okay, we got a lot of DFW. We got New York, apparently. Virginia. Anybody from Georgia here? Anybody from Alabama? Rotation again. Now, I'm not looking at much rotation here, just for the record, but Savannah, Georgia, damaging wind potential coming this way. All right, we got Gainesville, Georgia. There we go. We got some people from Georgia. I think the plan is if we do have any storms over there that are rotating, or if anything does go tornadic, we'll go over there, but since it's mostly a wind threat, we won't look at it too much. There's the storm again near Denton right now.
Yeah, it does still have a little...
That is a view live from Storm Runner Media of the storm that is in northern Denton County. Yeah, we got a lot of Texas. We got Florida. We got Canada. We got Ohio. We got everybody here.
That's the lowest road. Not many trees here, so I'm gonna stop up at this next exit.
Minnesota. England. England. London, England. Who's watching from England?
If you're enjoying the view, make sure you're liking, subscribe, and sharing the stream. Those things are very helpful, and we really appreciate them.
Oh, well, we got multiple people from England. Holy cow. I don't think that location's updating, so I'm just gonna put like a block down there. It's in Texas. This again in Denton, Texas. I'll just kind of update you where they are because I have their location. It's just for some reason that's not updating. But again, they are in Denton, Texas right now, looking at that storm that's very ominous looking. So you know, that's what we're watching right now. This is the storm once again that's north of Denton. We also got a new severe thunderstorm warning for Bowie. That's going to be for $half sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. So once again, we got multiple hailstorms firing up here across Texas. By the way, thank you to At the Turn for the $4.99. Definitely a tornado forming near Moran, Texas. It is tightening up. I don't see anything really tight here. I see something here. We're so close to the proximity of the radar site, so it's kind of hard to tell. I mean, I'm guessing this is where the radar site is, so I'm guessing they at least see something here. That's probably not indicative of an imminent tornado, so they're not going to issue a warning on this. There's also no tornado possible label, just for the record. So, but I mean, I would still be in your safe place regardless, because it's at least producing damaging winds and some level of hail. Also, thank you, James, and as well as Amy, for becoming minimum velocity members. I do appreciate it, and welcome to the velocities. If you want to become a member, the link is pinned in the chat. It supports our page a ton, and there's also links down in the description, and it's also the join button down below. It does look like Storm Runner Media is approaching the storm again in Denton. This is a live view from where they're at. They're doing a little U-turn right now across the thingy-mabobber, the exit in Texas. But this storm again producing the potential for golf ball sized hail just north of Denton. Very ominous skies right now. I don't see much rotation on radar, which is good news, but we are still watching for at least a low end potential here for a tornado threat throughout the afternoon. But very, very ominous, very, very dark. Once they get a better view of this, it will actually probably look pretty interesting. It's very spooky skies though right now, or scary skies. Today is, by the way, today is tossing trampolines on Tall Trees Thursday, so make sure that you're hatching down your trampolines. Is a national weekly holiday on the Max Velocity channel. Spread awareness. Hatch down your trampolines if you're in Texas. Damaging winds as high as 85 miles per hour will be a possibility.
Very roundabout way of doing things, but
I was thinking about that. I'm
like, we'll go back to them in a second. They're still on their way. Again, they'll be at the bottom right of your screen. And that's the storm right now near Denton that they're looking at in northern Denton County. Wow. The tornado that happened in Iowa is going to be on our Twitter page at MaxVelocityWX. That tornado was actually, it was impressive. I'm surprised we actually had a tornado there in Iowa. Wow. Look at this storm. Jeez. That's the storm again near Denton. That's a much better view of it. I wish I could draw to outline stuff. Hopefully we can draw on stuff once we got our new computer and monitor set up, but we got our shelf cloud, large rain shaft in the middle, slight blue tinge in the middle, at the very top, kind of near where that shelf cloud, that cloud base is, or that low level cloud base is. And again, that little blue tinge usually comes from the reflection of like water droplets and stuff from the sun. But that right there is a ominous looking storm. Again, this is Storm Runner Media on this storm right now north of Denton, which is again not really rotating that much. We haven't seen a whole lot of rotation on radar, but it is at least a storm that is producing significant hail and wind. But that is it's been a nasty storm for a while. It did produce upwards of baseball-sized hail at one point, just for the record. It is a storm that has been, relatively significant at times. That hail core right now is approaching 51, and it's going to be on the north side of Sanger and on the north side of Bolivar in northwest Denton County, going towards Valley View, Texas. It should just stay south of Gainesville for the main hail core. It is, again, currently producing golf ball-sized hail. And that looks just like Scud Cloud. Yeah, that just looks like Scud Cloud to me. It's not rotating. Again, this storm is relatively weak when it comes to the wind threat. It was a little bit stronger earlier. It's mostly a hail threat. How many chasers are chasing today? I don't know if there's really many. There's only a handful. I mean, most of the people were in the Ohio Valley yesterday, and so the people that were in the Ohio Valley were no way making this trip.
You're smashing that like and sub button for us, guys.
Connor Croft is not storm chasing today, but we do have Storm Runner Media. Brandon Kopic is chasing. If we do see anything interesting, we'll pull up his feed briefly, but he's right now pretty far away from these storms at this time.
All the way here. You see that?
That looks weird. Yeah,
and this is the storm that we're talking about right now that is currently producing hail. That's the one that we're looking at, again, northern Denton County. And not looking at really much rotation right now, but it is, again, producing the threat of some large hail and potentially a little bit of damaging wind potential as well. This is the closer up radar site, so we'll check out and see if there's any rotation, and there's absolutely none. So this storm right now, again, more of a wind threat at this time, as this does continue to travel towards Interstate 35, again, just north of Denton, Texas. So if you are in the north side of Denton, make sure that you're staying away from windows. There will be a high chance for at least damaging winds there. And then also further back to the west in parts of western North Texas, again, we do still have storms out here that are producing some quarter-sized hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. I'm not seeing any rotation by the looks of it. The storm just kind of came off the radar site, so not really much rotation there. It still looks like a wind threat. We also have an outflow boundary, so that should limit the tornado risk, at least for now. It should stay a little bit more on the low side of things. We have a storm blowing up west of Mineral Wells as well, which is becoming significant, and we also have a storm near Bowie. Let's go back to this view of that storm. Look at that. Look at that top line on that cloud base. That is actually crazy. See that line, that like bright gray line there? And this is on the northern side of Denton County in Texas. And that's the storm that we're looking at. This storm has had some pretty, crazy views. He's playing around with the camera right now, but that is just crazy. Also, we'll go back to this in a second. This is a big update. Zebediah has some hail in Salt Lake City. Holy cow. It's getting big. It's getting big out there. Now let's go back to him. Sorry to interrupt your programming here for that massive hail in Salt Lake City. That is an impressive view. That is miraculous. And that storm is, again, the one in northern Denton County that is producing golf ball-sized hail right now.
I had to mess up the shot there briefly.
And this is Storm Runner Media.
Line in that cloud, that is amazing.
That is live on the storm. Very impressive storm. Like the ice cube. You know it's getting, it's getting big when we have ice cube-sized hail falling out of the sky. Not even cheese curd-sized hail, it's just ice cube-sized hail. This is probably one of the most impressive storms I've seen. That is just a hailstorm in Texas.
Yeah.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, brand new tornado warning back over in Georgia. This is going to be a confirmed tornado in Georgia.
This is an urgent alert. A tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
So again, if you're currently in Nichols or the Alma area, again, this is a confirmed tornado near Alma, back over in Georgia. So if you're in this warning, seek shelter. That's an interior room of your home or building away from windows. If you're in this warning, that tornado presumably is on the ground right here, just to the southwest of Alma. It's going to be approaching Route 123. So once again, seek shelter if you're in that warning, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building. This was confirmed by weather spotters in the area. This storm is moving east at 60 miles per hour. Wow. But once again, this is right over Nichols. Okay, so that's going to be on the storm that's here. So presumably that tornado at this exact time is probably approaching the south side of Seasons and approaching the Alma area just south of Alma in Georgia. So again, if you're in this tornado warning, seek shelter away from windows and on the lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building. It'll be eventually going towards Lambright, Coffee, and New Lacey over the next several minutes. It is a very fast-moving storm. Yeah, that is very fast. That's 60 miles per hour. So stay in your safe place. Again, we'll keep a close eye on this. We'll have another radar scan in a second. Let's go back to Storm Runner Media on the storm again in Texas, and we'll go back to that tornado warning once the radar updates. Again, that is the one in Texas right now. That's north of Denton, Texas. Probably one of the most gorgeous supercell structures that I've seen here in Texas in a little while. We've had a lot of big tornadoes in Texas recently, but this is not one of those types of storms. It's just a gorgeous storm.
I don't know how big the hail's going to be in this.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right. We have another tornado warning. That one's going to be for Alma. That's actually the other area of rotation that's up here on the northwest side of Alma, Georgia. So if you're in this pink polygon, this tornado warning, again, you need to seek shelter. As a storm shelter, closet, bathroom, or basement, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building. So again, two different tornado warnings right now in Georgia. So again, if you're in this warning, seek shelter. That's going to be heading towards right along Highway 32 over the next several minutes, and eventually going towards, let's see, Lambright, Coffee, and New Lacey. So pretty rural areas, but if you're in any of those spots, just make sure, again, that you're seeking shelter in a storm shelter, bathroom, closet, or basement. And we'll keep a close eye on this. Again, we don't have any new updates on radar yet, but we do have a confirmed tornado on this storm again near Nichols that's moving eastbound. So continue to stay in your safe place. It's probably a small and brief, weak tornado, but you know, either way, you should still be in your safe place. This is probably the last view that we're gonna have of this storm in Texas, from that really crazy looking supercell structure. Well, we'll have a view of it, but you know, that
Madison,
crazy view we
welcome
just had. Yeah, very ominous skies right now,
1,100 people watching.
and very impressive supercell structure. That's again just north of Denton, Texas. And if there's any other updates on the Texas storm, again, we'll definitely keep a close eye on it. But it's a pretty impressive storm. And again, we're primarily covering Texas today, but you know, we do have tornadoes that are still happening here in Georgia. And you know, this event has been going literally since yesterday morning. It's been kind of crazy. Not really in Georgia, but you know, it started all the way back up in Missouri, and it's nonstop right now. It's been literally insane. There's no way we got a mothership near Denton. Yeah, it's pretty crazy. Pretty crazy. That's a very impressive looking storm, and again, it's still at the bottom right of your screen. It's wow, it's just an unbelievable looking supercell structure. Okay, that does not look good. So we have some strong rotation right over the south side of Alma. We don't have a debris signature yet, but that is a strong area of rotation that has just developed on the south side of Alma, Georgia. So again, if you are in this warning, you are going to need to seek shelter. It's away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. That is a strong circulation right now over Alma in Georgia. And this is currently moving down to the southeast, going towards Highway 32. It is a dangerous storm, so if you are in this warning, you need to get to your safe place. That could be on the ground at any time. If it is on the ground, it is producing the potential for, again, a strong tornado. It's not out of the question with that sort of velocities here. And the other storm that was confirmed again was near Nichols. It might have been a brief tornado. Not seeing anything on velocities that would really indicate a tornado there, but you know, if you're in that warning, continue to stay in your safe place. Zooming out a little bit, we got damaging winds up and down this entire line near Savannah, Georgia. Doesn't look like much rotation on those storms, but we do at least have a wind threat, which can be, again, similar to tornadoes anyway. Why is this happening every day? It's severe weather season. We're in May. No tinfoil hats needed here. It is May. This happens all the time. Now, granted, April, this is one of the most active years of severe weather that we've had. There's a graphic that shows the... let me find it real quick. There is a graphic that actually shows you the tornadoes that we've had this year compared to normal. So this is the normal amount of tornadoes that we usually have compared to the, you know, average and whatnot. So we're right now above average in terms of tornadoes. Now, we had one of the most active months in April of all time. We were really just about average for a while, and now that has kind of skyrocketed to a very above average season here across the United States. So yeah, definitely interesting. But we've had 570 tornadoes this year, and that's I don't know if that includes yesterday, and it definitely doesn't include today. So that's still going up, but that number's been jumping. So there's, you know, it's been an active year, but granted, this is not unusual. It's May. See this kind of weather in May as usual. April also, it's usual, but we had a lot of severe weather. Now we're in this transition between El Nino and La Nina, so that's another reason why that big transition can definitely play a factor with the global, or not really, well, yeah, kind of global weather patterns. So I'm 6 years old. I've never seen anything this extreme. Go back to 2011. 2011 was way worse than this. Way worse. I was watching the Weather Channel in 2011, and there were crazy weather events. It's not, again, really anything new. That was an anomaly year, granted. It was a big year, but still. Again, if you're just tuning in, this is a tornado on the ground that is going to be south of Alma or east of Nichols. This one was a confirmed tornado by weather spotters near Route 123, and then again the other one is a strong couplet near Alma. We're just awaiting a radar scan right now. While we wait for that radar scan, let's quickly go back to Texas. We will be again covering mostly Texas today, but any confirmed tornadoes, we'll definitely keep a close eye on there in Georgia and anywhere else. We do have a pretty impressive storm again east of Abilene that's been developing, producing some hail and wind. It's a relatively low risk as of right now when it comes to a tornado, but we could see something down the road. The storm that is north of Denton is the one that we're looking at the bottom right of your screen with Storm Runner Media. It is an impressive hailstorm. Now, granted, this hailstorm has definitely shrunk in size. It was at one point baseball-sized hail. So it has been a significant hailstorm at times. It is still producing some relatively significant hail. So if you're near Gainesville or just north of Denton, you know, make sure at least that you're staying away from windows with that hailstorm. And then the one that is currently south of Nocona is still producing some hail and wind. It is not nearly as significant as the southern storms, but it is at least producing some hail and wind. The one that's south of Norman, Oklahoma is still going. This is a pretty impressive longevity of this hailstorm. It's going to be approaching Norman here soon. So if you're in Norman, Oklahoma, or if you know any friends or family there, make sure to get in touch with them and make sure that they're aware of that, because there's golf ball sized hail with that storm, which is a considerable threat as that continues to move to the north. Here's the latest scan on the tornado that is, again, currently possibly on the ground. Let's see what the next velocity scan shows here in Georgia. So we'll eventually go towards Patterson, Offerman, Black Shear, and Waycross. This is the latest scan. This is just a weird... we're just so far away from the radar site. It's so hard to see this. I mean, presumably if we had a tornado, it might even be up in here. Possibly on the leading edge, somewhere in there. I mean, we got like 3 different spots that I'm looking at. The kind of bad part about this is that we're just so far away from the radar site. Let me see. I don't know if we have another view of this further northeast. We have multiple radar sites here. They're just all very far away. This is another radar hole. There's a view. That's a view of the probable, at least, wall cloud. If not, maybe a tornado. That would be on the southeast side of Alma and eventually going towards Lambright, Coffee, and the Mershon area. That's the main area of circulation. So it's going to be on the southeast side again of Alma, and it's going to be approaching Highway 32. They'll probably end up issuing another warning on that as that continues to move east-southeast. There's the latest radar scan. So that's your main couplet. Relatively strong on radar right now, moving east-southeast. That's the circulation there. And near Alma, Georgia. Okay. If you're just tuning in the southeast of Alma, seek shelter if you're in this warning. Alma, Georgia. Trying to see if we have any reports on this right now. If you guys do see any reports, photos, videos, anything like that on Twitter, you can at me, at MaxVelocityWX. Try to relay information. And again, we are mainly covering Texas today, but we do have this tornado warning again in Georgia. We have a couple of them. So if you're in either of the pink polygons, you need to seek shelter away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. Another radar scan will be coming in here momentarily. And while we wait for that, thank you, Cynthia, for the $10 super chat. I do appreciate it. Also, thank you, Jessica, for becoming a minimum velocity member. Thank you, Dustin, for the $4.99. How is College Station going to be tonight? I think College Station will be mostly a wind threat. So if you're in College Station, be prepared for wind, but there's also a chance for hail and maybe an isolated tornado. Thank you, Brandon, for the $5 super chat. Arkansas and Louisiana. We'll see. It's probably going to be mostly hail and wind, but maybe, again, an isolated tornado risk. I'll try to go through the timing at some point here soon if I'm able to. But I think that's really the main concern. So that rotation, again, is going to be approaching Highway 15, very rural areas, again, just to the north and northwest of Patterson in Georgia. That is our main couplet of rotation right now. Thank you, Haley, for becoming a maximum velocity member. Thank you, Kevin, and as well as Jane for all becoming velocity members. I always get scared during severe storms. There's no reason to be scared. No reason at all. You just have multiple ways to receive alerts, have a tornado action plan in place, and you will be fine. Also, thank you, Olo. I do appreciate that. Those kind words. Thank you. No reason to be anxious. Just, again, just all you got to do is be prepared. As Ryan Hall would say, be prepared. What was it? Don't be scared, be prepared. Is that the saying? All right, we do have a new severe thunderstorm warning on this. That's for damaging winds up to 70. And there is also a tornado possible tag on this. I wouldn't be surprised if they at least continue the tornado warning that is southeast of Alma. Maybe not the one that's near Nichols, but the one southeast of Alma will probably be continued. Let's see what the velocities look like here. That rotation would be right over Highway 32. If it's still going. They'll be going towards Patterson and Offerman. Where's my mouse? There it is. Our velocities will update here in a second. Anything in southern Oklahoma? Main concern is large hail. That's really about it. I don't expect damaging winds or really a tornado risk there. There is already large hail going towards areas like Norman. Okay. That is really strong rotation, I believe. Otherwise, it's just wind. It's not really. It's kind of. Yeah. I mean, that's CC that we're seeing there to the northwest. It's close. This could be a tornado. If it is, again, it would be heading towards Highway 32, and also going towards Offerman and Patterson. This is a really strong area of velocities. That's for sure. It's just so hard to see this tornado if it is. We have another radar site here that's also showing, again, at least relatively strong rotation near Coffee. That's going to be going towards Highway 15. So if you're in this warning, again, just make sure you're staying away from windows. That is a pretty strong couplet right now going to the southeast towards Bristol, Georgia. Also, we now have tennis ball sized hail falling in Bowie, Texas. We are going to go to that here in just a second. There's now reports there of tennis ball sized hail falling. We're going to go back to this in a second. Again, just nothing definitive there, but that's pretty strong, at least rotation. Let me go back to Texas real quick. We do have an update here, and we're going to be mostly covering Texas. Wait, let's go to that first. We'll go back to Texas in a second. All right, new tornado warning.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, so they have issued a new tornado warning on this. Again, it's a relatively large area that we're talking about right now, near between Alma and back through south of Jessup. The good news is that this is a very rural area of Georgia, but obviously this is a pretty strong area of rotation. And if there is a tornado, again, it could be strong because of how strong this area of rotation is right now, moving to the southeast. So if you are in this tornado warning, again, you need to make sure that you are seeking shelter. That's a storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building. But yeah, I mean, this is a very strong couplet on radar, and it very easily could produce a tornado at any time as it moves east-southeast. The others observed tornado, that one, let's see if that's rotation there. Yeah, we got rotation still here, so they might issue another warning for Patterson here in a second. So, two areas of rotation, basically, that we're looking at right now. This is the one that was confirmed, by the way, just for the record. So, just something to keep in mind there. But this is your typical rotation. This, on the other hand, is actually going to be, believe it or not, anticyclonic rotation. Which, again, means it's going clockwise, which is not typical. It's about 2% of tornadoes do that. But we'll have another radar scan on this in a second, so we'll come back to Georgia in a moment. I do want to go to Texas because we do have an update on that storm that's in northwestern and northern North Texas. We do have now a tennis ball-sized hail near Bowie. Again, this will be the main thing that we cover, but you know, we have to deal with the tornadoes in Georgia first. Again, this is where we're watching for tennis ball sized hail. It just went through Bowie, and it's going to be going now towards Munster, and that's going to be for those in Cook County. It's right now in Montague County, so if you are in this area, you need to stay away from windows because there could be some wind-driven hail with this as it continues to move eastbound. So that is a significant hailstorm, upwards of tennis ball sized hail. The other storms that we have over in western North Texas, those right now are relatively just hail and wind. We don't have any tornado threat with that yet, but will be something to watch for down the road. And then in northern Denton County, we still have that hailstorm that right now Storm Runner Media is on, that's producing up to golf ball sized hail. So, and also we have the storm that's south of Norman, which is now down to $half sized hail. All right, let's go back to here again. Let's check out the velocities. They should update in a second. Got two strong couplets right now, southeast of Alma, Georgia. Oh yeah, look at that hail right now falling there. That's on Storm Runner Media. That's the hail in Denton County. It's probably near Sanger is my guess. Yeah, that's near Sanger and Valley View. Had to look at that. There's some hail fall on the bottom right there. Drunknado? I don't think this will be a Drunknado. Here's the latest scan. All right, the latest scan looks a little bit broader, at least aloft. And again, we're looking at rotation that's a little bit off the ground. And then the other one down here near Highway 32 does not look nearly as intense. It's still there. It looks mostly like wind, though. This one, again, that's going to be just along Highway 15, still relatively on the stronger side of things. So again, if you're in this warning, just continue to stay in your safe place, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. We're going to take off the tornado on the ground tag because I do not think this tornado... that timing is actually impeccable. I mean, that's unbelievable. That tornado warning just got canceled. So that warning's gone. So there's no longer a confirmed tornado no matter what. That one was on the ground near Nichols. The next area to watch for, again, would really be this tornado warning that's going towards the north side of Patterson and also near Offerman in southeast Georgia. We have lots of wind damage reports coming in across the state. Again, numerous damaging winds are going to continue here across parts of southern Georgia and southeast Georgia for the next little while. And even back into South Carolina. All right, here's that hail report, by the way. Tennis ball sized hail officially confirmed now by emergency management near Leona Road, west of Bowie. So that right there is going to be where we just had a report of tennis ball sized hail. Now, the storm that Denton County's seeing right now, the one that Storm Runner Media is on, that one was up to baseball sized hail at one point. So this storm that we're looking at now is up to a considerable threat with tennis ball sized hail. So if you are currently in this severe thunderstorm warning, you need to be staying away from windows. There's a lot of instability in this environment today, which is going to lead to even a more significant threat of severe weather. The temperatures are warming up quick. So, yeah. Also, this is not a tornado warning. The tornado warning, again, is back over in Georgia. We'll go back to that in a moment. The radar scans are kind of delayed there. Again, that's southeast of Alma. I'm trying to see if we have any other reports here on that storm, though. That video that you sent me, by the way, Lena, that is not Scud. That is just asperatus clouds. Yeah, we had some, let me see if I can pull it up here. We had some crazy asperatus clouds in Texas earlier. And this is a look at those. These are all asperatus clouds, really kind of crazy stuff there. And that's what that is. That's not a funnel cloud. Like that look, I mean, it looks like a funnel cloud, but it's not. It's just asperatus clouds. Here's the latest scan near Bowie. Again, that massive hail core that's producing tennis ball sized hail is currently on the north side of Bowie, heading eventually towards Munster. So again, if you're in this yellow polygon, you need to be staying away from windows, as again, moving east-northeast. A significant hail core that is currently in progress. We also have a little storm that's trying to pop up now near Dallas. So be mindful of that. If you're near Dallas or Fort Worth, we got a couple storms now trying to pop up. More of those are to come. We also have a new severe thunderstorm warning just south of Oklahoma City, and that's going to be for those near Norman, and that's for quarter to $half sized hail. They actually have this one at ping pong ball sized hail. So that's ping pong ball sized hail that is heading right in the direction of Norman right now. So if you're in Norman, again, make sure that you are going to be staying away from windows as that continues to move to the northeast over the next several minutes. All right, let's go back to the tornado warnings in Georgia real quick. New radar scan going to be coming in here in a moment, so we'll stay here. And area of rotation is just north of Patterson and Offerman in southeast Georgia. So if you're in this tornado warning, continue to stay in your safe place. The tornado warning has just been condensed. It again is not confirmed, but it is at least radar indicated rotation that is right now moving to the east, southeast, and southeast, going towards Highway 84, Highway 301, and eventually Highway 25 near Patterson and Offerman. As we wait for this new radar scan, if you're new to the channel, make sure to subscribe down below. If you are new, it's the red button down below. Make sure to subscribe and like the stream. We are closing in, I believe, on 225,000 subscribers. Crazy stuff. The other tornado warning was just canceled, so again, this is the only one. The other one was kind of behind everything anyways. We are back down to 13 severe thunderstorm warnings, just for the record. Actually, sorry, we actually did hit 225,000 subscribers. Never mind. Didn't even notice. You have an NFL commentator voice, you should give it a shot. I've been told that a lot. Mostly MLB, though. This is the latest radar scan again. Still broad circulation right now near Offerman. It's going to be approaching Patterson. I'll continue to stay in your safe place, though. I'd say this is more of a damaging wind threat more than anything. That rotation really does not match up very well here with the reflectivity. But either way, if we do get a tornado, it'll be on the north side of Offerman. My backup plan, if weather falls through, will be going into the broadcast space. That's actually always been my backup plan. That's like 25,000 subscribers in 10 days. It's been more than that. It's 25,000 subscribers in literally 3 days. That's ever since, I think, Sunday night. Alright, we'll keep a close eye on this. Again, rotation, it's broad. Let me actually just check the CC real quick on this. Yeah, we have a CC drop here, but that, I believe, is hail. We zoom in here. That's just hail. So the only CC that we're seeing here, the correlation coefficient, it is detecting hail being picked up. Again, that would just be hail falling, but that's not a tornado. Presumably. The rotation, again, would be down to the south of that. And also, again, if you're tuning in from Texas, we got a lot of hailstorms, and the one near Bowie is really the most significant right now. That one is, again, a considerable threat for tennis ball-sized hail. It is going to be moving in the direction of Gainesville, Munster, and Thackerville. And Thackerville, again, in Oklahoma. So if you are in this severe thunderstorm warning, you should be staying away from windows. And that is upwards of tennis ball-sized hail as that continues to move east-northeast. Maybe Max should invest in a new Heal PR40 microphone. I just got a new microphone literally like 3 months ago, so I don't think we're doing that. This microphone that I have right now is a Shure MV7, I think. All my specs are in the description somewhere. There's a link to it. There's nothing rotating right now in Texas. Again, no tornado warnings here. The only warning that is tornadic is in southeast Georgia. But there will be an increasing tornado risk in the next couple of hours, hence why we do have a tornado watch. It's in effect for the Dallas-Fort Worth area. Goes towards Abilene, Brady, Brownwood. Again, it goes until 9 o'clock tonight. The most significant storm that we have right now is, again, this tennis ball-sized hailstorm near Bowie. We have a new radar scan coming in, so we'll just stay here for a moment. What do I do in the winter months? Winter storms, winter weather coverage, severe weather coverage. We still do everything. But usually it's geared towards winter storms and cold blasts and stuff. All right, here's that latest radar scan. So once again, that buoy storm, that hail core is going to be on the northeast side of Bowie. That is where the greatest hail threat is on that storm. That's upwards of, again, tennis ball sized hail. So if you are currently in this severe thunderstorm warning, stay away from windows. It is a tennis ball sized hail threat. It is a significant hailstorm that is currently in progress here. Going to be approaching Munster here pretty soon as well. In addition to that, we do have golf ball sized hail still ongoing in northern Denton County. That is currently going to be approaching Pilot Point. In addition to that, it's going towards Tioga. So if you're in any of those 3 locations or 2 locations here in North Texas, again, stay away from windows. Let's quickly go back to that tornado warning. In Georgia, we should have another radar scan on this. And this is the tornado warning that's north of Offerman and Patterson. So if you're in that pink polygon, seek shelter. Away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. I don't think the National Weather Service tornado alerts are working right now on Twitter, just an FYI. So I don't think we're going to have any sort of population updates on these warnings unless somebody knows the population in this warning. I have no clue. I don't know if it's I think it's relatively rural. I don't really see any, really populated areas. Maybe here near, I mean, there's not even a town there. That would be near Broadhurst, Georgia. But the National Weather Service tornado page is down. That same thing goes for the SPC, I think, too. I woke up this morning and there was tornado warnings in southern parts of Georgia earlier today, and I was like, how am I not getting notified about these? Because usually I do rely a bit more on that National Weather Service tornado page for alerts. By the way, here's that rotation. The strongest couplet that we have right now is going to be west of Route 301. That'll be approaching areas just northeast of Patterson, Georgia. And seek shelter if you are in this warning. But one big thing that we're doing here pretty soon is that we're going to have a completely new warning system here for these live streams. So we are going to have, so you see at the bottom of your screen, you can see the warning thing. It keeps going and stuff. We're going to have a revamped warning system. So whenever a warning is issued, we are going to know exactly when that happens, like exactly when it's issued. It'll also show the counties or cities or whatever we want to customize it to. So I have somebody coding up an entire thing for that. So that'll be exciting once that comes out. Probably in a week or so, maybe 2 weeks. Broadhurst, population of 10,000. Is it seriously that populated? There's no way. It's like there's like nothing here, unless it's this area here near that community. It's hard to tell. I mean, there's a lot of road. There's not that many roads here. It looks relatively rural to me. Hopefully, there aren't many people here if there's a tornado. I mean, the tornado emergencies that we've had the last few days, they've, for the most part, avoided very populated areas. So. By the way, I will get to super chats, questions, and all that here soon, and new members. Broadhurst is a population of 275. Okay, that sounds more right. 9958. Are we talking about the same Broadhurst, Georgia? Here's the latest radar scan. Again, if there's a tornado on the ground, it would be approaching Route 301. Just go see what the next velocity scan shows. It's near Sun Hill, McKinnon, and O'Neill. I just looked it up and it says 31,000. I don't know how accurate that is. That's a lot of people, though. This is the latest scan. I'm not really seeing much rotation. There's a little bit here and there. It's very broad. It's mostly a wind threat over here on the west side of the storm, and also on the left side of your screen. Relatively weaker winds going away from the radar. It's just a large, broad area. It's really broad. I would say more than anything, this is going to be more of a wind threat, as that does continue to move to the southeast over the next several minutes. The other storms embedded in this line are mostly going to be wind as well, with maybe a brief tornado before it mostly goes offshore. And again, we're going to be watching for at least some water spout potential and wind offshore. So if you know any fish out there, make sure they're doing okay, because that area will be next in track in the Atlantic Ocean. But otherwise, most of these storms are going to be going towards like Jacksonville and Brunswick and Kingsland. It's mostly a wind threat, though, overall. Maybe an isolated tornado. We'll go back to that storm in a minute. I do want to update you on the storms again in Texas and Oklahoma, though. Which, again, this will be the main area that we're covering today. with this severe weather threat. Look at that, by the way, max velocity hat, bottom right of your screen with with Storm Runner Media. That's the OG hat. Forgot they had that hat. All right, back to the hail in Texas. Okay, that is not good. We got a huge hail core developing near Pilot Point. So big hail core right now near Pilot Point. This has not been upgraded yet, but that is probably going to be, yeah, that's a huge hail core right now going right into Pilot Point. If you're in Pilot Point, stay away from windows. That is a big hailstorm right now in Pilot Point. There's no rotation over Pilot Point. Yeah, it's just hail. It's a massive hail core, or I shouldn't just say just hail, but it's a huge hail core right now going into Pilot Point. Yeah, this is probably around baseball-sized hail is my guess. That's going to be going right through Pilot Point. From what we've seen so far today, it's been usually in that ballpark. They have issued a new warning for golf ball-sized hail, but I would not be surprised if we have baseball-sized hail right now in northeastern Denton County. I'll be going towards Tioga, Gunter, Dorchester, Howey, Tom Bean, Anna. So in Collin County, Grayson County, if you're in those areas, again, make sure that you are staying away from windows. This looks like a more significant hail core, though, to me, though, than golf balls. This looks much more like a hailstorm that's producing baseball-sized hail. From what we saw earlier, this is pretty reminiscent of what that would be. We got a massive CC drop on this, too, for the hail. So there's a big hail core in Pilot Point. I know we have viewers from Pilot Point on North Texas Weather Center on our Facebook page, so we'll probably at least get some photos of that here soon. And we'll try to verify and see if that was actually producing baseball-sized hail, because, I mean, from my knowledge here, this looks much more like baseball-sized hail to me. That's going right into Pilot Point. Oh, hail no for this area. All right, let's go back to the tornado warning in Georgia. And we do not have any tornado warnings right now in Texas. We are going to primarily be covering Texas, but just trying to see if this does try to produce anything. We'll have another radar scan in a second. It's a broad area of circulation heading towards Broadhurst near Route 301. I'm here in Pilot Point. Let me know if you see anything. What's my shirt say? It just says Go OU. We're covering Texas and Oklahoma today, and even the Southeast, so might as well have a spirited shirt here on from Oklahoma. All right, we got another radar scan coming in right now. Boomer Sooner. There you go. Got a Spirit shirt. It's actually a really comfortable shirt. All right, here's the latest radar scan. Check out the velocities. See what they look like here. Trampoline index today is a high risk for flying trampolines. We are not at a gone forever stage, but those gone forever risks have definitely verified. We've had plenty of people send into us photos of flying trampolines, so it is definitely something that's been happening here. Do have another severe thunderstorm warning here. This one is going to be for 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds heading towards Brunswick, Georgia. So a large severe thunderstorm warning there. Just waiting for the velocities to update here. And no CC drop on this, but that doesn't mean we don't have a tornado. Here's the latest scan. It just looks like really broad rotation right now. I'm not really seeing much. It's very broad. Again, if you're in the tornado warning, just stay indoors. If you're in any of these severe thunderstorm warnings, you should be staying indoors. Away from windows and on the lowest floor possible, just in case this tries to drop a tornado. But the rotation itself right now is just very broad. It's south of Jessup. It's gonna be approaching Route 25. We will continue to watch it if it does try to produce anything, but it's just, again, very broad circulation right now, moving east southeast. So yeah, we're getting mostly damaging winds right now across the southeast. But those storms, once again, they are really mostly supposed to be, wind threats. There will be some QLCS tornadoes, which again means embedded tornadoes in a line of storms, but, that's really about it. Is anybody in Pilot Point right now? Anybody have any hail reports there? This looks like a massive hail core right now going towards Gunter, Howie, and Dorchester. So let me know in the chat if you have anything. I'm going to see if I have any more reports there. Here's the latest radar scan near Tioga is where that large hail core is heading. It's right there near Pilot Point. And this is not tornado warned. The only tornado warning is in Georgia. It's just the overlay that I have on because there's still a tornado warning. There's a lot of hail in Texas right now. I mean, Pilot Point's starting to rain right now. This hail core may have just missed Pilot Point. It's on the north side. Yeah, that hail core is like middle of nowhere, so we actually might not get many reports. That hail fell right near Timber Lake Trails west of Pilot Point. And yeah, that's like right on the northwest side of Pilot Point. There might be 7 or 8 people maybe up in that road area. I don't know. There's not many. So I don't know if we really had a whole lot of people see this hail. You probably at least saw some hail though if you're in Pilot Point. It just probably was smaller. I will do a future radar at some point when we get the chance. Quarter-sized hail reported from a farm in Pilot Point. I'm very curious to know what's on the north side right now of Pilot Point, because that again probably is relatively significant hail. They'll be heading towards Sherman and Howie in North Texas. All right, tornado warning's officially been canceled, and I just clicked the wrong button. Nice. All right. So we're back down to a normal severe thunderstorm warnings. We'll be focusing a little bit more on Texas now. Then we'll still be watching in the southeast as well. All right, let me real quickly get to some of these messages. I missed a lot of different notifications here. Thank you, Skylar, for $5 super chat. I appreciate that. Thank you, Braden, for the $9.99. That's fantastic. Thank you, Sherry, for the $4.99. You inspired me today to get my first Culver's today. I'm telling you guys, we need a sponsorship from Culver's, and it needs to happen. Thank you, Haley, for the 2 gifted members. Thank you, Braden, for the $4.99. Thank you, Deborah, for becoming a moderate velocity member. Thank you, Becky, for the $20 super chat. I'm in Barrow, Clark County. Got hit badly around 2 a.m. on and off until about 6. Patio set furniture was blown off. Patio 50 feet into the yard. Said it was going to be hit again tonight. I'm in Bethlehem, close to Athens. I don't know what state we're talking about, but that's pretty crazy. Also, severe thunderstorm warning just issued on the storm near Denison and Sherman. That is golf ball sized hail. So still not upgraded, but it is golf ball sized hail. Regardless, we could still have significant hail there just due to the fact of the nature that reflectivity signature that we have right now is pretty reminiscent of a large hail core, at least heavy rain. The CC was a lot larger near Pilot Point. It's much smaller here on the latest scan, so we still have hail. Doesn't look super significant though, at least according down to the correlation coefficient, which can help us indicate the hail that's falling and potentially even the quantity of hail that's falling. But still, hail is hail. Hail is going to be heading right towards Sherman. Definitely got some cheese curd sized hail falling out of the sky with these storms. Thank you, Tyler, for the $5 super chat. Since Sunday, you've averaged 281 subscribers an hour. That's pretty crazy. Oh, I got you, Taylor. Thank you for the $5 super chat. That's actually crazy. I didn't know that. Yeah, we've gained 25,000 subscribers since Sunday night, which is pretty miraculous.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right. They have issued a new tornado warning on the storm northwest of Brunswick. Same storm, by the way. It is radar indicated rotation. It looks like a mess on radar. Let me see if we can go to a different radar site. Oh, yeah, that's strong. Okay. At least looks strong. Strong velocities here on this storm. So relatively strong couplet still in progress going towards Route 25. And that'll be heading again towards Route 25 over the next few minutes. And eventually going towards the northwest side of Brunswick, Georgia. So if you're in this tornado warning, again, seek shelter away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. We'll wait for the next radar scan, which should be in about a minute. Thank you, Madison, for the $9.99. What should Euless expect? Euless is mostly going to be a hail threat. It's anywhere in North Texas today. Your main concern is going to be giant hail. It could be as high as 4 inches in diameter in a couple of storms. Not everybody will see 4-inch hail, but that if you do see it, it's going to go right through windshields. So you need to make sure that you are protecting your vehicles today, and again, have multiple ways to receive alerts. Drunk NATO shirt with Hold My Beer for 250,000 subscribers. I'll consider it. We're going to do a hat for 250k. I know that. And thank you, by the way, Tug. Appreciate that. Thank you for the $4.99. Once again, if you're just tuning in, this is a tornado warning near Route 301. This could drop at any time. It's moving east towards Route 25, northwest of Brunswick, Georgia. East of Patterson. It's a relatively rural area, but it does include currently Broadhurst, Sun Hill, McKinnon, O'Neill, Manningtown. Eventually heading in the direction of Bella Vista, the Altamaha Park area, and that's really about it. Again, it's very rural areas of Georgia. Again, it's luckily not populated, from what I know. So, again, there are people on the track of it, though. If you know anybody in that area, make sure that they are in their safe place. That is away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. I'm not seeing much from the southern radar site. It looks like all wind to me. But I still wouldn't rule out maybe an isolated tornado here as this continues to move east. It's located near Screven. I don't know where Screven is. I don't see it. There also might be something up here on the northern side. It is very difficult to tell, though, just since, again, we're just so far away from radar sites. The closest one, I think, is up to the northeast, or it's not the closest, but probably one of the best ones for this. So we'll have another radar scan here in a second going towards, again, Route 25, northwest of Brunswick. Rural sections here of Georgia. And again, we're primarily covering Texas today, but we will be covering any tornado warnings like this one where we do have, again, a strong couplet, at least aloft. So we probably at least have a wall cloud or something with this that's trying to develop. And again, they'll be moving towards Route 25 over the next several minutes. So if you are in this pink polygon, again, seek shelter away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. It's currently just to the east of Route 301, heading towards Route 25, near Manningtown. If you guys do see any reports on this storm or any of the other storms, you can at me on Twitter, at MaxVelocityWX. There's some big hail falling in Pilot Point, by the way. Looks around $1 to $half sized hail. Doesn't look super big. And at least downtown Pilot Point. So, seeing some video there on Twitter. And that area of circulation right now is just east of Route 301. We probably at least have a lowering of some sort. The radar site that's a bit closer up is showing that rotation to be north of Highway 32. It would probably be on the leading edge of this activity. Again, going to be approaching Route 25 here, just northwest of Brunswick. We'll wait for one more radar scan, then we'll go back to Texas and update you on some of those storms again. Looks like some heavy traffic there in the Denton County area, too. Pretty close to rush hour. Thank you, by the way, Jennifer, for the $49.99. Appreciate your generosity. Put some hearts in the chat for Jennifer. Helped us in Murfreesboro, Tennessee last night. Glad I could help. Yeah, luckily that storm didn't produce a tornado last night there. That could have been pretty bad. That's a very populated area there in Tennessee. But again, I do appreciate your generosity and glad you guys stayed safe. Did have that one tornado emergency just to your southwest. It was obviously not far from you, but the storm merger that happened out in front of that storm did kind of at least weaken the rotation a little bit and kind of let it die out. Otherwise, that could have been probably pretty bad long term. All right, I'll get to the rest of the stuff here in a few minutes. Yeah, right now, if you're in the Oklahoma City area, main concern right now is going to be that hail threat. There's going to be some hail heading your direction. I'm not looking at really any sort of tornado risk or wind risk there. It's all just, for the most part, elevated hailstorms that are in that area. Howie is pronounced how? Okay. Thank you. When should this be past Arlington? All of DFW should be done with storms by like 5 or 6. So I'd expect storms between now and about 6 or so. Am I from Oklahoma? No. I toured OU for one of my meteorology colleges that I was thinking about going to. So that's where that came from. They give you a free shirt. All right, another velocity scan should be in here in a second. Yeah, if there's a tornado, it would be right probably about there. Just not seeing much here on radar. Let's go to the other radar site again. Oh, other radar site's a little bit behind. This is the latest scan. It looks mostly like wind to me. I mean, I'm just not seeing a whole lot here. If we did have a tornado, it would probably, again, be somewhere in there near 301. Very rural parts of Georgia, moving towards Route 25. So again, if you're in this tornado warning, just continue to stay in your safe place. That is a storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom. Away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. The warning has been condensed, so now it only includes Gardy and Everett. I think that's it. Yeah. So those are the only areas included in this. Going towards Bella Vista as well. It's right over Manningtown for reference. That's your circulation right there for the record. So there's nothing definitive, but again, we're just so far away from the radar site. It's more than likely some sort of lowering that may produce a tornado, and that'll eventually go towards Darien, and then eventually into the ocean, probably. It might just stay to the, it will probably just stay to the north of Brunswick, but it won't be far from you. So if you're in Brunswick, Georgia, just stay vigilant. Main concern is going to be wind, but you might get something isolated when it comes to that tornado risk. Also, back over in Texas, we got, again, a bunch of storms firing off. We actually have a new one near San Angelo that is now popping up near Miles, southwest of Bollinger. Again, the main concern there is going to be the threat for hail and maybe some damaging winds as that develops. The other storms in central and really western North Texas now are now developing. Again, no rotation on these right now, no imminent tornado risk, but the hail and wind risk will definitely exist as these continue to track to the east. And then back over near McKinney. Once again, we do have a hailstorm here producing golf ball sized hail near Gunter, Howe, and Sherman, just south of Whitesboro. So again, if you are in this warning, continue to stay away from windows. Golf ball sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds are currently moving eastbound. And then the storm that's near Bowie was producing up to tennis ball sized hail. I don't think it is anymore. If it is, it would be approaching Munster, Texas. And we'll stay here for a second, and then we'll go back to we'll go back to Georgia on that tornado warning in a moment. And Storm Runner Media, Storm Chaser, bottom right of your screen. He is currently located in Denton County. Any friends of freedom for the $5 super chat? Are you doing a second standing station, Monder? I am not currently doing a standing desk, but I am considering it. I will probably consider at least, but I don't know if we'll be able to fit that into the studio. We've already set up the new desk, and I think it's just going to be too difficult to do that. This is the latest radar scan. Again, I can't really see anything on this radar site, but that rotation, again, if there's a tornado, it would be just off to the east now of Manningtown, Georgia. I'm going to be approaching Bella Vista. Let's go back to the other warning here. Or the other radar, I mean. And that's your circulation. That's really our best view of it. And we'll have another radar scan update in a minute. Again, if there's a tornado, it would be approaching Route 25 just northwest of Brunswick, Georgia. So again, if you're in this tornado warning, continue to stay in your safe place. It's away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. It's on track to go towards Darien. And again, just north of Brunswick, Georgia. So keep a close eye on it. By the way, I am really behind on super chats. I'll try to get to them here in a few minutes. There's no cap for DFW today. Yeah, DFW does not really have a cap. So, I mean, hailstorms are going to develop in North Texas. They already are, but they're going to continue to develop here over the next few hours. I don't really expect there to be much of a limiting factor there. There will be a limit, I think, on the tornado risk, but the hail risk, I think, can just explode there. I do think we're going to have a lot of hail in Texas today. There's no cap, and I'm not capping about that, by the way. There's no cap in Texas. And, I mean, most days we have a cap because the low pressure systems are north and we just always have a temperature inversion, but today there isn't really any of that. So there shouldn't be much preventing that. All right, we got a new radar scan coming in right now. And this is a tornado warning in southeast Georgia. Still a broad area of circulation right now, just east of Route 301. Yeah, it's still not really that strong. I mean, it's strong enough that there could be a wall cloud here. But I'm definitely not really seeing anything, again, that's confirming a tornado here. But again, if you're in this tornado warning near Route 25, continue to stay in your safe place, just in case it does produce a tornado. Again, just north of Brunswick right now in southeast Georgia. I'll zoom in on this warning here. Stay here for a second. All right, let me get to a few more of these messages here. Thank you to Shay for the $20 super chat. I do appreciate your generosity. I know you're in Texas, but is there any threat for Pennsylvania today? It's a low threat. I had it in the thumbnail. It's a marginal threat up there. It's really low. Mainly a wind and maybe a hail threat. That should be about it. Also, is Austin, Texas in any danger? Austin, if you do see severe weather, probably wind and hail. Maybe an isolated tornado risk. That'll probably be after 6 or 7, though, tonight. It's going to be a later threat. So that hail threat should be a little bit lower. And yes, we will be covering hurricanes. We always cover hurricanes. And also thank you, Macy, for the $9.99. Thank you, Eric, for becoming a Velocity member. And thank you, George, for the $10 super chat. No problem at all. Also, thank you, Jacob, for becoming a Velocity member. All right, we're caught up. And also, thank you, Dana, for the $50 super or Venmo. Thank you for the $50 Venmo. I do appreciate it. It's Mark's in the chat, and I know who you are. I appreciate that. Hope you're doing well there in Texas. Hope everything's going well. All right, they have issued a new tornado warning on this for Darien, so this storm is going to continue as a tornado warning until it goes offshore. Again, this is for Darien, Georgia. It is still radar indicated rotation, but if you are in this tornado warning, again, you need to seek shelter away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. That's heading towards Darien, Georgia, just north of Brunswick. They may issue something here as well, possibly. That'd be near the Country Club Estates area as well. We actually covered a tornado warning here not long ago. It was a few months back, but yeah, that rotation's still strong. So we probably have a wall cloud or something. Move it eastbound. And there's no tornado warnings right now in Texas. Our main coverage will be Texas, but we do have to cover tornado warnings as well that are elsewhere. There's really no big updates on Texas right now. The storms are really starting to rapidly fire up now, though, so we are going to, again, focus our attention more to Texas here relatively soon. Probably once this storm either weakens or just becomes, you know, weak enough to the point where we really don't have to cover it. But that rotation still remains at least on the stronger side of things. It really, to me, it feels like this is just more of a wind threat. I mean, it looks outflow driven, but we could still get an isolated tornado, so I'll just take it on the safe side of things, just in case this does try to drop a tornado. Again, this is strong rotation, but we are looking well up into the clouds here, which means that we're probably looking at like a wall cloud or something. Maybe some sort of lowering. But it could definitely drop a tornado at any time as that goes towards Darien and Interstate 95. We are in a bit of a radar hole. Not a super big radar hole, but there's a small one here. So it's a little bit harder to see the storm right now. What time will storms hit Waco? Storms will probably hit Waco in the next, not probably soon, but probably around like 5 to 8 or so, give or take an hour. That's if you get storms, which is still a bit more on the likely side of things. All right, we'll go back to that in a second. Oh, never mind. Radar just updated. We'll go to Texas here in a second after this radar update comes in. The threat for Delaware over the next few hours, just wind, maybe a little bit of isolated large hail. It's a relatively low risk up there. Yesterday too, I mean, it's kind of crazy to think about, but like literally yesterday we had a severe weather threat even over in New England. It's just crazy. This is still strong rotation. I mean, it's again more than likely some sort of lowering. Again, we don't have any. This is a better view closer up now. Yeah, if we had a tornado, it'd be right here. You know, Route 25 moving eastbound towards Darien, Georgia. We'll go back to this in a second. Let's go to Texas real quick. We got storms exploding here in Texas. This is the last few minutes. Yeah, a lot of hailstorms ongoing right now in Texas. They are going to continue to develop over the next few hours. Again, we're going to mainly cover this area, so just hang in there. Again, we have tornado warning still in Georgia, but we do have severe weather ongoing again just to the north of McKinney. That's mostly a hail and wind threat. We also have storms that are back over west of Dallas, Fort Worth that are beginning to ramp up. And again, any of these that intensify will have an elevated threat for very large hail. That could go as high as the size of softballs, so make sure that you're protecting your vehicle. Gainesville's also dealing with hail. We also have some smaller hail southeast of Wichita Falls. And so that's really the main concern right now. Storms really not rotating right now. We might have a little bit near mineral wells, but that's kind of far-fetched. It looks like mostly hail. The storms that are right now near Sherman, the ones that are near Gainesville, still relatively hail producers. I don't see anything here that is rotating as of right now, but we still have to monitor the threat for a tornado threat because, again, anything that's discrete today near and just south of DFW will have an elevated chance for tornadoes. Once again, we do have a pink area here, which represents a tornado watch that is in effect across much of Texas. Again, that goes from Dallas, Fort Worth, all the way back through Abilene until 9 p.m. So the greatest tornado threat for today is really in this area, and then also back in the southeast. There will probably be a low risk that develops in Louisiana and Mississippi too. Yeah, if we have a tornado in Georgia, it'd be right in that area. Yeah, that's right now moving eastbound. So if you're in this tornado warning again, make sure you're seeking shelter. They'll probably issue a new warning for the northern side of this too, or the southern side, I should say, of this. Just south of Darien, north of Brunswick. So we'll go back to that here soon. Weird way to wear sunglasses. I saw that. Okay, it's Stormrunner Media. Speaking of Stormrunner Media, I got a pee, so I'm gonna put them on. I'll put them on for a second. I'll be back in like 60 seconds. BRB.
It's great that we have so many people from watching from different locations.
Yeah, it's great to see the diversity in chat here. And if you haven't yet, please smash that like button for us and that subscribe button. We're going to shoot for 29,000 today. It's a big goal, but I think we can reach it. We're at 28.2 now. Man, my foot is just cramping like no tomorrow. Ow. Getting like a sharp pain in my right foot.
Pain in your foot. Pain in this foot.
Pain in the foot is not fun.
Why do you have a pain in this foot?
I have no idea.
All right. Weatherford's getting nastier. Yeah, we'll be focusing on a lot more on Texas in a few minutes. You know, hopefully the storm just kind of weakens out. It's not really that strong for rotation. But obviously tornado warnings are a much bigger concern. We'll always cover tornado warnings over severe thunderstorm warnings almost in any case. But again, I'm just not seeing much here. This looks very outflow driven to me. It looks like a very low tornado risk. Again, I would just continue to stay in your safe place if you're in the pink polygons. Obviously, heat warning there. If we do see anything, I'll let you know. But this storm is, again, just... it just looks like wind to me. It does not look really much like a tornado risk. That's just me speaking out loud here. Again, from experience, most of the time with that sort of stuff, we just see wind. We do have a hail core developing, for the record, going towards Brunswick, Georgia. So if you're in Brunswick, you know, be prepared for hail. Yeah, that right there is a hail core. Look at that thing. Big CC drop for the hail. So there's a hail core for sure there. It's warned for quarter-sized hail, but that might be a bit larger than that. So definitely an interesting storm there. Also, the storms in the Savannah, Georgia area, those are going offshore. We got a storm near Waycross. Again, just wind. Let's go back to Texas. We just kind of did an update here, but we still got some large hailstorms. So we got one right now that's going to be near Howe, and as well as near the Sherman area. And this one right now is moving northeast. It is producing the threat for $1.25 to $1.5 sized hail. It has been downgraded, so it's no longer golf ball sized hail, but still, I got a relatively significant threat moving northeast. That's going to be going towards Bells and Denison, near Pottsboro and Knollwood. So if you are in this warning, and continue to stay in your safe place, just in case any hail is wind driven and goes through windows, which shouldn't happen, but it's always a possibility with hail even that small. And then near Munster, we still got a hail core here. This one's quarter-sized hail now. It was initially tennis ball-sized hail, so luckily the storms up here right near the Red River are lowering in terms of the hail threat. These were initially much more concerning, just for the record. They have at least become, for the time being, a little bit less concerning. So mostly just marginal hail up there, but there's still a chance, again, for some larger hail if any storms become a bit more discrete, which overall, most of these storms are becoming much more elevated in nature, and they should overall just be marginal hail threats as they continue to move east and east-northeast, as that outflow boundary also pushes down to the south and develops more of these storms over the next few hours. Really, the most concerning storms today will be these ones that are developing west of Fort Worth. That one near Weatherford is exploding. Near Weatherford, but it's also really near Mineral Wells. This storm is exploding right now with hail. So, this storm's definitely intensifying. So if you're just west of Fort Worth, be alert on that storm. The most significant storms that we're going to have today probably will be these two. And anything else that develops just east of Abilene. So yeah, two big areas there. And then our tornado warning again is back over near Brunswick, Georgia. We'll go back to that in a second. There. How do you know if a storm is outflow driven? There's multiple ways to know how a storm is outflow driven. I mean, you can see an outflow boundary on radar, which is one way to do it. You can really easily see that if you just go to like this radar site, for example. This is an outflow boundary right here. It's stretching across this entire area. It's sometimes hard to see. I mean, again, you have to kind of be a little bit more experienced trying to see this sort of stuff, because it's not like, you know, it's not super easy all the time. Some cases it's really easy, sometimes it's not. This would be an outflow boundary though. And usually when we have outflow driven storms, they are more of a wind risk with overall a lower threat for tornadoes. So that's one thing that we see a lot of time with these. Depending on the environment, they can also be really significant hail threats. But yeah, it's usually going to be this like little faint dashed line across your screen. Once this gets closer to the radar site near Jacksonville, it'll probably be easier to see. But that would be what that outflow boundary is. And again, usually when we have these outflow boundaries, again, it's mostly a wind threat. If I pause it, that's where your outflow boundary is. So again, I don't really think we're going to get a tornado here. I just think it's really mostly wind. But I still would stay in your safe place just in case. And you should be staying away from windows no matter what. If you're in either of these warnings, because there is going to be damaging winds up to 70 miles per hour, which is, again, relatively significant. You can even look at the one in, well, we'll go back to Texas in a second after this radar updates, but we can even go back to the one in Texas. And, yeah, I mean, we'll be able to see, you know, that storm as well. Because those are also, I believe, outflow driven, or at least near DFW they are. Velocities will update here in just a second. Yeah, you can see it on the Jacksonville radar. That's what we're looking at. It's just faint. Not super definitive. Might be hard to catch with the naked eye. So at this point, if we did have a tornado, it's probably about to be leaving this tornado warning. So just for the record. But if you are in the pink polygon, just continue to stay in your safe place. And if this does truly have a tornado or does try to produce one, it would be going towards the Country Club Estates near Interstate 95. So if you're in this area, again, just seek shelter, get away from windows. Again, it might not produce a tornado, but it's going to definitely produce at least some level of damaging winds, which could be equal. It could be very equal or potentially close to approximately what the damage could be of a tornado. And it's going to be across a larger area too. So if you're in Brunswick, St. Simons, or the Country Club Estates areas, anywhere there, just make sure that you're staying away from windows. It's mostly wind. But we could again get an isolated tornado there. The other storms that are embedded in this area look like mostly wind as well, that are moving down to the southeast. So that's at least good news for now. All right, this storm again is blowing up west of DFW. We're gonna have to watch this one closely near Mineral Wells. It is only ping pong ball sized hail right now, but it's probably gonna go higher than that as that intensifies. It's going towards Weatherford. Here's that outflow boundary, by the way. Bada bing, bada boom. You can see that one pretty clearly. I wonder if the localized radar sites show it. Oh yeah, look at that. Even the local radar sites show that boundary. Boom. So that is your outflow. Which again, usually just limits the tornado risk. Also, right near that outflow boundary, we will have at least some gusty winds as this moves down to the south and east. So if you're in Dallas, Garland, Plano, or McKinney, don't be shocked if the winds pick up a bit as that continues to move southeast. Is Flower Mound going to get hit? I would expect storms there at this point. They might not be severe, but if they are severe, the main concern is hail. I do think the more significant threat for severe weather right now and over the next few hours will primarily be in the tornado watch that's been drawn out here. Even then, we could still see some significant hail up here. Just overall, that storm activity is a bit more outflow driven, which should again limit the hail risk just a little bit. This is, by the way, Storm Runner Media. Where are they? Where's the image here? The white box. Where did this image go? They're in Ponder. Okay. Where is that? That I'm trying to see. I don't know if that's the outflow that they're looking at or something. I'm trying to figure out where this is. Where is the stream? There it is. Okay. Okay, they're in. Okay, never mind. All right. Never mind. That's just clouds. Never mind. Ignore what I was saying. All right. One of the tornado warnings, by the way, was canceled. We only have one left. This is gonna be near Darien. Man, this is really probably gonna be the last warning on this area of storms here near Brunswick, but just continue to stay away from your, windows and whatnot, just in case this does produce damaging winds, which is again currently being advertised as 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds that's heading towards Brunswick and as well St. Simons near Darien. But that warning might also be canceled. I'm just not seeing much there. It's like a low risk overall, in my opinion. Got a little supercell at Forum northeast of San Angelo, Texas as well. And this is another area where we're watching for at least some severe weather. It's going to be moving towards Paint Rock. They got hit by a tornado near Paint Rock the other day, so that's an area that's been hit, a few times by different varieties of storms. Here's the outflow boundary here as well. You can see this one pretty clearly. So whoever asked a question about outflow boundaries, here's another one. That's moving down to the southeast. All right. This will just not calm down much. Well, after today, things should be a bit calmer. We can only hope, because the weather's been ridiculous recently. We need some breaks. Hopefully it calms down a little bit. Thank you, Lungo, for the $4.99. Was watching when a possible tornado passed over us in Ozarks east of Winslow, Arkansas a couple days ago at 3 a.m. Oh, I remember that. Yeah. I was live until 4 a.m. that day. Yeah, that was crazy. That was our 16-hour extensive coverage, our longest live stream in history. And that was crazy. We didn't need to be live for 16 hours. Granted, we only had one large tornado, which is good news. We only had one. It could have been way worse there with that outbreak in Oklahoma. But regardless, we still had a lot of tornadoes even after that. And yeah, we didn't have to be. I would say debatably yesterday would have been a better day to be live for 16 hours than the high risk day, which was back on. Was that Monday? I can't remember. I think it was Monday. So yeah, that was Monday. Thank you, Kenny, for the $4.99. Thank you, Waco, for the $5 super chat. I think I answered your question. If not, Waco, Texas, probably going to see storms around 5 or 8, between 5 and 8 p.m. But again, give or take an hour on that. Sometimes storms can speed up, slow down, fire off weirdly, whatever it might be. Thank you, also Xander, for becoming a minimum velocity member. I do appreciate it. The trampoline forecast for Saginaw, Texas. Anywhere in Texas today, the flying trampoline meter is at a high risk. So make sure that you are hatching down your trampolines. All right, so if we have a tornado with this, which I, again, very highly doubt, it would be near Interstate 95 heading towards the ocean. So the next concern with this after Brunswick with the damaging wind threat, which again, damaging winds up to 70 miles per hour is a concern. The next concern with this is going to be the threat for water spouts and wind gusts offshore. So again, if you know any fish in the area on the immediate shoreline here, make sure to let them know that storms are coming their direction. We got a lot of lightning actually just east of Georgia here. A lot of lightning in that one area. Also a lot of lightning even near Darien. You know any sharks too? We could get a sharknado. You never know. Little sharknado offshore. I'll keep Bikini Bottom informed. Little Bikini Bottom. Dime-sized tail in Howe, Texas. Thank you for the report. Yeah, if you guys do have any photos or videos, again, you can tweet me on Twitter at MaxVelocityWX. I will be trying to relay reports, and I'll probably share at least some of those photos. We do have a tree down in Texas. It's from Stephanie on Facebook. That would be a tree that has fallen, or a branch. That looks more like a tree to me. I could be wrong. So some high winds there in Texas leading to some tree damage. And we could still see some flying trampolines as well. So it's not just that. By the way, thank you, Heather, for the 5 gifted memberships. I do appreciate it. If you got a gifted member for Heather, make sure to thank Heather in the chat. And we're looking at a tornado warning near Brunswick, Georgia. The rotation, again, just does not look impressive. This will probably be canceled, but if not, it does go for 26 more minutes. The pilot for the $5 super chat. Huntsville, Alabama, thank you for the chat and help last night. Had you on the shelter, or in the shelter along with local TV. That's awesome. Glad I could help. Yeah, that was a close call. There was a big tornado on the east side of Huntsville, Alabama last night. Thank you, 1,000 miles away for the 1776 super chat. Any severe storms that may hit Canadian prairies in late June or thereafter? We'll see. If there are storms in Canada, we will definitely try to cover them if there's nothing else happening in the United States that's significant. But overall, it's just gonna kind of be situational, because we mainly cover the United States. Can hail last a while, or does it dissipate once it starts falling? Well, when the hail drops, it's in a freezing environment, so that hail is gonna be frozen. And then once it gets out of that freezing environment, so let's just do a little graph here. I'm gonna try to zoom out a little bit here. Do a little graph real quick. Put a graph here. Do a graph here. This is your temperature access. So this would be like, I don't know. Let's just say this is like temperatures like, you know, -40 or 50 or whatever it might be. And then as you go down in the atmosphere, the temperature warms up. Let's say this right here is the freezing line. So your hailstone is going to be pretty large when it develops. And as it drops into that freezing, after it drops to the freezing line, It's still going to probably stay relatively large, and it'll start melting a little bit as it goes closer to the surface. So the size basically would shrink. So let's say it's 2.5 inches in diameter in the atmosphere. It would drop probably down to like 1.75 inches or something. It would shrink at least a little bit because the temperatures are warming near the surface. But a lot of the time, it's just so cold that it will not shrink that much. It might not shrink that drastically because it's just not a major change. And those hailstones are falling fast. This isn't like snowflakes where they're falling very slowly. Hailstones are falling out of the sky at like 80 to 90 miles per hour. So it might not shrink, again, by that much of a margin, but it would probably shrink at least a little bit as it falls. But most of the time, they just stay frozen and solid because they're just so cold. So, yeah. Why is that tornado warning still going over there? Yeah, this storm near mineral wells right now is still probably one of the more organized cells that we have in Texas right now. There's a confirmation now in Palo Pinto, Texas, of ping pong ball sized hail, or at least a report of that. So that's saying I'm moving towards Weatherford right now. Brandon's not even on here. I don't know what you're talking about. If Brandon does to drive into any storms or has any view of anything, we can pull him up here on Radar Omega, at least briefly. But I don't think he's at the storms yet. Like half an hour ago, he was over here in Rockwall. He would be a magician if he was already in one of those storms out there to the west. I think Stormrunner Media right now is heading towards these discrete cells. I could be wrong. Which again, that's the storm chaser at the bottom right of your screen. Hey, Jazzy for the 499. Pretty nasty looking clouds near I-20 west of Weatherford. If you have any photos, feel free to send them to me. I mean, guessing there's at least a shelf cloud or maybe some more asperatus cloud somewhere. How long can it hail in a particular area? There's really no time limit. I mean, if a storm doesn't move at all and just has very strong updrafts and downdrafts and all that, there's no limit. Now, with that said, most of the time, hail does not last more than like 5 minutes. The storms are usually not just stationary, if you know what I mean. All right, this tornado warning, I mean, again, if you're in this pink polygon, I would continue to stay in your safe place. Again, I'm not seeing anything on radar that's really concerning here. But once again, just stay in your safe place. The rotation, if there's a tornado here in Georgia, would be east of Darien. And after that, this should be mostly just wind. I don't really see a whole lot of a tornado risk coming out of this. It should stay low. If we get a tornado, it would probably be brief. They canceled the other tornado warning. I would assume they canceled that one because the rotation's not even in that warning. That would probably be warned for. So, but just stay in your safe place, just in case. But our focus really is going to be transitioning mostly to Texas here, so. Bed? Yeah, the bed is probably going to be here. I want to move it, but I don't think we're going to be able to move it for the studio setup. Once again, we do have the members-only stream tomorrow that is going to be the computer setup and all that sort of stuff. So if you're a member, don't forget about that. I don't know what time it's going to start, but we'll have that tomorrow. Doing the computer setup, the monitor setup, a studio tour, all that stuff. Storm off I-20 is rotating. With the velocity show here in a second. Not really seeing much. Let's look at the back side of the storm here. There's a little bit of circulation here. Just a little bit. It's not much. Just a little bit of circulation. And there is a little bit more of a tornado risk with these storms. So we'll have to watch these ones closely. They're discreet. If there's any rotation, I'm guessing it's just a little bit of cloud rotation. That's it. DFW's in the track of these storms, so you're not good. No. If you're in Dallas Fort Worth, you're not again in the you're not clear. You won't be clear probably at least until 5. Somebody just said in the chat, hey Max, as of the last 3 nights of tornadoes, the wife and I have turned 5 of our trucking buddies at our company onto your channel. That's awesome, by the way. I know a lot of people that tune in to our channel that are also truck drivers and stuff, and I'm glad I can help you guys out, especially with all the craziness that's been happening recently. So, glad I can help. Well, there's actually a surprising amount of truck drivers that watch, you know, the weather here, which is awesome. I mean, it's not easy being a truck driver with the amount of weather that we see. All right, I'm taking the tornado warning label off because I just don't think the storm is going to produce. It's, again, the rotation itself is offshore. They might have forgot to cancel us. I don't know. But if there's a tornado, oh, there you go. If there's a tornado, be here. So it's going to be basically moving offshore here. That's near Wolf Island and near the Du Bois Sound and near Sapelo Island. So if you're in those locations, continue to stay in your safe place for the next few minutes in case this does drop. Otherwise, it's going to be into the ocean for the fish. And so we might have some flying fish. You never know. But we're going to go back to mainly Texas because that's moving offshore. We'll watch it in case it does anything. We have a severe thunderstorm warning back up over near Stigler in Oklahoma. It's west of Fort Smith. A little bit of quarter-sized hail. The storm that was near the Oklahoma City area is weakening into a small hail threat. And then, again, the main concern from here is going to be the storms in Texas and also the storms back over in the southeast with damaging winds and maybe a couple more embedded tornadoes. So, just a heads up there. Claps in the chat for Max. I have no clue how he still has a voice. Yeah, I don't have my voice. I don't know how I still have my voice. I thought I was going to lose it yesterday on yesterday's stream, but we're still chugging along somehow. But if you are new to the channel, make sure to subscribe. Again, we do severe weather coverage here all the time. And we will have continuing severe weather coverage throughout the rest of May, June, July, August, rest of this year, basically. The damage that we had in Hennigar, Alabama last night is insane. There was literally a flattened home. I'm not sure exactly. I don't know if it was a mobile home or something, but it looks more like a mobile home. But there was like a flattened home yesterday from that tornado emergency last night. I am retweeting the photos on Twitter at MaxVelocityWX. A family of 3 survived the Hennigar tornado in the storm shelter that they had. But their home was absolutely flattened. Like, there's nothing there at all. Like, it's literally gone. There's like a couple cinder blocks and that's it. It's crazy. Do I cover hurricanes? Yes, I do. I don't know why I've been asked that so many times recently. I've been asked that like a lot. If anybody else wants to ask, just let me know. I mean, we're here. It's the most asked question I have on this channel now. And the only tornado warning that we have right now is over in Georgia, but it's moving offshore. It's near the Sapelo Island area. Broad area of circulation there. All right, let me get back to here. Thank you, Circle, WD, and Butte for becoming Velocity members. Do you think Southeast Oklahoma or McAllister is going to get hit? Pretty intense lightning. I think overall these storms are just going to be strong. I don't expect much severe weather here. Where in the world is even McAllister? Isn't it over here somewhere? Oh, it's right here. Main concern, again, maybe some hail, but that's about it. I wouldn't expect much severe weather, honestly, in McAllister. I think it's a relatively low risk. I think really anywhere in Oklahoma should be a low risk for severe weather. Mostly just a wind and hail threat if you get anything, but even then I think it's a little bit far-fetched. But if there's a lot of lightning, that's just because of a lot of these storms, again, have huge, high-level clouds that are stretching out like this. And so that lightning is either coming from the Stigler storm, which there's some there, or these clouds that are like overshooting. So you know how a storm structure, it starts at the bottom, it builds up, and then we have strong winds aloft that's going to push all of those clouds out like this. So that's what we have right here, which might be some light elevated rain that's evaporating, getting closer to the surface, along with some lightning. So that's what the radar's depicting there. Thank you, Ronnie, for the $50 super chat. I do appreciate your generosity. Put some hearts in the chat for Ronnie. I do appreciate that a lot. By the way, if you ever do any larger donations, I do recommend using the donation link or the Venmo in the description. Usually, those have much lower fees than YouTube does, so just an FYI. if you ever do donate. It's just a better option, you know, when it comes to fees and stuff. South Louisiana here, when we start looking towards hurricane season. I mean, you're still probably a good, I don't know, at least 15 to 25 days out. I know the waters in the Atlantic Ocean are really warm right now, but I still don't think we're gonna get anything like, you know, I don't know if we're really gonna get any tropical storms or anything. Really, probably until, probably at least until June. I don't see anything happening in the next couple of weeks. And even then, if we got something, it probably wouldn't be anything concerning for the United States. But I do think this hurricane season is going to be big. A lot of people are saying the same thing. I'm also saying the same thing. The water temperatures are so warm right now, and the environment is supposed to be very favorable for hurricanes overall with low shear. So we will probably have a very active hurricane season. Also, that tornado warning probably not going to continue. Again, that's east of Darien. If you're in that warning, though, continue to stay in your safe place for the next 13 minutes. Also, thank you, Deborah and Syntax, for becoming Velocity members. Why do storms always fire up in the afternoon hours? It's the peak of daylight heating. It's all the instability. Everything grows up right around that time. That's when storm initiation happens. You need the instability, which we have a lot of instability today, by the way. Which instability, for those that don't know, is just basically like putting gasoline into a vehicle. It's what fuels storms. So instability is a big factor when it comes to severe weather. So instability is really a key thing. Daylight heating, though, really kind of spikes that instability up a lot of the time. Now, they don't always fire up during the afternoon, just for the record, but that's commonly they do fire up in the afternoon or early evening. Today, they fired up actually late this morning, back over northeast of Abilene. It's just such a very favorable environment here for storms today in North Texas. Is DFW under the gun? I would expect some level of severe weather near the Dallas-Fort Worth area. By the way, that tornado warning has officially been canceled in Georgia, so we don't have to focus really too much on that now. Hey, Dom, for the $5 super chat. Great stream. I want to get started streaming severe weather. What do you recommend to get started? I already have Alpha, Radar, Omega. I don't really have any recommendations. I mean, I kind of just blow up here on YouTube randomly. I really unintentionally, I'm this big now. I don't know how we have 11,000 viewers. It's just mind-boggling. I mean, the only thing I can recommend is just be passionate. I mean, if you're passionate about weather, you'll do fine. That's about it. If you're not passionate and you're just trying to do it for money or whatever, you're not going to enjoy doing it. Because it's just, I mean, this is not, I mean, I stream all the time. It's not because of the money. It's literally just because I love doing what I'm doing. So I highly recommend, if you ever, I mean, it goes for any space on YouTube, but like even the weather space, you don't want to be streaming when you're not passionate about weather. If you're passionate, though, the passion is what really drives you to where you want to go. I think anybody can agree with that here in the weather space. I don't think there's really one. There might be a few, but I don't know of them. But I mean, like, most of the weather streamers here on YouTube and storm chasers and stuff are usually doing it because they love doing it. They don't do it because of just the money. Thank you, Kelly, by the way, for becoming a Velocity member. What do you use for donations? A lot of the donations that I've been getting recently, we were doing some big studio upgrades. I mean, I've talked about this a lot. It's a major investment. I mean, we're getting 3 new monitors, which we already have. We're just going to set them up tomorrow. We're getting a new computer that's really expensive. It's a completely fully custom built computer. And we also have, what else? We're also getting a new warning system for the channel. So the warnings will instantly pop up when we have severe thunderstorm warnings and tornado warnings on the screen. And so they'll automatically pop up, and we'll have a much sooner basically time that we'll know when a warning gets issued. We have a pretty good idea right now of when warnings get issued. It's not instant. And usually when warnings get issued through this new system that we're going to be creating or coding, somebody's coding it for me, it'll basically be able to issue the warning even sometimes before the warning pops up on here, which is going to be very helpful. So yeah. Also, we do have a flash flood warning just issued near Bowie, Texas. So seek higher ground if you're in that area, if you have any flooding nearby. We had a flash flood emergency in northern Tennessee yesterday. So unfortunately, there was some significant flooding there. I'm not sure if we're going to see anything up there, but like northern Tennessee there, we did have a flash flood emergency yesterday. and there was some significant running water, but the good news is I do think that has kind of retreated at this point. We now have golf ball sized hail in the storm near Gordon and Strawn. That's going to be moving towards Granbury, Texas, just southwest of Dallas, Fort Worth. So that hail core is beginning to intensify. We also do have some rotation. Yeah, we got a little bit of rotation there developing. Yeah. So a little bit of rotation, again, just to the west of Fort Worth on that storm. The one west of Weatherford, not rotating really at all. That storm's been a little bit weaker here, which is good news so far. Thank you, Chandler, also becoming a Velocity member. Do I sleep? I do sleep. I do sleep. Is that Connor? It is Storm Runner Media. Connor is, I believe, home today. He is chilling today. Do have a new severe thunderstorm warning for Whitesboro and Sherman. And if you're in this yellow polygon, you need to be staying away from windows, as ping pong ball size hail will be a possibility. Not seeing really any rotation there, but it is definitely a hail threat right now moving eastbound. No reason why the warning thing is not displaying. Huh. Oh, what's going on? But our warnings aren't updating. That's fun. Give me 1 second. I need to put this on. Okay. Warning should update in a second. Our warning thing broke. Maybe. Or maybe it's just broken. It might just be broken. I don't know. Our warnings aren't updating at the bottom anymore. Oh. That's updating. Just says there's no active alerts. Nice. Alright. Good times. Thank you, Glenn, for becoming a Maximum Velocity member, and thank you, Bob, for becoming a Velocity member. Thank you, Joe, for the $4.99. Did you go to school for meteorology, or am I self-taught? I am actually currently in school. I'm going into my senior year for a bachelor's in meteorology. So, it is definitely interesting. I mean, you learn a lot, so. Is there a tornado warning? Is it just not updating? Seems like the warnings just aren't updating at all right now, at least for me. There's circulation there. I don't know if it's actually tornado warned, but I don't think it is. I feel like we would have probably known. For some reason, I don't know why the alerts just aren't popping up anymore at the bottom. It's broken. Yeah, there's a little bit of rotation there. It's not really strong, but it's at least rotating. No tornado possible label on it, but that's definitely a storm that I'll be watching for at least a low tornado risk as this moves east-north or east-southeast towards Granbury. Alright, there we go. Warnings are updating. Yay! Yeah, I can't wait to get this new warning system. It'll be way better than the one we have at the bottom. It's kind of buggy. Do I get extra credit for doing live streams? I don't. It's another commonly asked question, and no, I don't. I wish I did, but I don't. Let me see if we have any other reports on Twitter here. Now we're looking at the storm that's southwest of Weatherford that is rotating. So if you are in that severe thunderstorm warning, once again, just continue to stay in your safe place, as hail is mainly the concern with at least some damaging wind threat here. And the tornado watch that's in effect for Texas goes until 9 p.m. And then the severe thunderstorm watch goes until 7 p.m. And that's the one that is, again, back up here to the north. We'll zoom out a little bit here. But once again, storms are really just getting going right now. And our greatest concern will be these storms that are developing west of Dallas-Fort Worth. But the severe thunderstorm watch up here is also going to be, again, going until 7. Here's the latest radar scan here. Look at the velocities once that updates in a moment. And that's 3 minutes behind. We'll have a new radar scan in a second on the velocities. And not really seeing much. There was a little bit of a tightening there for a second, but looks like mostly wind right now for this storm. There's a lot of outflow driven storms here, so there might be a little bit of a struggle for that tornado risk. Let me quickly go through the timing. I know some people were asking about it. So we'll go through the timing for the rest of today. This is what it looks like around 4 o'clock this afternoon. So again, we'll have massive hailstorms ongoing across North Texas back through San Angelo. By about 5, we'll be watching for storms to continue to moving through the Dallas area. So DFW, again, you have a threat for severe weather between now and about 5:30, 6 o'clock or so. Storms will also try to fire up back over in Mississippi. That's another area that has a low tornado risk with mainly a damaging wind threat. By 6, those storms are continuing to move through the southern parts of Dallas-Fort Worth with lots of storm activity, and all those storms capable of very large hail, damaging winds, and even maybe a couple tornadoes. And then by 8 o'clock, those storms continue to move to the east, and they'll be moving through areas like Killeen, Austin, College Station, and near Waco. And then by 9 p.m. Central Time, storms continue to move east-southeast. We'll have another area of storms developing back over in Alabama and Mississippi tonight. I don't think we're going to be live for this, honestly. It does not look super significant, but there might be a couple more tornadoes and damaging winds overnight. And then by Friday morning, which is Flying Fences Friday, we'll probably have a few flying fences with this, as it does go into parts of northern Florida. And then we're pretty much done then. So that's the timing for tonight and as well as tomorrow. And we will have a video tomorrow at some point before that members only live stream. So just keep that in mind. I don't think we'll be live tomorrow, by the way. That risk is relatively low. The Storm Prediction Center, I think, did issue a new outlook for tomorrow. This is what it looks like for tomorrow. So again, low tornado risk, low wind and hail risk. It's mostly wind, but maybe an isolated tornado. And we also have a marginal threat in Wisconsin for wind. And even Texas. Then today's outlook, again, that's that large enhanced risk, which is a relatively large area. I know the thumbnail shows this entire area in the threat, but if you're in North, South Carolina areas, you're no longer in the risk. But this area is still under the enhanced risk from Texas back into Georgia. And then our wind and hail risk, again, are relatively significant. That's really the main concern for today. A hatched area for wind from Dallas back through parts of southern Alabama. And then our hail risk, again, is much more elevated across Texas, lower elsewhere. I'm in Dallas. We'll be covering this area. And we don't have any tornado warnings, which is good news, but we are still watching at least for a low tornado risk. I do think if we get a tornado, it would probably be out of that storm. This one looks the most organized right now. So watch that one closely if you're in Granbury or Cleburne or Glen Rose. We're going to still watch for storm development also near Dallas-Fort Worth, even though it hasn't really begun yet. This activity just west of DFW does look the most concerning right now. Also, thank you, Bob, for becoming a Velocity member. And welcome to the Velocities. Thank you, KH, for the $3 super chat. Also, thank you, Kelly, Glenn, and Chandler for all becoming Velocity members. I think I said some of those already, but I don't remember. ETA for Granbury. We can do a quick timing on this. And this is also producing golf ball-sized hail, by the way. 30 miles per hour. All right, let's track this baby out. It's going about east-southeast at about 30 miles per hour. Granbury will be hit by this in about 50 minutes. So 50 minutes or so, and then Cleburne will be also approximately in probably a little over an hour. Let's see. Cleburne in about an hour and a half. So probably about 5:15 for this storm. It could be there sooner. I feel like this is going a bit faster than 30 miles per hour. We could probably track this out, actually, and figure that out. Eight miles, about 9 miles. This is moving about 9 miles every 16 minutes. So that's about 37 miles per hour, 35 miles per hour. So this is moving about 35 miles per hour. Let me time this out again. It's all general ETA, but all right, this is the timing here. So Granbury 45 minutes from now or so. That's again probably about 4:30, and then anywhere, and that would be from the main hail core, by the way, not the leading edge of the storm. Eventually going towards Cleburne in about an hour, hour and 15 minutes, so probably about 5 for that area. So that's your ETA. We had to do some math on that. The storm is moving east-southeast right now. Cell west of Stephenville's coming together. Looks like we got a little storm merger happening here. Maybe not. We just got a cluster of storms developing here near Eastland. And also the National Weather Service of Fort Worth just put out a new update, so we'll check that out here. All right, here's the latest from the National Weather Service of Fort Worth. It's a very detailed graphic here. So this is through 5 p.m., which is now until 5. We have an increasing severe weather threat south and west of the Metroplex. Damaging wind threat appears to be increasing in this area. So that'd be just south and west of Fort Worth. In addition to that, this area up here, just west of Paris, still going with some hail up that direction. Again, damaging winds 70 miles per hour or greater is the main concern, and then also hail upwards or even potentially greater than tennis ball sized hail will be a possibility. So that's the main threat right now. We have some damage report coming out of Gunter, Texas. Emergency management reporting downed trees brought down power lines on College Street between 9th and Bledsoe Street in the town of Gunter. That's our first damage report so far today here in the state of Texas. I believe that's the first one that we've had here in Texas. What can we expect in Fort Worth? If there's any severe weather in Fort Worth, it'll be mainly a hail threat. Mainly a hail threat. But damaging winds and a tornado still remain possible. This storm here that's again near Lippen and going towards Tolar and Granbury, that one does look the most concerning for some sort of tornado risk. The one that's just west of Fort Worth near Weatherford is really fizzled. So this one definitely looks the most concerning here. That is going to again be near approaching Granbury, Texas here soon. But it looks like that one's trying to come together and maybe produce an isolated tornado threat. Lipan? Okay. That is Lipan, Texas. That's in the track of this. Well, we are down to 4 severe thunderstorm warnings. They are all in Texas, by the way. So we have nothing in the southeast now. All Texas storms. Anyone in Des Moines? Anybody see a funnel cloud? There was a tornado earlier in Iowa. But there's no storms there in Des Moines. We actually had a tornado at the very beginning of the stream. We had a confirmed tornado in Iowa, which is kind of crazy. All right, this rotation is definitely trying to come together. Again, we got something here developing. Again, it's just west of Granbury. Again, if you're in this warning, continue to stay vigilant. This will be moving towards Granbury over the next few minutes. We may get a tornado warning on this if that does intensify. It's not really strong right now. It's still very broad, in my opinion. But it's something that I'll be watching for as that does continue to move to the east-southeast. I'll have a new warning on this probably in a few minutes. It is also producing golf ball sized hail, by the way, so it is a significant hail threat. Friendly reminder, if you're just tuning in, make sure to subscribe to the channel. Also like the stream if you've been finding it informative. Also do want to throw this out there. We do currently have our new store drop, if you want to call it that. Our Drunk NATO t-shirt and mug are out now. If you want to pick one up, again, it's going to be the link in the description below. I'll also post the link in the chat, but that is our Drunk NATO t-shirt. You can pick up a t-shirt or a mug on our shopmaxvelocity.net website. and that link is in the description below. It is the most purchased shirt that we've ever had, and that happened in about 8 hours, so I do appreciate everybody picking up the Drunknado t-shirt. And also the mug. Well, a lot of people have also picked up the mug, so... Link is in the chat. What can we expect in Dallas as the storms move through the Metroplex? I mean, really, again, the main concern is hail. I've been saying this the entire time. If you're in Dallas-Fort Worth or anywhere, even in Denton County or Collin County, again, really anywhere in the Metroplex, which is this entire area, your main concern is going to be hail. You might get an isolated tornado, you might get isolated damaging winds, but I think that tornado risk is going to be relatively low in the Dallas-Fort Worth area because of just this outflow boundary. I think that's going to kind of limit the threat overall. Now, with that said, and there could still be maybe an isolated tornado, but I still think the threat's low. I'm more concerned about hail and wind. So you should be at least prepared for that. Make sure that you take the proper precautions, and again, just, stay weather aware. And that severe weather threat will go from now all the way probably until about probably about 6 o'clock or so. I think we'll be done after 6 in DFW, so we got about 2 hours to watch for severe weather. So yeah. Thank you, Jeff, for the $5 super chat. Any idea how about Kemp will be? Kemp, Texas is southeast of Dallas. You'll probably just see hail and wind. That's the main concern. But otherwise, again, not really looking at anything beyond that. But I think you'll be probably on a lower spectrum of that threat. This is the latest scan on the velocities. Looks like more of a wind threat again. This is your area that we'll be looking at for circulation, but looks like for the most part right now we are looking at more of a damaging wind threat here as this does continue to move to the east towards Granbury and Tolar. It will eventually go towards Cleburne, Texas as well. So again, just to the north and northeast of Stephenville. Love the Drunknado t-shirt. Are we shipping to Germany? I honestly don't know. I've had a lot of people asking me if they're international shipping. I think they are. Does anybody know if the t-shirts are international shipping? I think it is. It is internationally shipped. Okay, yeah, so it is international. Yeah, so if you do end up wanting to purchase one and you're in a different country, they are shipping nationwide. Okay, we have confirmed they are nationwide. I looked into it. they are nationwide. Sorry, I don't make the t-shirts like in-house. They are from a different vendor. They are really high quality, by the way. It is all high quality stuff. I have a t-shirt. I have a hat which is embroidered, so it's really good quality stuff. Yeah, I should have known that question. I at least should have known the answer, the bare minimum. We have a new severe thunderstorm warning just issued now towards the buoy area near Gainesville and Munster. This is going to be for $half sized hail. We have a massive amount of storms here just firing off left and right. Main concern again will be hail and wind as that activity does continue to move east-northeast. Most of that storm activity is elevated, so it's mostly just going to be hail, not really a whole lot of wind, and really not much of a tornado risk up there. But again, if you're in those areas, just continue to stay weather aware. Mostly a hail threat, though. Max, you know Ryan Hall or Reed Timmer? Yes, I am well aware of both of them. I actually just talked to Reed Timmer this morning. I congratulated him on hitting 1 million subscribers, and I also mentioned that, if you ever want, if I ever could come along and, maybe go on the Dominator 3 or something like that, and, all that sort of stuff, maybe we can make that a possibility. He's like, certainly. So I'm like, cool. Might do a storm chase in the Dominator 3 at some point in the future. But we'll see. Severe thunderstorm watch has just been issued. I don't know when this was this just issued? It was issued 5 minutes ago. But new severe thunderstorm watch now for southern Arkansas, northwestern Louisiana, and northeast Texas. For the record, I have talked to Ryan Hall too. I mean, I messaged him like once, about a week ago. And so, I mean, we might do something in the future. You never know. It would be pretty cool if we did like some sort of collab at some point. I don't know what we'd do. I mean, the channel type is just so similar. It's not like a storm chaser with the, you know, it's literally like a broadcaster with a broadcaster. I don't know how you'd really do that. It'd be weird. Have to do something creative there. Yeah, that'd be pretty sick. I'll probably, if I do a ride on the Dominator or something like that, it'll probably be next year though. It wouldn't be probably this year. I already have so many plans this summer. Obviously we have severe weather coverage up the wazoo, and then I mean, I'm going golfing. I'm going to South Carolina in a couple days, going on a golfing trip with family, and then I mean, in June I'm also going on a family vacation again, so it's kind of busy. And then probably in July or August I'm going to Virginia, I think. So it's busy. It's the busiest time of the year. Well, not really the busiest time of the year. Busiest time of the year is April and May, where we just had literally 30 straight days basically of live coverage. It felt like we had endless live coverages. I'm hoping we don't have that next week. Broadcast from a blimp? Yes, let's get the weather studio into a blimp. That sounds fantastic. Hey, by the way, BMC for the $10 super chat. How's Paris, Texas looking today? I think it's going to be mostly elevated storms up there. I don't expect a tornado threat really near Paris, but mostly a hail threat. And you actually do have a hailstorm going towards you. So hail is the main concern. And lightning and heavy rain. All that stuff is going to be a concern. And then the storm near Sherman is also producing a similar threat, but that's also, that one's severe. The one near Paris is not currently severe. Wouldn't be surprised if it did go severe though. Mainly for a hail, wind threat. And then again, maybe a brief tornado, but I think that threat is really not going to happen there. I think it's a very low risk. The storms near Gainesville also, I think, are going to be relatively a low threat, just mostly $half sized hail, and that should be really about it. That would be my main concern. Cold front and storms are supposed to hit East Texas at 8 p.m. Threats should be the same. Yeah, I mean, the threats in East Texas will be the same as well. I mean, again, mostly hail and wind, maybe an isolated tornado. I don't think we're going to see a super significant tornado threat today like what we've had the last few days, just for the record. So, yeah. I would not expect a significant hail. I wouldn't expect a significant tornado threat. Hail threat would definitely be elevated, but the tornado threat shouldn't be... It shouldn't be anything like what we saw last week or even this past few days. Hopefully. We don't need more of those. You know, we had a bunch of huge tornadoes in Central Texas and West Texas, you know, when we were live last week. So we don't need more of that. That crap should be done. And that's where the Drunk NATO t-shirt originated from, by the way. It was from all the Drunk NATOs that we had last week. And, I mean, again, the Drunk NATO t-shirt is literally our most sold t-shirt of all time, and it's by, like, a huge margin. It's pretty unbelievable. We just sold 3 more of those shirts in the last, like, 5 minutes. Unbelievable. Thank you, Brent, for the $50 super chat. I appreciate your generosity. Put some hearts in the chat for Brent. I do appreciate your generosity a lot. How about, or hope to have you out in Denver for a snowstorm next winter? Let's go in the field and do some storm reporting right there in Denver. That sounds fun. That would be interesting. I've never been to Colorado before. Fun fact. Flooded roads on I-35. This is a photo from there. Flooding on I-35 now in Gainesville. That is from Melissa. It's also a roll cloud over in, that's from Christine on Facebook as well, in Whitesboro, Texas. Interesting stuff there. Yeah, the flooding threat, unfortunately, is going to be a concern, especially up there to the north, where we do have a lot of rain falling. So a lot of rain falling up here, and that's going to lead to at least an isolated flooding threat. I'm surprised Gainesville isn't under a flash flood warning because of that. But there is a flash flood warning, again, for Monte County for the next couple hours. So that's ongoing there. People still golf? Excuse me? I golf. Thank you, Alan, for becoming a maximum velocity member. Thank you, Crispy Station, for the $1.99. Crispy Bacon and Crispy Station are the same thing. Holy cow. Grand Prairie, Texas, probably gonna be mainly a hail threat. Main concern in Texas should be hail. It's actually surprising. We've had barely any storms in Dallas-Fort Worth yet. Hopefully that stays that way. But I have a feeling we might at least get 1 or 2 storms here in the next hour in the Dallas-Fort Worth area. But so far, this is just like a hole. The storms are up here. Storms have been over here. We had a storm go right through here. We have showers over here. We have nothing down here. It's very interesting. Nothing's happening in Dallas-Fort Worth. We had a hailstorm near Pilot Point, but that was just on the very far northern side of the Metroplex. So it's interesting. Look at this, by the way. This is Storm Runner Media right now, heading towards the storms near Springtown, Texas. I think we have a shelf cloud there. I think this is in Springtown. Let me double check. That location's been a little bit behind. Yeah, that's Springtown, Texas. They're near Fort Worth. They're near the storms that are right now going towards areas like Granbury.
Officially done with high school. It's a big milestone.
That's what that storm looks like on radar at the bottom right of your screen.
You can do it that fast, huh? Woodstock, or Woodstock, excuse me.
How do I submit a photo or video? Twitter, at MaxVelocityWX is preferred. You can also do it on Facebook, which is also linked in the description, which is also at MaxVelocityWX. Any shade for the $5 super chat? What got you interested in weather? I mean, I just watched the Weather Channel when I was younger. It's really the main thing. There wasn't really a specific event that got me interested. Thank you, Megan, for the $5 super chat. Will you be covering the hurricane season like this? This is the most asked question I've been getting. I've asked this like 7 different times in this live stream. Yes, I am going to be doing live coverage for hurricanes. Yes. It's crazy how many times I get asked this question. It's crazy. Oh, actually, it's probably because my name says Max Velocity Dash Severe Weather Center or something like that still. I'm probably just going to change it to regular Max Velocity. I kind of forgot to change that name. It's probably why I'm getting asked that question so much. I do appreciate the $5 super chat, but yeah, we will be. Yeah. Anything in Oklahoma this evening? I don't think so. Maybe some passing showers, that'll be about it. Thank you, Sky Meadow, for the $5 super chat. I don't think there's really much rotation on this. It looks like mostly wind, because this is the hook right here. If we draw that on radar and match that up perfectly with the velocities, there's no rotation at all. It's just all wind. Now, if we go up a little bit higher on the tilts, we might see something, but it just doesn't look like much to me. In my opinion, it looks really relatively minimal. It is an impressive storm though on radar, but it's a very outflow driven area. Again, this is your outflow boundary, so it might increase its tornado potential as it moves closer to Cleburne or Glenrose. I don't think it's an imminent threat, but it might start to try to rotate further east. That's the storm right there. This is Brandon Kopic's feed on Radar Omega. That's what the storm looks like right now. That's an impressive looking storm, by the way, and that's what Storm Runner Media is right now approaching. So it's an impressive looking storm. It just, again, looks mostly like a wind threat, but it could try to rotate if it somehow gets past this outflow boundary, which I don't know if it's even really possible here, but if it does, it might try to do something. The tilt feature, basically, the radar beam looks at a certain height. So this is the radar beam right here, let's just say. The radar's going to look naturally at tilt. Let's say this is tilt 1. Then the next radar beam would be looking even higher up into the clouds at tilt 2. Which means if we're looking from a further away vantage point, we're looking basically possibly a few thousand feet higher up into the atmosphere with that tilt 2 on this storm compared to tilt 1. And tilt 3 would be going up more, tilt 4, tilt 5, tilt 24, whatever it is. Which there's no tilt 24 just for reference, but tilt 1 through 4 usually is the number. Thank you, Blue Hoppy, for the $1.99. Does Max cover hurricanes? I don't know. Do we? Do we cover hurricanes? I do think this storm will have a better tornado potential as it gets closer to Cleburne and Glen Rose. Also, the BMC for becoming a 14-month member. Appreciate that. Thank you, Tango, for the $4.99 as well. Matthew, they're usually, I mean, nobody usually calls them a neutral tilted trough. It's usually either positively or negatively tilted troughs. I've never heard anybody say the term neutral, because, I mean, if it's like straight like this with a low pressure system, usually you're just gonna call it like, I mean, usually there's some direction it's going, like maybe a slightly positively or slightly negatively tilted trough. It's usually not neutral. I mean, it can be neutral. I never hear anybody call it neutral. From at least my meteorology experience. Hey, by the way, Jack for the $9.99. I appreciate that. Thank you. Good old hurricanes. Also, thank you, Brent, for the 10 gifted members. If you got a gifted membership, make sure to thank Brent. I do appreciate your generosity. Thank you, Brent. Look at this, by the way. Stormrunner Media is repping the merch. Look at that Max Velocity hat right on his head. Look at that thing. Fantastic. You can buy one. Shopmaxvelocity.net. Hashtag ad.
I would never.
Those hats did not sell well whenever we released them in last year. I have one of those hats, but this is the limited edition 100K hat. So this only came out when we hit 100,000 subscribers. We're going to do another one for 250K, by the way. Completely unweather related, but I know a lot of people are interested in that stuff. We do actually now have a severe thunderstorm warning for Paris now. That is for quarter-sized hail. I'm not surprised by this warning, but it's, again, just marginal hail and wind. Moving to the east, northeast, and northeast. So if you're in Paris, or Honeygrove, or Roxton, or Reno, stay away from windows. Again, relatively large hail core there. The Sherman storm is still going. Look at this hail core in Sherman. That might be larger than ping pongs. Ping pong balls. Is anybody in Sherman right now? Watching? Because if you're in Sherman, we got a pretty large hail core coming towards you. How do I watch the computer build? You have to become a member. And again, if you want to become a member, the link's in the top. It's near the top of the description. It's pinned in the chat. And it's also the join button down below. If you're in Sherman and if you get hail, let me know. If you get any sort of measurement on that. Because that's a pretty large hail core there near Sherman. Storm near Granbury is still trying. Where's the weather radar for DFW? It's right here, near Burleson. Burleson, Texas. They also have a couple localized airport radars. So if any storms are in Dallas, Fort Worth, we've got these two right here near Carrollton. That's Love Field and I think DFW Airport right there. How much is a membership? If you click the join button down below, it'll tell you. The starting rate is like $2.99. They're really inexpensive. I am building the computer tomorrow. Yeah, that's the plan. Barring any last minute breakdowns, it will be tomorrow. I don't even think my graphics card got shipped. So that's the one thing that sucks. We're not going to have a graphics card, but we can still make the computer without it. We'll have to put that in whenever I get the graphics card. Yeah, it still hasn't shipped. It's unbelievable. Said it'd be delivered today, tomorrow, or Saturday. Still hasn't even shipped. Computer on the ground. Still watching the storm for possibly a low tornado risk here. There's a golf ball sized hailstorm again just southwest of Fort Worth, moving towards Godley, north of Glen Rose, near Cleburne. The amount of people becoming members right now after just talking about this computer building stream is unbelievable. You, Paul, William, Pondering, Michael, Ark, and Leanne, sorry, for becoming Velocity members. Do appreciate it. By the way, we officially hit 1,000 members on the channel. I do appreciate anybody that's a member. That is the highest our count has ever been by a large margin. I think we had 100 members about 45 days ago, and we're now at 1,000. So we just 10x that number, which is crazy. So I do appreciate anybody that's a member. I got the GTX 4070. I don't know why it hasn't shipped. I'm kind of annoyed by that. The one part that I was really hoping to get. So basically what that means is that we will just have to... we're not going to go live this weekend, so because there's no severe weather expected. So, you know, the good news is that we don't really need it for anything. So, it's still unfortunate, though. Should have got 4090. Everybody keeps saying that. I'm not getting a 4090. The 4090 was like, I think, $1,000 more than the 4070. Here's your hail core, by the way, near Granbury. The correlation coefficient is picking up on the hail. So we got pretty large hail right now heading towards Granbury, Texas, around golf ball size, near Tolar. Again, just to the southwest of Fort Worth. So if you're in this warning, again, stay away from windows. It's a significant hail core right now heading in that direction. I think Stormwater Media is approaching this. They're in Fort Worth right now, so they're going to try to go intercept the storm. We got a new storm forming now just to the west of Fort Worth. We'll have to watch that closely. It might struggle because this storm just fizzled here, but that right there would be something to watch for. So if you're in Fort Worth, that is what you're watching for. Would be that storm that's trying to develop up there. Do I cover tsunamis? No, I do not cover tsunamis. I actually do not cover those. Unless they're like during a broadcast or something, I usually will not go live for that stuff. We have no warnings right now in the southeast. So all those storms are fizzling. Water spouts offshore, if you know any fish, again, right off the coast of Georgia. Or sharks. Give them a call, give them a text. We got storms northwest of Denton, still going. Flash flooding is going to continue across parts of northern North Texas, near Gainesville, and even near Sherman. So a lot of stuff still happening up there, but it's mostly just elevated hailstorms right now. New severe thunderstorm warning now for Stephenville. So things are starting to ramp up a little bit more now in North Texas. It's been a little bit quiet here for a while. But we now have another hailstorm here near Stephenville in Dublin for ping pong ball sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. So again, stay away from windows if you're in that warning. Everything good in Detroit? Detroit is good. All right, thank you to Perseverance for the one gifted member. Thank you, Melody, Brandon, Frank, and Cheris for all becoming Velocity members. I do appreciate it, and welcome to the Velocities. Max has a fasting schedule, live streams, 16 hours on, 8 hours off. We had that the other day. Cover the high risk, we were literally live for 16 straight hours. We were also, you know what's crazy about that day? We were live for 16 hours. The first 2 hours of that day, for me, were actually building the desk that I'm using right now. So, like, it was an 18-hour day, basically, of working. Crazy stuff. Thank you, John, for becoming a Velocity member. Max, do I cover hurricanes? I do cover hurricanes. We're gonna get a t-shirt that says, we cover hurricanes. There's now a tornado possible label on this. So the storm that's southwest now of Fort Worth is now a tornado possible label. And also there is now a threat for tennis ball sized hail near Granbury. So again, that's the latest here from the National Weather Service of Fort Worth. They've gone ahead and upgrade this warning to tennis ball sized hail. In addition to that, there's going to also be a threat for a tornado. It's a low threat. It's a prerequisite basically to a tornado warning, but this is now the first storm that we have here in Texas today that's actually labeled as a tornado possible storm. So we'll be watching that pretty closely.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Where is this? Okay. We have a tornado warning in Ohio. This is nowhere even near where we're covering right now. Okay, that is actually strong rotation. Near Moundsville. So if you're in this tornado warning near Moundsville, Ohio, or in West Virginia, seek shelter away from windows, lowest floor possible. That actually could drop. That's actually a strong couplet. This is like in the middle of nowhere. We had a confirmed tornado in Iowa earlier, and now we have one in Moundsville, West Virginia, Shadyside, Ohio, and McMinn in West Virginia. By the way, the National Weather Service tornado page just came back up. That's why I know that information. So that's a new warning here in Ohio and West Virginia. This is an odd one. I mean, I guess. No CC drop, so I don't have a confirmed tornado, but that's pretty strong rotation again, moving eastbound. That is a bit of a surprise. Can I check the latest NATO cast? Is there any update there? Is there, let's see. I haven't looked at the NATO cast really at all today. I looked at it like briefly this morning, but it's legitimately might be the most random tornado warning of the day. I don't even see a recent NATO cast outlook. I think the only one we had was earlier today. We'll have another radar scan here in a second. We'll stay here and we'll go back to Texas in a moment, unless this intensifies. Thank you, by the way, Carol, for becoming a Maximum Velocity member, and also thank you, John, for becoming a member. Yeah, if you're just tuning in, this is right along the Ohio and West Virginia border. We will be going back down to Texas in a moment, unless this does produce or really intensifies. The rotation doesn't look super strong. It looked stronger on the last scan here, but it's a little bit broader here. Got a storm near Malaga too in Ohio. That's also at least a wind threat, but maybe even a tornado threat down the road. But we will stay here to see what the velocities show as that continues to move eastbound. But we'll be going back down to Texas in just a second. Sherman got hail. How old are you that you're able to stay up for so many hours? I don't think my age has anything to do with staying up late. Or staying on live for a long time. Alright, next velocity scan should be in a second. Or is it? Oh, never mind. This radar's updating every, it's now updating every 3 minutes. Alright, we'll stay here for a second. It should update. If it's going every 3 minutes now, it should update more frequently. Alright, it's updating now. The gray polygons are special weather statements. It just means a strong storm. Not severe. We'll be going back down to Texas unless this is stronger. And yeah, it's broader. All right. And still stay in your safe place. No confirmed tornado here, but again, if you're in that warning, continue to stay in your storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom. The more concerning storm that we're looking at before is the one that is again near Granbury. This is a tornado possible storm, so there's gonna be a chance for a tornado with this as it does continue to move to the east, southeast, and southeast. There is also tennis ball sized hail with that. The other storm near Stephenville is also producing ping pong ball sized hail. The one near Sherman is now up to 2-inch hail, so that one's significant. And the other storms right along the Red River still relatively significant. The one going towards Paris, Texas, now ping pong ball sized hail. So things are really beginning to ramp up now in Texas. So we are watching this obviously very closely as these storms do continue to develop and move across this area. But really the more concerning one that we're looking at is Granbury. The ones that are near the Red River should be mostly a hail threat. So if you're back up near the Red River, obviously make sure that you are staying away from windows. Protect your vehicle ahead of time if you've not already. As once again, there will be a potential back up that direction for some hail and wind. Wind threat should stay low, but mostly hail. And again, this is not a tornado warning. The storm that is tornado warned is back up in Ohio. We'll go back to that in a minute. Before that comes in, we'll be taking a quick 60-second break. I'll be back in 60 seconds. We'll go to Storm Runner Media temporarily, who is in Fort Worth, Texas. So right now, Storm Runner Media, our storm chaser, is going to be approaching, I believe, the Granbury storm. So they'll be in that area soon. Brandon decided to go right into the middle of the hail core, so he's in the middle of the storm right now. We got a lot of hail falling over Granbury by the looks of it in Texas. Again, this is not tornado warning, just for reference. Our tornado warning is back up in Ohio and West Virginia, which we'll hop to real quickly. See if there's anything here. This is the latest scan. And so we still have some broad circulation on this storm heading towards Moundsville. So again, if you're in Moundsville in West Virginia or near the Limestone area, make sure you're seeking shelter. Once again, this is currently ongoing in southeastern parts of Ohio going into West Virginia. So we'll continue to watch that closely in case it does do anything weird. Let's go back to Texas, where we have a much more really significant threat right now of hail, and also the potential for a tornado does exist here. This is what we're looking at right now in the storm near Granbury. Once again, this storm does have a tornado possible label. There's also a threat for tennis ball sized hail. So we're watching this for this threat very closely. I don't really see a whole lot of rotation right now, but it might be something down the road that develops. There even might be some rotation kind of on the back side of this storm, perhaps just south of Granbury. We do have some golf ball sized hail that's now being reported in Granbury by the public. So that hail threat, again, is increasing. Now, again, we have storms all across right now, North Texas. They're kind of all over the place. Really, the biggest concern is right along the Red River and also back down here just southwest of Fort Worth. I am watching for storm development, though, just up into here, west of Denton and west of Fort Worth. I don't know if we will see storm development. It's going to highly depend, really, on there being, enough, basically, there's too much sinking air, basically, right now west of Fort Worth. We've had a lot of storms here already, so I do think that's going to be a little bit of a struggle here in this particular area, unless that sinking air can be overcome. We need a lot of rising air, and I don't think we have enough of that to get storms, but it's still a possibility over the next hour or two. I just think it's a very low potential just due to the fact we just had that massive area of storms on the west side of DFW. We can go ahead and check out the dew point here. Let's see. Dew points are still relatively favorable. I mean, the thing is, all the favorable atmosphere that we have is down here, where dew points are in the 70s. Most of DFW is right around 60. So we don't have a lot of buoyancy, and I think that severe weather potential here is going to struggle to develop in this environment for Dallas-Fort Worth, but I would still stay weather aware for the next hour or two. The threat for severe weather really is not over until 6, so don't let your guard down, is what I'll say, if you're in the Dallas-Fort Worth area, because we definitely could see something develop there. And obviously, again, our main coverage today is going to be here in Texas. So, what was I about to do? I'll take off 2 points. Let me go back to Ohio real quick on that tornado warning. There is still some circulation here. We're approaching Moundsville, and we have another radar scan coming in. I think it just came in. I guess oh, nope, it is coming in. Okay. See what the next radar scan shows here in a second. And we'll go back down to Texas again in a moment. I mean, there's still rotation here. Yeah, this is a tornado warning in Ohio and also West Virginia. Again, just south of Wheeling, going towards Moundsville. Again, if you're in this warning, seek shelter. I don't even know if this is in the tornado risk today. Are they? No? Is there even a risk up here? This is on the cusp of the marginal threat, which isn't even for tornadoes, which goes to show you that, we can still see tornadoes without there being a elevated risk. So very interesting stuff. Now, with that said, I mean, we had a tornado confirmed in Iowa earlier today where there was absolutely no risk. I mean, there was like a general thunderstorm outlook, and that was it. So kind of interesting stuff there. What's the tornado risk for Dallas? I would say it's a very low risk at this point. I think it's a better shot for those in Central Texas. So that's what I'm thinking right now. The National Weather Service of Huntsville, Alabama just confirmed an EF3, or preliminary EF3 tornado southwest of Athens, Alabama from yesterday. That was the tornado that happened right about at 8:23 p.m. Central Time. So 9:23 last night. Here's the next radar scan. Yeah, it's kind of an in and out. Not In-N-Out Burgers, but it has been In-N-Out for rotation. Do have a little hook on this. What's interesting about this storm is that it's very low to the ground. It's basically a more surface-based supercell. It's very close to the ground. But yeah, it's a low-top supercell. That's what you would call it. So the clouds aren't building up super high, but still got a hook and everything there. Interesting. The echo tops are 25,000 feet. Nice. Yes, this is Ohio. Ohio does weird things. Ohio is a very interesting place. All right, let's go back down to Texas again. And the storm near Granbury right now is producing hail upwards of the size of tennis balls. So if you are in that severe thunderstorm warning, again, stay away from windows. Also, the hail in Sherman, Texas was literally smaller than the size of cheese curds. Getting a photo of that on Twitter, it looks like the size of like a... it doesn't even look like hail. It almost looks like sleet. That right there. Oh, south of Sherman got golf ball sized hail, but whatever that hail is, I don't know where that was in Sherman, but it must have been away from the hail core. Some tiny hail. We've seen some pretty big hail today. Baseball sized hail just confirmed in Tolar, Texas. So this storm is producing a destructive threat now, or has at least, of some baseball sized hail just southwest of Fort Worth. So again, that is a significant storm now that's in progress. It is a destructive threat. We are talking about the threat now of baseball-sized hail. Just southwest of Granbury is where that was confirmed, and that hail core now is on track for Cleburne. So if you're in Cleburne, you need to be staying vigilant. So you're heading in your direction. We'll probably get a new warning on this for Cleburne in a few minutes, so we'll come back here in a second. We still have a rotation here in the middle. It's not much, but there's a little bit of circulation there just to the southeast of Granbury. And then back to our tornado warning in Moundsville. That looks like it's done. So that rotation's broadened out. If anything changes, we'll let you know. That's in, again, southeast Ohio and northern parts of West Virginia. By the way, thank you to Justin for the $20 Venmo. I appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you for your generosity. The storm, this has again been our most impressive storm thus far, the one that's near Granbury. It's produced again upwards of baseball-sized hail here in the last few minutes. New Caden for the 499. The storm near Stephenville looks like it's rotating. There actually might be a rotation there. Let's see. No. It's not really rotating. I mean, if you look at this radar site, there's nothing down where that rotation was. I kind of doubt there's anything there. Let's check the last few scans here. It might be some sort of contamination with that. But there's a little bit of something maybe, but I don't think it's enough for a warning here. We'll watch it closely. The radar site from Abilene didn't show anything though. Thank you, Carol and Keefe, for becoming Velocity members as well. And welcome to the Velocities. I mean, either way, you should be staying away from windows at the bare minimum if you're near Stephenville. Will I be on till 8? I don't know how long we'll be live today. It's 4:30 right now. The plan was to be live until probably at least 7 or 8, but maybe a little bit later. We'll see. Biggest hail I've ever heard of? I mean, I've seen hail larger than, 4 inches in diameter. Larger than 5 inches in diameter, too. We covered a storm in Nebraska back... It was probably a good... I don't know how long ago it was. It was probably about 2 years ago almost now. And that storm that we covered, it produced hail around 5.5 inches in diameter. So, like, that sort of hail is not unheard of. The hail that fell in Granbury, by the way, is... for the most part being reported around $50 to golf ball sized hail. The hail that fell in Tolar was much larger. So, interestingly enough. And now this storm is going to be right next to that outflow boundary. So the storm itself is actually catching up to this outflow boundary. This will be interesting to see what happens here. We're moving right into Cleburne in the next few minutes. Again, Storm Runner Media, Storm Chaser, bottom right of your screen. He is approaching this storm right now. So we'll be approaching areas near Glen Rose. Strongest tornado in the last 20 years, in your opinion? I mean, the Joplin one's probably the one that I reminisced with the most. I mean, that's the one I remember watching on the Weather Channel when it happened. So I would probably just go with that one. Beach ball size tail. Good old beach ball size tail. By the way, shout out to, I can't remember the name, but whoever sent me another $25 DoorDash gift card, I do appreciate it. I don't know, you guys don't have to send me gift cards, but I do appreciate your generosity. I don't know, I don't remember what the name was, I just saw it this morning. But I don't know if DoorDash actually has Culver's on it. It does. Sheesh. I'm gonna have to order food if we're gonna stay live for a long time. They're probably going to issue a new warning on this in a few minutes, is my guess, because this storm's about to be moving out of the yellow polygon. But if you're in Cleburne or Glen Rose, you should be staying away from windows, as the storm does continue to move southeast. Warren, Youngstown, Ohio threat today and tonight. I'm not expecting much. Yeah, that tornado warning kind of came out of nowhere there up in Ohio. We'll go back to it real quick. It's now in West Virginia. But I mean, if anything, maybe just like gusty winds, small hail, maybe a brief tornado. It would not be much more than that, though. The only areas included in that tornado warning now in West Virginia are going to include Moundsville and as well as Glendale. All right, here's your new severe thunderstorm warning. This is now officially a destructive storm. So again, this is a destructive storm now south of Fort Worth that is producing the threat for baseball-sized hail. So if you are in this warning, you need to be staying away from windows. This is now a baseball-sized hailstorm that is going to be heading towards Cleburne, Joshua, Venice, Blum, Texas, just south of Dallas-Fort Worth. Again, a baseball-sized hailstorm is now in progress, moving eastbound. And there is also, I believe, a tornado possible label. No, there's not. So there's no longer a tornado possible label, but it is still producing a significant hail threat as this continues to move to the east. I would expect some increasing tornado risk here as this moves towards the Itasca area, just south of Burleson. I do think that's going to be a possibility down the road. I think that's going to increase, but that's what we're looking at now. So once again, if you're just tuning in, this is a destructive storm. Baseball-sized hail was confirmed back near Toller. That's probably why they upgrade this warning. And that'll again be moving in the direction of Cleburne and Interstate 35 over the next several minutes. So again, if you're in this severe thunderstorm warning, you need to stay away from windows. The main core for hail right now is right here, just west of Cleburne. And then our area of rotation that we're going to be watching is in that hook right here. So we're still watching for the potential of a tornado as that continues to move east-southeast. And if you're new to the channel, make sure to subscribe down below. We'll keep you posted with the latest as this activity continues across a large chunk here of Texas. And this is again the storm south of Fort Worth. Sure, I'm trying to order Culver's real quick. I need some food. Okay. Here's the latest radar scan on the storm again that's approaching Cleburne. And so again, we're looking at a significant hail threat right now just east of Granbury. This is going to be approaching Cleburne and Grandview, going towards Alvarado. So again, if you're in this warning, you need to stay away from windows. Again, it is a destructive storm right now that's heading towards Alvarado. That means that there's going to be, again, baseball-sized hail moving in that direction. Getting a lot of photos of hail on these storms all over the place. I mean, I'm getting sent photos literally left and right of hail. At this point, if you don't know there's hail, I don't know what to tell you. There's hail with like all these storms that are, you know, even on the radar. I mean, all these storms, again, they're not widespread, but you know, any of these hailstorms are gonna produce hail. Wow, that is a massive scatter spike. That is a huge hailstorm on the south side of Paris. This isn't even near. That's not even the other storm. That's a scatter spike right there. Holy cow. That right there is a huge hailstorm. I've not been really looking up here. That scatter spike's been going for a while. Yeah, that's either a lot of hail or just big hail. One of the two. Could be both. This was sent in to us on Facebook as well. From Jenna out of Van Alstyne. I don't know how to say the name. But that's a pretty impressive storm. Still have some broad circulation right now just south of Fort Worth. How big is that hail? It's currently baseball-sized hail. Again, this is a destructive supercell in this storm. The one that's back up to the northeast right now is warned for 2 inches or 2.5 inches for up to tennis ball-sized hail. So we have a couple different storms right now that are producing significant threats. That's back up in Hood County. Yeah, this is a destructive storm right now, which is again producing baseball-sized hail that is going to be heading in the direction of Cleburne. So if you are in this warning, again, make sure that you are staying away from windows. All right, I got my Culvers. It might be a bad thing, though. Whenever we order Culvers, we always get more tornado warnings. So hopefully that doesn't happen today. Still have some broad circulation just to the southwest of Cleburne. It isn't a tornado possible label, but I mean, again, it is still rotating. It's very broad, but there is some rotation there. I was addicted to Culver's. I'm not addicted, I just don't have any better options. I wasn't getting McDonald's. I already had McDonald's. Alright, here's the latest radar scan. Got a couple storms we're watching. We got one near Stephenville, and we got the one near Cleburne. We also got the one that's back up to the north in Paris. That's producing huge hail too. See what the velocities look like in a second. By the way, thank you to why is it not popping up on here? Wasn't there just a $50 super chat? I don't even see it on here. Huh. Does anybody else see the $50 super chat, or is it just not there? I don't see it at all. It like disappeared or something. I don't see it. Well, if I don't know if it got refunded or something. I've never seen that before. It just went away. But if it is still true, thank you, old boy, to the $50 super chat. I do appreciate your generosity. Put some hearts in the chat for old boy. Really do appreciate your generous $50 super chat. I don't know if it got refunded or something happened. I have no clue. I've never seen them disappear like that before. Credit card declined. I don't think that's how it works. Oh, it doesn't display some super chats? Oh, okay. Weird. YouTube took it. I mean, for the record, they kind of already take a lot of the... that's why I always say again, if you ever want to donate, I highly recommend using either the donation link or using the Venmo down below, because, I mean, YouTube does take a big chunk of the super chats. It's not like a straight up 100% donation. This warning also now near Stephenville has been upgraded to tennis ball sized hail. So we have 2 big hailstorms right now that are southwest of Fort Worth that are producing substantial hail, and destructive storm right now near Cleburne, and then the other one near Stephenville is also up to tennis ball sized hail. And this moving east, southeast, and southeast over the next several minutes. What's the biggest hail I've covered? 5.5 inches in diameter, I think, or 5.25 inches in southeast Nebraska. Yeah, they take 30%. And that's, if you donate via iOS, it's even more. It's like 60%. Because they take a fee, too. It's pretty crazy. A lot of people don't know that. But I do mention it, just so people are aware. It's kind of held under the low. It's kind of a secret, it seems like, for some reason. Here's the latest radar scan. Velocities are going to update in a second. This, again, is where we're looking at some significant hail. We got another storm forming near Rio Vista right now. Or Rio Vista. So that's starting to blow up now. That actually could storm merge and maybe do something there. Those storms are about to be kind of right next to each other here. So we got a new storm forming right there, just south of Fort Worth. And then the other storm that's currently south of Paris is producing tennis ball sized hail. So still a relatively significant hailstorm. Another damage report there near Honey Grove, Texas. Emergency management reported trees down in the Honey Grove, Texas area. Power lines are down on the south side of Honey Grove along Highway 34. It was reported that power lines fell on top of one vehicle, trapping people inside. That's not good. Damage to a barn also happened. Or also reported. That's a new damage report there. Thank you, Christian, for the $4.99. I already answered that one. Thank you, Mouse, for the $5 super chat. I already answered that one too. Thank you, Kane, for the $4.99. What's the best way to learn how to become a weather forecaster or chaser? I don't really know about a chaser. I'm not in the chasing space, so I really can't give you any advice there. But if you're trying to become like a meteorologist, college is probably one of the better routes. You don't necessarily have to go to college though. I mean, just looking up, helpful. I don't know, just looking up like videos on YouTube or how to do this, how to do that. That can definitely help too to learn. Textbooks are a good way. That's how I kind of learned when I was younger too. The Weather Channel is very good as well, in my opinion, when it comes to those sorts of things. So that's what I would recommend. Thank you, Deadly, Mouse, and Trucker for both becoming Velocity members. Also thank you, Genie for becoming a Velocity member too. He talks with $4.99. Yeah, there's some storms over there in Florida. Again, we could see some hail and wind or maybe an isolated tornado, but it should be a low risk overall. Wouldn't expect much there. We have one destructive storm right now near Cleburne, Texas, that is producing baseball-sized hail, and the other one down near Stephenville is still producing the threat for tennis ball-sized hail. So 2 different storms right now that are producing significant severe weather threats. Here's the latest radar scan. Still got a very large hail core west of Cleburne. We got a storm that's developing off the outflow boundary. Got that storm about to merge into this one. So we're about to get a storm merger here. That's going to merge into this. But that's the hail core. That's where we're looking again for the potential for baseball-sized hail. And again, it's moving towards Cleburne, Grandview, Interstate 35 near Alvarado. I believe that's a view of the storm that Storm Intermediate is on now.
And
This destructive storm.
welcome to or welcome back to Storm.
They're in Joshua. So yeah, they're looking at that storm right now. Flash of lightning there. Thank you, Tyler, for the $20 super chat. I appreciate that. Thank you. Appreciate the generosity. Thank you, Eric, for the $10 super chat.
Time for this.
I'm glad I can inspire you. That's awesome. I appreciate you tuning in. The Cleburne storm is loud. A lot of lightning with it. Thank you, Chris, for the $5 super chat. Meteorology is science. That is factual.
It's whatever this is.
The mod with the dirt.
What about storm chasing? What does it take to be one? Again, I'm not in the storm chasing space. I don't have a clue. I really don't. Like, if I knew, I would tell you. I don't know. There are people that storm chase, like Storm Runner Media, that just kind of get into it. I don't have any advice, honestly. Oh, the one thing I would say is just don't drive into a hailstorm. That's what I would say. That's my advice to you. You gotta be crazy. That's true. You gotta be a crazy person. You need a car and a camera. Yeah, that's all you need. That's basically all you need. Hey, Patrick, for the $3 Venmo. Appreciate that. I appreciate that. Thank you. Unless you're Connor. Or unless you're Reed. Reed Timmer goes into side of tornadoes all the time. Me and Reed Timmer, at some point, I think it's going to happen. We're gonna both be in the Dom 3 together or something. Go storm chasing with him at some point. Do we have a strengthening rotation? Or we at least still have rotation here. I don't want to say it's strengthening, but there's still rotation here. Just to the southwest of Cleburne. Not much, but it's something. The hail might also be playing a factor. There might be some contamination there, so just keep that in mind. Regardless, there's baseball-sized hail, which is destructive. And then there's also the potential for damaging winds up to 60 miles per hour. We got an outflow boundary right here. We got a storm. We got another storm. It's about to be a storm merger. We'll see what happens there. Storm mergers can vary a lot. Sometimes they can be, you know, increasing the tornado risk. Sometimes they just kind of kill out a storm when it comes to rotation and all that. So we'll see what happens. Do have a little cell developing west of Weatherford right now, or near Weatherford. It's probably not going to get going. I think there's just too much sinking air here in Dallas Fort Worth for there to be storms, but we're still monitoring it just in case it does something. I'll have another velocity scan in a second. Thank you, Michael, for $5 super chat. We don't need the Twister movie sequel this summer since we already got it happening in the spring. Not wrong. You are not wrong at all. Thank you, by the way, to everybody that's bought a Drunkenado shirt or mug. I do appreciate it. We've had a lot of them sold in this live stream. I do appreciate your support. It's probably one of our best shirt designs thus far, and we are just getting started with our merch store. Again, if you want to pick one up, there's a link in the description below, and there's also a link in the chat now from Dakota. There's no commands for it. It's just the link in the description. It's also the link that Dakota posted in the chat. If you want to check one out or pick one up. Looks still like mostly a hail threat on the storm near Stephenville. They probably will issue a new warning here in a second. I'm surprised they didn't yet. Also, the storm that's east of San Angelo near Brady, it's a much more rural storm. This is also producing tennis ball sized hail. So that's up to another considerable threat. So we have 4 storms. That's kind of crazy. We have 4 different storms right now that are producing at least tennis ball sized hail. And also the threat for 60 mile per hour damaging winds. Now that is pretty crazy. The other one's back over southeast of Paris. It's again more rural parts of Texas near New Boston. That one's near Brady. The most populated areas right now for the current warnings that are significant is near Cleburne and the one near Stephenville. Thank you, Master, for the $5 super chat. If you ride along with Reed, you got to bring some cheese curds and eat while you intercept a tornado. 100%. Got to do that. I'm not gonna be one of those people that screams in his car or is like, back up from the tornado. Like, I'd be like, let's go for it. Let's go right into it. I ordered a Navy Trunknado. That's awesome. I appreciate you picking up a t-shirt. Thank you, Noodle, for the one gifted member. I believe we got a weak tornado in Howe, Texas nearly an hour ago. I don't know if he really did. I don't think we had anything up there. I can't rule it out, but maybe like an EF0 or something. Yeah, the rotation relatively broad on most of the storms we've had so far today in Texas. The hail has been crazy though. I mean, this storm again producing 3-inch hail right now. That hail core is going to be approaching the southwest side of Cleburne near Bono and Burton and Lone Willow near Sand Flat. Weird names. Yeah, anywhere basically around Cleburne. And then this one that's not been a new warned storm yet, Hiko, you need to be staying away from windows. You got tennis ball sized hail coming at you, and you got 60-mile-per-hour winds, Airedale as well. Eventually going towards Cranfill's Gap as well. Still have some broad rotation on Cleburne, but I don't know if it's really going to produce. We'll see. Oh, you're good, Noodle. You're good. Either way, I do appreciate it. Hey, by the way, Jana for the $10 Venmo as well. I do appreciate your generosity. No message, but I do appreciate it. Heiko? Oh, Heiko. Oh, I gotcha. Okay. I don't know why everybody's saying it was Hi. That doesn't look like Heiko to me. Looks like Hiko. I want to keep it a buck with you. I don't know how in the world that's called Heiko. I saw people saying Heiko in the chat, and I just thought we were talking about, like, I don't know, something else. It's an interesting pronunciation. Denton, Texas. I think there's a lot of sinking air in place in like the Dallas-Fort Worth area. So I think storms are going to struggle to develop here. But if we get severe weather, hail is going to be the main concern. We still have a massive hailstorm over here approaching New Boston here soon. It's near Bogota. Tennis ball sized hail on that thing. It's just a massive hail core. Does anybody know when the Durant radar site's going up? Still waiting on that. Okay, we have a confirmed tornado in Texas.
This is an urgent alert. A tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
And tornado on the ground here in Texas. This is going to be on the storm that is going towards Bogota. So if you're in this tornado warning, you need to get to your safe place immediately, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. This is a weather spotters confirmed tornado. So weather spotters have just confirmed a tornado heading towards Bogota, Texas. So again, if you're in this tornado warning just west of Bogota, you need to seek shelter. Bogota will probably be in this warning here in a moment too. So if you're in Bogota, just heads up. You're probably going to get into a tornado warning in a moment. This is going to include DePort and Cunningham, Texas. Again, this is a confirmed tornado by weather spotters that is going to be moving towards Bogota. This is out of this massive hailstorm, by the way. I don't know if we're going to be able to see anything on velocities, but presumably your tornado is probably right in there somewhere. So again, if you are in this tornado warning, the pink polygon, you need to seek shelter away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. So again, this is a confirmed tornado. It's going to be quickly approaching Bogota. I'm guessing they're going to issue a warning too for Bogota, but even if you're in Bogota, you should be at least staying away from windows. It's probably a brief tornado with today's environment, but can't rule out it's something that's maybe on the ground for a little bit longer. And this is not the same environment like what we had yesterday, for example, but once again, this is a confirmed tornado heading towards Bogota, Texas. This is for both Delta and Lamar counties, moving eastbound. But again, if that tornado would be probably right about there where that black circle is. It's near 196, moving eastbound. So seek shelter if you're in this warning. I don't think we have a better radar site than this. Apparently we do. Yeah, I don't think there's anywhere. Where's this radar site? It's back near Shreveport. Like both, they're so far away. We need this radar site in southern Oklahoma. It would help us so much with these sort of storms like this. It's so hard to see the storms on radar. Sirens going off in Cleburne. Those sirens always go off for a lot of these storms because of the hail threat or wind. But this is a destructive storm, for the record. We have a new severe thunderstorm warning also for Meridian, Cranfills Gap, and Clifton. That is going to be for tennis ball sized hail. And then the storm near Cleburne, again, is a destructive storm that is producing hail up to baseballs, or the size of baseballs. And again, imagine a baseball being thrown at you at 90 miles per hour. It's pretty much what's happening here in this warning. Baseballs are falling out of the sky at about 80 to 90 miles per hour. So if you're in that severe thunderstorm warning, you need to make sure that you are, once again, staying away from windows and staying indoors. If you have any farm animals, you should definitely try to get those inside, into a barn. And that's your area of rotation. If this tornado is still on the ground, it's going to be approaching Bogota, Texas. It is, again, a storm that is producing tennis ball sized hail. It's near Minter, Cunningham, and Lone Oak. So, tornado is presumably somewhere in here. Again, I don't know if we have an exact location on this, but that would be the general area. Yeah, we don't have an exact location, really. So that would be the area that we're looking at. But if you're anywhere in the pink polygon, just seek shelter. It could be near Clardy, it could be near Benton, or Milton, it could be near Cunningham. It could be basically anywhere in this area. Got a new radar scan coming in right now. It's the submarine sound. It's coming in. There you go. New confirmed tornado warning here. Going to go for Bogota.
This is an urgent alert. A tornado is on the ground. Seek shelter immediately.
So again, brand new confirmed tornado warning. That is going to include areas like Bogota, Talco, Texas. Again, this is in northeastern North Texas. A new confirmed tornado warning. If you are in this pink polygon, once again, you got to get to the lowest floor possible. That's an interior room of your home or building, away from windows. So a bathroom, closet, basement, storm shelter, one of those places. This is a confirmed tornado that is going to be going towards Bogota, Texas, going towards Talco. Let's see the details on this. It's moving east, by the way, at 45 miles per hour. The tornado on the ground is going to be just southwest of Bogota. So presumably that tornado would probably be in here somewhere. So if you are again in Bogota, you got to run to your safe place. A tornado is in progress heading in your direction. And this literally just happened, by the way. And we just ordered Culver's. I mean, this Culver's curse is insane. It's like actually insane. The Culver's curse is the most insane thing ever. Every time that we've ordered Culver's, we've had tornado warnings like after that. We have had no tornado warnings since the time of ordering Culver's. And even before that, up until now. It's literally a curse. It's insane. Just a quick update on the storms down to the south. We still got significant hail near Cleburne, upwards of tennis ball size. That's no longer a destructive storm, but it is still producing tennis ball sized hail. Storm near Meridian as well, producing tennis ball sized hail. The one near Brady, Texas, producing 2-inch hail. And the one that's also producing the tornado is producing tennis ball sized hail. So lots of destructive storms. That's your couplet right now, just west of Bogota. If you're tuning in, this is in northeast North Texas, northeast of DFW, approaching the south side of Clarksville, Texas. Again, Clarksville, you're not included in the tornado warning, but You're definitely gonna have some lightning and possibly some rain in your area. Got a new radar scan coming in right now, which I don't know what a radar scan's really gonna do for us here, because we can't really see anything on radar other than just the big hail core. Velocities are gonna kind of struggle here, but that tornado would be right on the west side of Bogota right now. So if you are in Bogota, Texas, get to your safe place. I mean, we're not going to really have a CC drop either unless this is like a big tornado. It's just so hard to see it on radar. If you guys do see any photos of this, feel free to let me know in the chat. Or, not in the chat, but at me on Twitter if you see anything. I'm trying to see if I can find anything on this tornado. But again, this is a confirmed tornado in northeast Texas, near Bogota and Talco, and also Johnstown. Again, this warning goes until 5:45 p.m. So if you're in this warning, again, seek shelter. But we do have a tornado in progress moving in that direction. Huge hail also, but this has been spotted by weather spotters in the area. I don't see anything on it, but that would be where we're looking for that tornado that might still be on the ground. And again, it's moving eastbound going towards Talco, Route 271, and also going to be eventually going towards Talco. I open the CC drop? Yeah, I mean, I can open it, but this is hail. That's not a tornado. Presumably that's hail. Yeah, that's just hail. That's just the hail up there. So, presumably that's what that is. We can look from the other radar site, too. I mean, it's such a so hard to tell when we're so far away from the radar site. When this was first confirmed... I don't know. It's just so hard to tell where this is. I wish we had a radar site here. It'd be way easier. I mean, we could even have a tornado on the southeast side of Bogota. That might be where it is. It's just... radar sites are just so hard to see on this. Because the tornado was probably initially confirmed here. Okay, so that was probably where it was confirmed. And now it's moving through this area here. And most likely, if this radar is all right, it would be on the southeast side of Bogota. And not the east side or west side or whatever I said before. That looks a little bit more correct, even though the velocities don't really show anything. The problem is, once again, we just don't have a great view of this on radar. We are just, again, so far away, so distant from this, so it's difficult to tell. But obviously, you should be in your safe place, regardless of where you are in this warning. Doesn't really matter where you are. Talco, again, really the next area in track of this. Got a massive hail core, too. No other towns after this other than Wilkinson, Harts Bluff, or Maple Springs, or the Box Elder area. Those will be the next areas in the track of this as this continues to move eastbound. Also, quick update on the storms down to the south. We still do have hailstorms ongoing near Cleburne and the Hyco area. And those storms still producing mainly hail, upwards of 2 to 2.5 inches in diameter, which is up to tennis ball sized hail. No tornado risk with these right now, but we'll continue to monitor them in case they do try to produce a tornado. So continue to stay in your safe place if you are in those warnings. And this is just south of Clarksville right now. It is again producing a tornado south of Clarksville near Route 271, moving eastbound, eventually going towards New Boston. So if you are in this warning, again, continue to stay in your storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. I'll be back in 15 seconds. I have to run and get my food. Be right back. Chair stream, yes. The chair can talk. All right. The tornado warning just west of Bogota has been canceled, but the one obviously here is still ongoing because of the confirmed tornado. Once again, this is going to be moving east. If you're New Boston, Hooks, or Redwater, Texas, I would have your tornado action plan ready. If you're in Texarkana, I would also have your tornado action plan ready, as those areas, again, will be next in track for that storm as that activity continues to move eastbound. Do I smell DoorDash? I got DoorDash. Yes, we got Culver's again. Which is probably why this tornado happened, is because we got Culver's. What drives me nuts is that they only give me one straw. They don't give me two. It's actually like the most annoying thing. All right, here's the latest radar scan. We'll see if we can see anything. If there's still a tornado on the ground, it will be approaching Box Elder, Maple, Harts Bluff, and the Wilkinson area. And eventually going towards Tucker's Corner. New Hope. Eventually going to be going towards College Hill and DeKalb in northeast Texas. See what the velocities look like. No PDS. Nope. I mean, the only way that this goes PDS is if somebody is spotting a large tornado. There's no way we're going to verify that by radar. There's a way, but it would just be hard. It's a very hard area to be able to determine that. I just don't see anything on the velocities, but if there's still a tornado, it's probably going to be in here or somewhere down in here, just on the north side of Talco. But basically anywhere in this pink polygon, again, just be in your safe place. Because at this point, I mean, there's just no way to really verify on radar where this is unless we have like a CC drop or something, which debatably there could be something maybe there near east of Bogota, but it's just such a stretch. Last time we had any visual of this was about 11 or 12 minutes ago. But could still be on the ground, so continue to stay in your safe place if you're in this warning, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. I'm going to see if we have any reports of this on Twitter. If you guys do see anything, again, feel free to at me at MaxVelocityWX. Bogota? It's Bogota, Texas? As in like goat? Bogota? Yeah, I'm not gonna remember that. Bogota? So yeah, there's still a tornado on the ground. It's east of Bogota, Texas. Northeast of Talco. And it's going to be eventually going towards DeKalb. So continue to stay in your storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom if you're in that area. Yes, this is a caramel Oreo milkshake. That's what that is. I nailed the DeKalb. Oh, did I? Is this right? DeKalb? I actually thought I was wrong about that one. Got that pronunciation right? Caramel, same thing. It's all the same stuff. Alright, we'll go back to the storm in a second. Wow, we had 3-inch sized hail reported. That's apple-sized hail that was reported in Cleburne earlier. That's kind of large. Sheesh. So that's apple-sized hail that was reported there on the southwest side of Cleburne, 3 miles southwest. That's near Westlake Road and Nolan River Road. That's pretty big. If you do end up having any roofing damage, Infinite Roofing GC LLC, the way to go in Texas. I bet a lot of people have seen hail today. All right, here's the latest radar scan as of 4 minutes ago. We'll have another one in a second. And if there's still a tornado on the ground, it's going to be east of the Bogota area, going towards the north side of Talco, and eventually going to be going towards the DeKalb area. So again, if you're in this warning, continue to stay in your safe place. This is again in northeast Texas for Franklin, Red River, and Titus counties in Texas. It's awesome, Tracy. Can't wait to see them. No commercial breaks? Yeah, we don't have commercials here. The only commercials that the only ads that you get on YouTube is just at the beginning. So the velocities update. We're about 5 minutes behind on a radar scan here. If there's still a tornado, it's going to be approaching Harts Bluff and Box Elder and Wilkinson. So the tornado probably is like here now. If it's still on the ground, it'll be right there. Moving eastbound. I'm trying to figure out a way how to explain my Drunkenado t-shirt. The Storm Chaser right now is in Cleburne, Texas. It's small text. If you're on TV, you can probably see it. There's a location though there. It's just at the very bottom, like left of that feed. Oh, radar scan's now coming in. All right, see if there's any new things here. I've not seen anything visually of this, but this has been observed by weather spotters again, just east of Bogota, Texas. Going to be moving eastbound. Eventually going towards New Boston down the road. There's your latest scan. Getting a report of golf ball sized hail in the Bogota area. Here's the latest radar scan, or it shows it right here, so we'll see what the velocities look like. So if there's still a tornado, it would be right in that black circle that I have there. So again, it's just about 3 or 4 miles to the northeast of Talco, approaching, eventually approaching, let's see, Harts Bluff, Box Elder, Wilkinson, Lydia, New Hope, and Tucker's Corner. Really gonna be the next areas in the track of this tornado. If it is still in progress, which again we don't know, the radar just doesn't show it, but that would be moving again towards New Boston, Texas over the next several minutes. Stephenville should be done. Stephenville, Texas should be done. DeKalb has always been a hot spot for tornadoes. I remember there being a tornado emergency near New Boston a couple years back, which eventually went towards Idabel, or that was the Clarksville one. But there's also a tornado that happened in New Boston. So, yeah, I remember that. Other than that, I don't remember any other tornadoes that happened there. This storm near Cleburne still producing tennis ball sized hail. Well, pretty impressive storm. Wow. The Brady, Texas storm is now up to also baseball sized hail. So this is the second baseball, actually, yeah, the second baseball sized, oh no, that's the third baseball sized hailstorm that we've had today. This one's near Brady, Texas, moving east, southeast, and southeast. When I said there was gonna be some big hail today, we've had some big hail. There's also a tornado possible label on that, and again, that's moving southeast. And the storms that are south of DFW mostly just hail right now and wind, which again, that hail is still relatively significant at the size of tennis balls. Durant has the radar up and going. When are we gonna be able to have it? I'm just wondering when we get that radar site for us. We need it. That CC drop that you're probably seeing from the DFW radar site, or even this one, it's mostly just hail, presumably, because this is all hail in here. So if there's a tornado, it might be like somewhere in here somewhere, probably. Like right in there, just north of 71. Is the outbreak expected to last the entire week? No, we're really done after today. Tomorrow we will have another threat, but it's a very small threat in the southeast for like Florida, Georgia, and South Carolina. So it's a relatively low risk. We probably won't be live tomorrow. We're doing the members only computer building stream tomorrow, so I probably will not be live tomorrow. I don't think it's significant enough anyways. It's like a 2% tornado risk and like a 15% wind risk, and it's like early morning, so meh. Probably not gonna go live for that. Doesn't look like anything crazy. What's the worst tornado I've seen on radar? I mean, there's a few. Probably honestly, the new Boston and Idabel ones were probably some of the worst that I've seen on radar. That was back before we had YouTube. Like, that was back in 2021. All right, this tornado warning has been downgraded. No longer on the ground. It is back to radar indicated rotation. We don't have anything definitive here on radar, and presumably no storm spotters have seen anything here on this storm here recently. So again, continue to stay in your safe place if you're in this warning, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. Telling you, it's the Culver's curse. That's all it is. That's why we keep getting tornadoes like this. Volume, can't hear you. My phone is at full volume. I don't know what to tell you, because this microphone is like full blast. Maybe not full blast, but it's definitely up there. It's been 3 years since that tornado. That's actually crazy. A long time.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We have a new tornado warning now, so we got two. It's the Culver's curse, I'm telling you. We have a new tornado warning. This one's going to be near Brady, Texas. Relatively rural areas here. I think the other one has a bit more people in it. But again, brand new tornado warning here. This storm, if it does drop, it could be a strong tornado. That's actually relatively strong rotation. Pending that that's not a, correlation coefficient, or not, sorry, a hail like contamination area. Pending it's not hail contamination, we are looking at potentially a stronger tornado if this one develops. So if you're in this pink polygon, you need to seek shelter. That's away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. This right now is moving down to the southeast right now. You need to seek shelter if you are in this tornado warning, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building. Well, we have a radar scan coming in right now. We'll stay on this for a second. Here's the latest scan. Again, that's the area of circulation. It's not super tight and confined right now, but it's strong enough to the point where we could get a tornado. Again, just southeast of Brady. It's heading towards Mason, Texas, and Llano, going towards Marble Falls and Burnett. So if you're in this warning, again, continue to stay in your storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom. And then the other storms that we're still watching are south of DFW. This storm looks a little bit more interesting now. Near Covington. We got a hook on this. The rotation isn't really strong right now, but we are definitely starting to see at least a little bit more of a wind threat develop out of that. So the wind is definitely increasing on this storm near Covington and Grandview, Texas, just south of Dallas-Fort Worth. So there might be something that comes out of that when it comes to a tornado risk down the road. Again, Storm Runner Media right now is in this storm. We might have a view of that at some point down the road. It looks like it's nighttime there with how dark it is. Still have a tornado warning. in Northeast Texas. It's been going towards DeKalb. I don't really see much rotation on radar, but that'll be approaching DeKalb and eventually going towards New Boston. So if you're in this pink polygon, again, seek shelter away from windows and lowest floor possible. Yeah, that CC drop right now is hail. It's not a tornado. That would be hail. So here's a widespread view of what we got for warnings right now. Again, we got 2 tornado warnings on each corner. We got 1 and 1, and then we got severe weather kind of all up and down the stretch right now. David, yes, I did. I tracked that Charlotte storm. Or a storm. I don't know if it was the storm, but I tracked a storm. Thank you, by the way, Robert, for the $19.99. I do appreciate your generosity. Thank you, Leah, for becoming a Velocity member. Thank you, Hey, for the $5 super chat. Also, thank you, Mike, for the $5 super chat. Tornado Alley collectively becomes drenched in sweat whenever Max orders Culver's. That's so true. I really don't know why it keeps happening. I mean, this is like, again, we had basically no tornado warnings before I ordered Culver's, and now it's nonstop. It's unbelievable. We still have a relatively, I would say it's really not really strong rotation. We have strong velocities on the storm. There's a chance again that there is some contamination here with the hail, which could be leading to those velocities being a little bit skewed. But we do have a hook, which means that there's at least probably some sort of organizing as a cyclone here that's trying to produce a tornado. Again, that's near Route 87. We'll be moving towards Llano, Texas down the road. So if you're in this tornado warning, again, seek shelter away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. Here's the latest scan. We'll look at the reflectivity in a second. And just south of Brady, Texas for this warning. If I stop ordering Culver's, will the tornadoes go away? Who knows? Who knows? Maybe. I mean, for the record, we had tornado warnings like at the beginning of the stream in Georgia. So, rotation in Lake City, Florida. I will check it out in a second because I have 2 people asking about it. Give me 1 second. So it seems like a broad area of circulation. I don't see a tornado possible label in Florida. I was going to use my phone, but I forgot. I can just pull up another tab here on Radar Omega and put it on my other monitor and check it out for myself. Oh, I see what you're talking about. It's not a tornado possible label, but looks like mostly wind. Yeah, that's wind. So I'm not too concerned about it. It looks really strong on radar, but that looks like just wind. Here's the latest radar scan. Okay, no debris signature right now, but we still do have an area of circulation, which will be going towards Mason, Texas, and eventually towards Llano. So again, if you're in this pink polygon, continue to stay in your safe place. We do have a report now of tennis ball sized hail on this storm near Brady, Texas. So this storm is definitely still producing some severe weather. The other tornado warning that's over in Northeast Texas is still trying to rotate by the looks of it, but we don't really have a great view of this on radar. This will eventually be approaching DeKalb and New Boston, going towards the Hooks area, Redwater, and Texarkana. So again, if you're in this warning, continue to stay in your storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom just south of Clarksville right now in Texas. That'll continue to move east over the next several minutes. Eventually, that's going to be going towards areas like Texarkana. Thank you, Jana, for the $10 super or $10 Venmo as well, and also thank you, Randy, for the $10 Venmo. What can we expect in Plano and Richardson? I think the main concern is going to be hail, but I think there's just too much sinking air right now in the Dallas-Fort Worth area to the point where we're probably not going to get storms here. Luckily, we've been kind of dodged because, like, literally we had a long-tracked hailstorm here. We had 2 go down this direction. It's been actually relatively, we've been relatively lucky in the Dallas-Fort Worth area that there hasn't been anything significant. I would still stay weather aware, though, until about I don't know, 6 o'clock or so, maybe 6:30, just in case, because it's not technically over yet, but I would say it's not far from it. We could still get a couple more storms in the Dallas-Fort Worth area, but Abilene is also done. I know a few people have been asking about that. You're not in the watch anymore. Still got strong circulation on this storm, but nothing confirmed right now. That's near Route 87. Latest scan showing it a little bit broader. Near Highway 71, and again, currently near Route 87. Moving southeast, eventually going towards Highway 71. Storm intermediate at the bottom right. I'm gonna have a storm there in Covington, Texas. That was the one that I thought might have a little bit of rotation developing on it. Let's go back to that real quick. I mean, we had a hook on this storm, that's for sure. This might do something down the road, we'll see. It's moving towards Carl's Corner right now on Interstate 35, and yeah, I mean, there's something here. It's not really rotating, but we got a large swath of outflow winds here going through Covington and the Ithaca area, and eventually towards Carl's Corner. And that's what they're on. Some strong outbound winds there. And also hail. Still a destructive storm. It's right back to destructive. It's still producing baseball-sized hail. Going towards Hillsboro, Texas. It's still going. Got 2 destructive storms ongoing right now for hail. Alright, we're done with that one for now. Done with that tornado warning for now. The only one that we have now is now Brady, Texas. Which again, still some broad circulation moving southeast towards Llano and Mason. So we'll continue to watch the storm closely, and we'll provide you with an update once there's another velocity scan. Again, nothing confirmed on this. It is still radar indicated rotation in Texas. Okay, I don't even know where we were. Okay, thank you, Sid, for the $10 super chat. I do appreciate it. And yes, it is DoorDash, or Uber Eats, whatever you want to call it. Thank you, Eric and Enrico, for the $9.99. I was able to price my property and livestock because of the advanced warning. Glad I can help. Glad I can give you that advanced warning. Thank you, Jack, for the $4.99. I think the hail's going to stay south of Midlothian. Wow, this storm up here. The storm's going southeast, so yeah, you're good. I'm guessing you asked that probably well before the storm was down to your south, but yeah, that storm's going southeast. Really, the next area in the track of this storm, I don't know if it's going to produce a tornado, but it will produce significant hail, which is, again, baseball-sized hail. That's going to be going in the direction of Hubbard and Dawson, Blooming Grove, and eventually going towards the Mahika area. I don't know what the pronunciation is for that. West of Corsicana. Going southeast on this other storm, we're also looking at tennis ball-sized hail near Meridian and Clifton. So these are both basically moving southeast at this point. And we still got rotation on the storm south of Brady. Still watching that one closely. Mahia. I wasn't far off. I'm actually surprised how close I was. Culver's correlation coefficient? Yeah, whenever I say the CC, that does not mean cheese curds. It means correlation coefficient. Which indicates debris being lifted up into the atmosphere by radar, just for the record. We have another radar scan coming in right now. And this is just south of Brady, Texas. Also, thank you, Toe, for the $10 super chat. Do appreciate it. Also, thank you, August, for the $19.99. Is any of this possible to come over Commerce, Texas, just northeast of Dallas? Yeah, but it'll probably be mostly elevated storms. Latest radar scan still showing broad rotation southeast of Brady. That's the latest, by the way. This hail is like progressively increasing. It went from 1 inch to 1.7 to 2.5 to 2.75. It's like literally a progressive increase as you go down to the southeast here near Brady. It's impressive. Also, thank you, for the 1999. You're making an incredible difference by saving lives, and your dedication is truly inspiring. I do appreciate that. Thank you. I can help. Thank you, Smoke, for the 1999. Can I get a quick rundown on South Mountain, Texas? Just south of Waco. Anywhere near Waco, your threat is going to be from anywhere from about 6 until 9. Mostly a hail and wind threat, but maybe an isolated tornado. Thank you for the 1999, and also thank you for the 999. I would have answered that question sooner, but again, I usually don't answer questions and tornado warnings unless we just don't have really a whole lot of rotation or broad area or whatever it might be. No, I'm not really seeing much right now in this storm. From a distance, I mean, there probably is some sort of lowering on this, is my guess. But just can't tell. This is the storm that Storm Runner Media is on in Covington.
Pop you guys over to radar real fast.
That's the one that's producing baseball-sized hail, by the way. Very ominous skies. It's very dark out. I mean, the sun doesn't set here, I don't think, for another hour or two. About an hour and a half. That's the storm that's producing baseball-sized hail right now near Cleburne, or just southeast of Cleburne, Texas now. I'm here for him to say Hubbard again? Hubbard? Hubbard, Texas? Isn't that what I said? Not really seeing much rotation here anymore. I don't know. It's kind of broad. It's hard to tell. Again, it's kind of another one of these radar holes, so we just have, they're everywhere. It's not really a radar hole, but the problem is we have hail. It's kind of contaminating with the velocities. Possibly. It's contaminating more this direction, but there might be some sort of hail contamination there. What's the population in this morning? I don't know how rural this is. Here's the latest scan. Still some circulation there. Looks like more of a wind threat. This includes Vaca, Cape Massey, Fredonia, and Mason, Texas areas. That's about 3,000 people. That's the area of circulation that we're looking at right now near Brady, Texas. Right in there. That's a horrible drawing. Right in there. Moving southeast again, just north of Mason. Hubbard? Vodka? I'm not drinking vodka, guys. Come on. Hey, Carter, for the $5 super chat. May considerably hail anytime between now and like 8:30, 9 o'clock or so. I think the threat will be pretty low there, but it's definitely not zero. I mean, like, the thing is right now about these storms, it's... Yeah, we have sinking air really just dominating right now in DFW. And if we had storms developing here, like even if we had one storm that developed here, it would have probably gone towards Tyler or maybe in a similar direction. We just didn't. The storms that developed here, which initially were going eastbound, and they dropped to the southeast because of the outflow boundary and you know, just steering of the upper level winds and all that. Which again, kind of like a drunk NATO sort of situation almost, but not an actual tornado. So yeah, quite interesting. But yeah, if we had a storm developing here, we probably would have had something in Tyler. I just think there's a lot of sinking air here. The dew points are much lower than before. If we go to the dew points right now, or even the temperatures in Dallas-Fort Worth are down into the 60s. It's 59 right now in Bowie. It's 59. It's literally 5:30. It's 59 degrees in Bowie. That is cold. It's literally mid-May almost. That's pretty crazy. But yeah, I mean, temperatures have dropped off substantially. We have like no instability here anymore. Meanwhile, down here we have temperatures well up into the 80s, near 90. So also Texarkana right now looking at the threat for quarter-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. Also, the dew points are down into the 50s, presumably, or 60s, so low 60s. Buoyancy just isn't there. If we got storms to develop, it would have to probably be right in here, which so far we haven't had that happen. So we'll see. But if Tyler gets anything, it'll be large hail, probably, or wind. Very low tornado risk. Again, this is the tornado warning southeast of Brady, Texas. Still relatively hard to see this on radar, but again, no CC drop yet, so we don't have anything confirmed. The rotation on radar, again, still a touch on the stronger side of things, so we could get a tornado at any time. Again, this does include areas like Fredonia and Mason, Texas, just south of Pecan Springs. If you're in the Voca area, you are fine for right now. Just mostly hail coming in your area. But continue to stay in your safe place away from windows, lowest floor possible, as this storm does continue to move to the southeast over the next several minutes. Also, thank you, Craig, for the $10 Venmo. I do appreciate it. I banned you last night. I don't ban people. I'm not a moderator. We just have mods. I hardly ever look at chat, to be honest, especially with tornado outbreaks. I try to look at chat often, but the problem is, you know, with an outbreak like what we saw last night, barely looked. Pecan? Guys, we're going with Pecan. Pecan Springs. Pecan Springs? Is it pecan or pecan? What do you guys think? I think it depends on where you are in the United States. How many tornadoes today? In Texas, we've had 1 confirmed. Elsewhere, I think in Georgia, we've at least had 4 confirmed today now. 4 different ones confirmed, or at least reported. So, got a solid amount. We had some serious hail here. I'm trying to look at this area. There might be rotation. It's just so hard to tell. Got hail contaminated storm here near Hillsboro. This is the live view of that storm. I'm gonna investigate on radar here. That's the storm that is near Covington, Texas. I don't think there's a tornado here. Just a huge area of hail contamination right now. This storm's producing baseball-sized hail. It's like we got a little bit of spin in the clouds there.
That would be where our lowering would be.
This is getting near Hillsboro, Texas. What side of the storm are they on here? So they're on the hook side of the storm. So they're right now looking at that hook that's on radar. Obviously, I would stay in your safe place if you're in Hillsboro or
Look at that view on the camera there.
you know, Carl's Corner. Looks like there is at least a little bit of rotation in the clouds though there. A little bit of spin. It's very ominous looking. This has like been the biggest supercell of the day. It's been producing hail for an eternity now. It's been producing baseball-sized hail for a little over an hour or so. Storm in the air confirmed.
Yes, there's rotation in the storm.
It's the other camera view.
Still not even tornado possible, huh?
This is is live radar updating right now. This is not a tornado warning cell, but let's see. Look at the velocities here in a second. I think it might have updated. Should update in a second. Yeah, we do have a, this is the circulation. I mean, it's been very broad like this for a while. So what we just were looking at was that, or what we're looking at right now is probably at least a broad area of circulation. It's just, it's very, very broad. It's not really that strong, but it could strengthen. It's been like this for a while. I don't know if we're really going to get a tornado with this. It's kind of, again, on the backside of that outflow boundary. Has been this entire time, pretty much. So we'll see. I wouldn't rule out an isolated tornado with it. I just think the chances are somewhat on the low side. Large tree branch down in Melvin, Texas. Some tree damage there. Do have a update on the rotation here. Again, just the area of circulation can be right over Highway 71, north of Mason, Texas, southeast of Brady. It's right on the south side of Pecan Springs near Fredonia. So if you're in that warning, continue to stay in your safe place. We'll stay here for a second, then we'll go back to Stormrunner Media and see if we see anything there. We stop saying safe place? No. We cannot stop saying safe place. I gotta find other terms to say other than safe place. Or storm, well, I mean, storm shelter. I mean, I don't even know. You say safe place a lot. Alright, so this circulation again, pretty much the same spot as before. We'll still watch it closely. I mean, it's just a very... it's still not really that strong. We haven't had a CC drop on this or anything, so nothing confirmed, but if you're in that tornado warning, it does expire in 1 minute. Never mind.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
It now expires in 31 minutes. We have a new tornado warning for those in basically the same area. The only new areas included in this tornado warning, aside from Fredonia and Voca and the Catawissa area, includes Pontotoc, Texas. So if you're in that warning, again, stay in your safe place away from windows, lowest floor possible. Culver's is cursing everything. It is unbelievable. Still watching the storm near Hillsborough too. I mean, we'll watch that storm, but I'm a little bit more concerned about this one because of how many more people are here. And this rotation still has a chance. We have a new severe thunderstorm warning across Clifton and the Cranfills Gap area near Gatesville, Texas. That's going to be for ping pong ball sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. This storm, once again, just looks impressive on radar. It has a hook. It has had hooks at times. It hasn't really ever materialized, but that's what they're looking at right now. At the bottom right of your screen, very dark skies. Let's see what the velocities look like here. Yeah, just not there. I mean, it's just wind. It's outflow driven, so again, I've been mentioning it a ton, but outflow driven storms usually don't produce tornadoes. They can, but they don't usually. Depending on the environment, it's just a lower threat overall. But yeah, it's just, again, it's a storm that's struggling. And again, this is a full view of that storm right there. Just very ominous, very dark.
Oh, you really got pretty far.
I would say it can go much further, but then there's stuff in the way.
Right.
The southern radar site, for the record, by the way, does show very broad rotation. Really does not show much, so just for the record.
This rotation, if it exists, is directly overhead. Trying to see if I see anything.
Yes, guys. Yes, it's still windy out.
Horizontal anticyclonic rotation right behind.
It's the latest scan on the storm that's tornado warned back over near Brady, Texas. in very rural areas of Texas, but the rotation, again, looks kind of broadened out. I think this is more of a wind concern right now. We'll keep a close eye on it if it does anything, but that rotation on radar just does not look as strong as before. Again, that's moving east southeast. Yeah, it is very dark, and it, you know, it's very dark. I don't know how high the storm is, but I mean, this one's producing baseball-sized hail still, so it's still a relatively significant hailstorm. Let's check out the echo tops. 58,000 feet. Yeah, I mean, it's a massive storm. Yeah, echo tops. Yeah, I mean, that's why it's so dark. The clouds are blocking the sun. That's what happens when you're under 60,000 foot tall clouds. That's tall. And even the one down in the south, I think, is pretty high too. Here's the velocity scan or radar scan. We'll look at this first. Still looks organized. Let's go to echo tops again. Near Cransfield Gaps, it's near 60,000 feet. Like, once again, these are huge storms, and that's why that hail threat is so high today. Or one of the reasons why. Just huge storms. Huge storms in southern North Texas. Like, look at them driving through this. It's just so dark outside. Hey, by the way, Key, for the $9.99, does Arlington, or is Arlington good? Do I need to worry about the tornado watch until 9 p.m.? Probably not. I mean, just stay weather aware for like another 30 minutes and you'll be fine. I don't think, I think that watch will probably get canceled at some point soon. It is incredible how dark it is in this storm. I mean, like, literally, it looks like it's nighttime. Guys, the sun's still out. Trust me. We have a live cam. Let's go to cams combined here. Right side of your screen. That's Fort Worth, Texas right now. Look how sunny it is. That's live. Right side of your screen. It is sunny as can be. Or not sunny, it's cloudy, but like it's bright. For perspective, they're under 60-foot tall clouds, or 60,000 foot tall clouds or so, and it just looks like it's pitch black almost. It's actually kind of crazy. These storms are just so high up. Really crazy. It's not even 6 o'clock. It's just really crazy.
Just a pre-sip wrapping around.
This is the tornado warning cell just southeast of Brady. Again, we do have some broad rotation, nothing strong. Moving eastbound, it'll be going towards Llano, Texas here pretty soon. Also, we do have a new severe thunderstorm watch that has been issued for a large area. We have a new one over in Alabama and Mississippi too, but we have a new one also back over here in Louisiana, and as well as parts of Texas and even Arkansas. This watch will go all the way until 10 o'clock or 11? 11. So the main concern is scattered hail up to 2.5 inches in diameter is likely, scattered damaging winds up to 70 miles per hour, and a tornado or two possible. So they've not issued a new tornado watch for this area. And I think just east of Waco and Killeen are included in that. Just doesn't show yet. So again, brand new severe thunderstorm watch there. So if you're new to the channel, subscribe down below, and we'll probably be live here for a little while for this coverage. It's gonna be a little bit of a longer stream. I mean, we've had long streams for a while now, but you know, every stream seems to be long now.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We have a new tornado warning for Llano, Texas. So they've gone ahead and continued to extend this. If you are in Llano or Stoles, seek shelter. Away from windows, lowest floor possible. And an interior room of your home or building, and away from windows. Valley Springs, Scotts Crossing, Castell, 6 Mile, Babyhead, Texas, okay. Lone Grove, Texas, are all included in this new tornado warning. So yeah, if you're in that area, seek shelter. This is, again, very rural parts of really central Texas. So, oh, it's not Llano, it's Llano. Okay, I thought it was Llano. I thought we're kind of, that sounds more Spanish. Llano. There's a word in Spanish that starts with LL and then A something O or something like that. I think it's like llano. Or llamo? Is it llamo? I don't know what the Spanish word is. Lano? Oh, it's Lano. Okay. Yamo? I think it's Yamo. What is Yamo? Okay, well I thought it was Spanish. Okay, sorry. My apologies. So once again, this is a new tornado warning in Central Texas near Lano, Texas. And again, we do have broad circulation on this storm. Nothing confirmed. It's going to be also going towards Babyhead, Texas, Valley Spring, Scotts Crossing, Lone Grove. Down the road, this will be going towards Honey Creek, Golden Beach, Spider Mountain. These are really interesting names. I don't know who would want to live in Spider Mountain. Click. Honey Creek. That'll be next in track, probably in about 45 minutes to an hour. But again, very broad rotation. This will be what we're looking at right here. There's another view of it. Just broad circulation right now. It's gonna be moving towards Lano, Texas. Babyhead is a ghost town, is it? I mean, who wants to live in Babyhead or Spider Mountain? I don't know, those names are just interesting. Still got baseball-sized hail with this. I mean, tennis ball-sized hail was just reported on this storm near Itasca, Texas. Yeah, I can't pronounce any of these names today. Going towards Carl's Corner. Still a destructive storm, though. I'm not seeing much rotation. I think that storm actually has been weakening, but probably at least some hail left in there. I'm moving southeast right now, and then the one near Texarkana is minimal. And yeah, all right. We'll just stay on the tornado warning for now. Thank you, Stacy, for the 1999. How does Temple, Texas look? It's like a day that you get some hail. Hail and wind is really the main concern. That's it. I don't know. I don't think we're really going to get a tornado risk there. Those storms are all, for the most part, outflow driven. Did I just say Texarkana? Texarkana. Oh, pronunciations are fun. So fun. Is that not right? Texarkana? Okay, close enough. This one's streaming for, I don't know, 5 days in a row does to you. Yeah, pronounce. Well, I mean, I don't know if I'd probably be in the same boat even if this was our first day streaming in a while. Just for the record. Okay, we don't need every pronunciation in the book in the chat, guys. We're good. The point gets across no matter what the pronunciation is. It's fine. We have upwards of 5,000 joules per kilogram of instability right now. In where is this? In Louisiana and even Texas are up to 6,000 joules per kilogram. There is so much instability. It's actually crazy. Very unstable atmosphere today. What are they looking at? We'll go in a second. That is your main area of rotation on this tornado warning. Can't tell if that's just hail. Looks like just hail. If we have a tornado on this storm, it would be currently near the Pontotoc area near Field Creek. Yeah, if you're in this area, you need to seek shelter. That's near Lano, Texas, and also near Babyhead. Moving east southeast. I do want to. Let's go to this radar site real quick, and then I'll go to them. We do have some more rotation. Yeah, so the rotation's not done yet on this storm. Once again, it's kind of rural areas of Texas, but it's going to include areas near the Pontotoc and Field Creek area near Valley Spring and Lano, going towards Babyhead. So again, if you're that warning, seek shelter. I was going to go to them, but they're moving. Never mind. I'll have another radar scan in a second. Lano? Somebody said it was like Plano, but Lano. Somebody literally said that. Regardless of the pronunciation, it really doesn't matter. It's people will understand. Apparently Dakota in the chat is giving us history about what Babyhead is in the town. Am I chewing water? No. I'm drinking a Culver shake. I'm chewing water. Oh, man. Should have another radar scan here in a second. We'll stay on the velocities. Florida? Oh my god. Don't say the word Culvers, the storm will be worse. Honestly, it probably would. Radar's taking a while to update. 4 minutes behind. Now, if you're just tuning in, this is a tornado warning near Llano, Texas, or Lano, or Llano, or Yamo, Texas, going towards Babyhead, just southeast of Brady. Again, the rotation right now is going to be located just east of 87, north of Mason, near the Pontotoc area and Valley Springs. So again, if you're in the pink polygon, seek shelter away from windows, lowest floor possible. That's your rotation on the latest scan. Yeah, it doesn't look like much. No CC drop or anything. Continue to stay in your safe place if you're in the warning, just in case. Dallas. Thank you. Oh, I thank you, Candace, for the $10 super chat. Appreciate it. All right, let's go back to the north. Wow. Softball-sized hail. That's a report from MPing, so it might not be legit, but there was a softball-sized hail report. In Itasca, Texas. That's huge. I don't know if that's gonna be. I don't know if that's legit, but I mean, in today's environment, I wouldn't honestly be surprised. That's huge, though. Once we get one name pronunciation trying to get verified in the chat, we get every single town that I mispronounce now being verified in the chat. Literally every single one of them. Yeah, the two different tornado warnings are on the same, basically the same storm. I mean, we technically have another hook right here. We kind of got two. They're just broad, kind of away from everything. The one that's the further southern one is a bit stronger. The one up here to the north isn't really doing much. At least I got the DFW Metro names right. Well, I mean, for the record, I do have a North Texas Weather Center page on Facebook. I've done live streams in North Texas literally since, I don't even know, 2020 now. I mean, I've been doing it for 4 years at least for just Texas. Now, obviously, YouTube, we've been doing this for about 2 years, a little under 2 years actually. And so, or actually, no, it has been just a little over 2 years now. So I mean, I know a lot of the name pronunciations now comparatively to, or even just the names in general comparatively now to, you know, most people, because I've covered this area for just so long. Granted, I don't know how to pronounce Itasca or something, whatever that is. Yeah, broad circulation right now heading towards the Llano, Texas area. So yeah, if you're in this warning, continue to stay in your safe place, away from windows, lowest floor possible. So again, right now moving to the southeast, eventually going towards Stoles. There's the latest scan. That's actually a bit stronger here on the latest scan. The thing is, like, that rotation is just not matched up with the hook. Or at least that the velocity signature. Let's see what the other radar site shows. It just doesn't look... It doesn't look super impressive. Granted, that these two tornado warnings are kind of on two different hooks right now. We got one just... Well, they're both near 71, but one just northeast of Mason and the other one just west of Llano, Texas. But yeah, just not super impressive. We'll keep a close eye on it. I'm not going to try to focus just on that storm because it's just... Again, it's kind of slow and it's not really developing into much right now. The good news so far is that the storms along the Red River... Wow, this storm died fast. Holy crap. Do you guys remember this storm? This is the one that produced the tornado back near... back over to the west, just southwest of Paris, and south of Clarksville. This storm died really fast. Look at this thing go away. Wow, that thing evaporated. The updrafts just ended. That thing literally just went away. Nothing left of it. That was a really quick weakening trend on that storm. The storms also along the Red River, those have weakened very quickly too. So all the storms up there have weakened. The entire DFW Metroplex has been canceled from the tornado watch. So you are done. There was a lot of sinking air there today after the initial round of storms, so that's kind of prevented most of the storm activity. We still do have a tornado watch in effect from the east side of San Angelo back into southern North Texas, where storms do continue there. We also have a severe thunderstorm watch in effect from Arkansas back into Texas. So it's still a relatively large area here that we're still watching for today for severe weather. So again, stay vigilant, stay weather aware if you're in other areas, as again, that is really the main area that we're watching right now for the potential for some significant hail and wind, and then potentially even some tornadoes. So once again, that tornado watch that was in the DFW Metroplex has now been canceled. So that is good news. Thank you, Kelly, by the way, for the $20 Venmo. I appreciate that. Thank you. Appreciate your generosity. All right. Some of you are really funny. I like the banjo. Oh my god. This chat has gone insane. Thank you, Verd, for the $50 Venmo. Put some hearts in the chat for Verd. That's very generous. Just left work maybe 50 minutes ago. Again, a solar job 5 miles north of Cunningham, Texas. Oh, the other tornado warning. There was definite rotation and hail, trees, debris going everywhere. Pulled up max velocity and saw there was a confirmed tornado on the ground. That's pretty impressive. I mean, I didn't confirm it, for the record. The National Weather Service had somebody call in about it probably, but yeah, I mean, that's pretty crazy. That is really crazy. I do appreciate the $50 super chat, and glad you stayed safe. That is pretty wild. I'm surprised we actually had a tornado up there, but the problem is we just don't have a visible radar site to look at it. So it's hard to see on radar. Your opinion, was Superstorm Sandy a really bad storm or a legit tropical storm that made landfall? I think it was just a superstorm. I mean, I believe it was subtropical when it happened, wasn't it? Thank you, Guy. I appreciate it. Thank you for the kind words. Next time we have something happen, I'll just burp loudly. Look at the storm, by the way, in Covington. That's a storm near Hillsborough, actually, but it's near Covington, too. That's the supercell that's been producing baseball-sized hail for quite a while. The storm itself has weakened down to a tennis ball-sized hailstorm. Apparently that is weakening. Not by much. I mean, it's barely dropped hailstone size, but the supercell itself has been shrinking a bit on radar. So...
Oh, that was right there.
Yeah, that was in the field.
One point did produce baseball-sized hail for quite a while.
Even if you're several miles away, it's still throwing CGs.
Yeah, these are the warnings that we have currently across the area. The only tornado warnings that we have right now are just southeast of Brady and west of Round Rock. We are watching that closely. You don't give yourself enough credit. You've helped a lot of people weather aware during this crazy season. Undoubtedly saved lives. Yeah, I know. I'm well aware. I just... You know. Sometimes always a negative vibe from some people. Like, I'm not saying like people in chat, but like just some people, you know, think that the things that we do here is just like, you know, not helping people or whatever. Like I see that always talked about on, you know, not just my stream, but also other people's streams and stuff. But I think everybody on YouTube that is in the weather space right now does something that's important. And obviously, you know, I mean, that's all I'll say. I mean, it's really like, you know, everybody, I think, even storm chasers, like, they don't get enough credit. Like, all the storm chasers and all the weather streamers, like, they all have a part in this. And I think that, you know, when you look at live coverage from yesterday, if you look at storm chasers from yesterday, a lot of the tornadoes that ended up happening yesterday were not even, you know, like, confirmed by the National Weather Service yet, but they were on the ground and you could see them on radar and stuff. Like, you know, these sources, like on YouTube and stuff, they are a big deal. Like, they actually are getting the word out sometimes even ahead of the National Weather Service in some cases. Now, yesterday I think was just kind of a fluke. I think we had, again, a few tornadoes on the ground when they were not warned, but the thing of the fact of the matter basically was that there were just so many storms. Like, every storm is rotating, and it's very hard to keep up with that if you're the National Weather Service, because you're looking at tons of different storms. So I think it's a big deal. I think, you know, the weather space on YouTube is really growing fast right now, and I think there's a reason why. It is a very, you know, it's very easy to zoom around and look at other warnings too, you know, with this radar and whatnot. And so when we do our studio upgrades tomorrow, which again we'll have a members only stream for computer building and the monitor setup and all that, we're gonna be able to have much higher quality streams. We'll be able to have multiple radars at once. We'll be able to probably cover 2 tornado warnings at once instead of just one, so that'll help too. So a lot of cool stuff there. We have a new radar scan on this. Wow, look at this, by the way. This is the storm back over near Hillsborough.
You can see the, you can
Look at that. Look how tall that storm is. You can't see the top of
see
it, but that's a huge storm towering up.
Look at that.
Whoa, you see that double strike up there?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, you can see the spin in that cumulonimbus.
Let's go 360 camera. Put in the work. Alright, let me line this up. I really want to get struck by lightning in the process.
It's just a huge storm right there. You can see it. I don't know if they're going to point the camera higher up, but that's a really tall storm. That's the one that's like 55, 60,000 feet up. Oops. Not mean to do that. We'll go back to them.
Right when we flipped it to this?
Rotation still trying to get going near Llano, Texas. And that's the storm though near Hillsborough. That's the height of it there, right? That's 55,000 feet or so up into the air right there. That's a tall thunderstorm.
I didn't know
So that's the entire thing.
I thought it was neat.
That's as far up as she goes.
What a beautiful
I think Hewitt will be mostly a wind threat, Andy, and hail. Maybe an isolated tornado, but I think the threat's really low right now. It's just mostly outflow-driven storms. I mean, that's a tall thunderstorm. By the way, new severe thunderstorm warning for Waco for quarter-sized hail, 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. Do have a storm that's near Dawson. That's the one that they're looking at. Again, has a hook, but no rotation. And again, our only tornado warning right now is west of Austin. Broad circulation. The tornado warning on the back side of this expires in 2 minutes. And I don't think they're going to reissue that one. This warning, honestly, doesn't look that impressive right now. You're at Llano, but if you are in the pink polygon, just continue to heed that warning and take shelter. Away from windows, lowest floor possible. That storm is just massive. I kind of want them to drive, like, further away. I just want to see how tall that is from a distance. It's huge.
Well, we're just about ready to stop.
I just gotta go up here and turn around real fast.
And that is Storm Runner Media. I'm not sure if they're going to pull over, but I'll have them at the bottom right. I think they are going to pull over and look at this. Let's go back to them. It's kind of interesting
Real look
how
at
tall
this
that
thing.
storm is.
I mean, we've really seen it, but I mean, from afar. Wow.
I don't know if they're going to point the camera up. Where's Connor? He's taking today off.
Hold on, guys, I gotta turn the camera here.
What a mothership is right.
I'm gonna regret this.
See if they point the camera up or not. And the only tornado warnings that we have right now, or the only warning, it's about to be only one warning, is near Llano, Texas. It's a broad area of circulation. Look at that massive rain shaft in the middle on that storm. That's the one near Malone, Texas. It's a really impressive storm. I only subscribe to correct pronunciation. Thank you. Appreciate the support. Wow, that's CG. Sheesh. Right in front of them.
Okay, you better move away from this grass.
I really want to see the top of the storm.
Right.
It's okay though.
It just feels warm.
Careful.
Here's the tornado warning once again near Llano, Texas. It is a broad area of circulation. I have a little bit better of a view of that now. Going towards Llano, Llama, Texas, whatever it's called. It's also going to be approaching Babyhead, so Babyhead, Texas. You're mostly getting the rain out of this, but yeah, area of circulation will be right in there. Yeah, I'm not really seeing much. Yeah, it's going towards Lone Grove, Scotts Crossing, just south of Babyhead, approaching Spider Mountain, Buchanan Lake Village, Granite Hills Ranch, Kingsland, Honey Creek. So yeah, if you're this tornado warning, just continue to stay in your storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom until it's officially lifted. Have not had anything confirmed on that storm, and the rotation's been broad, but it could always re-strengthen and develop at any time. Also, the storm southwest of Corsicana is still producing a really significant hail threat, up to tennis ball sized hail. The one that's back over near Gatesville still producing some golf ball sized hail. The one near Waco is more marginal. with some quarter-sized hail, and then the storms back up near the Red River have almost all weakened out. We have some more storms forming in Alabama and Mississippi. Not going to talk too much about these. I don't know if we're really going to cover this area, but $1.25 sized hail is the main concern with anything over there, and as well 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. That is a storm right there, again, over Malone, Texas. It is a beast of a storm. It's been a beast for a while. Echo tops near 60,000 feet. It's a really tall thunderstorm, and it's probably going to at least produce a lot of rain, a lot of hail, and probably a lot of wind, and a lot of lightning. But probably not a tornado. It's pretty much just all exclusively wind, hail, rain, and lightning. Thank you, Heike, by the way, for becoming a maximum velocity member. And welcome to the Velocities. If you're new to the channel, make sure to subscribe down below. Again, I'll be live here for the next at least a couple of hours, probably, maybe a few hours. Do severe weather coverage all the time.
This thing is beautiful.
Need a vacation? I do need a vacation. I am going on vacation. I'm literally, well, not really vacation, but visiting family. I guess that's vacation. On Saturday. How's my voice feel? Surprisingly, it feels pretty good. I don't know why. Alright, I'll be back in 60 seconds. Taking a quick break. We'll be back in a moment. Again, this is the storm in Malone, Texas.
What? Oh, no. You good now? There's a lowering here in the middle.
Maybe possibly. Yeah, this is in front of our rain, guys. Are we in trouble?
Yo.
Switch back to the other camera. That one's, it's got so much of a better view.
Which camera? The roof one?
There you go. Yeah. The roof camera.
That lowering there is rotating. I was trying to zoom in on it.
I just heard myself through your audio.
Man.
Alright, thank you.
Yep.
Alright, bye.
For $25 a stream, he sure is picky. Oh boy. Okay. This looks like the hail core is actually going to miss us to the south, so we may have to... I don't know what he's talking about. This thing looks so much more menacing on this camera.
Right.
But here, I'll put him on this camera. No, I'm just playing.
If you're just tuning in, this is a storm live view with Storm Runner Media in Malone, Texas. I'm also getting photos just now of damage and how. I'll show you guys in a second. Possibly a tornado and how.
Still tornado warning. Headed towards Austin.
What?
Eventually.
Oh.
I'm gonna keep it on camera.
Well, thank you guys for joining us here. Continue to smash that like and subscribe button if you guys like what you're seeing. It really helps us out a lot. Our goal today is 28,000. 29,000, excuse me. Thank you for the 2,000 of you watching.
It's the calmest stream all week. I know, it really is. Alright, let me show you that tornado damage. This is sent in by Hunter Ryan. Give me 1 second. I need a... Alright. Back to them in a second. This is also, by the way, the tornado warning near Llano, Texas, which again, broad circulation. I don't know if this is going to get tornado warning again, but stay in your safe place. There's a storm merger happening here, so we'll have to watch that closely. Yeah, we got a little storm merger happening here. All right, let me show you that possible tornado damage that is out of Howe, Texas. Again, the storm that they're on is this one right here, which is going towards Dawson and Hubbard, or Hubbard. So this was sent in by Hunter Ryan on Facebook. Possible tornado damage there near the Howe gas station. I'm guessing this is a gas station. Possibly straight line wind damage. It's kind of unknown. To me, it looks a little bit more like maybe some sort of straight line wind damage, but could be wrong. And by the way, Howe, Texas is back up here near Sherman. So that's a storm that we're looking at earlier. It didn't look like it was rotating, so I don't think it was a tornado per se, but it may have been some sort of, like, again, straight line wind damage or something like that. So some sort of damage there. Maybe a drunk NATO, you just never know. So definitely interesting. All right. This tornado warning goes for 7 more minutes. That storm, there's a storm merger happening there. I don't know if it's really going to produce anything. It's probably just going to be severe thunderstorm warned after this at best. We still do have a severe thunderstorm warning now west of Waco. That is going to be going towards Hewitt, Moody, and Crawford for golf ball sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. Once again, this is dropping down to the south-southeast right now. So continue to stay away from windows if you are in that severe thunderstorm warning. And here's a zoomed out look at all of our severe weather right now in Texas. The storms near the Red River have really just kind of broadened out and weakened entirely. So DFW is no longer in a tornado or even a severe thunderstorm watch. So you no longer have to be concerned, basically, at this point. Thank you, by the way, Sandra, for the $20 super chat. I do appreciate your generosity, and thank you. All right. TFW can play Fortnite now. Yes, definitely can. No problem, CCK. We're always live. I don't know how many hours we've been live this week, but it's probably a lot. Like, probably too much.
Or they might just be out, just watching.
Moving southeast at 30.
Southeast at 30.
We only have 5,400 likes. We need to get that like count up, guys. I don't think it really does anything. Thank you, Sandra, for the 5 gifted memberships. I do appreciate it. If you got a gifted membership, make sure to thank Sandra in the chat. Your voice reminds me of a Family Guy character. What? I don't sound like anybody from Family Guy. People have said I look like Peter Griffin, but I'm definitely not that fat.
This hail core hit us for a minute.
Why did I change my straw color? They don't give you enough straws. I get a milkshake and a drink, and they only give you 1 straw, so I had to get my Sonic straw, or whatever this is, from some other place.
Over there.
Almost Joe? There's no way. There's no way. Now, I've been here for the ride. I can say I'm officially exhausted. Yeah, I think everybody is, including me. I'm excited. Brian? Oh god.
They got 2-inch hail down
Sound
here.
like Brian.
Oh, they got golf.
Yeah, I'm excited to be done with severe weather for at least a few days. Wouldn't mind it returning, maybe to like the middle of nowhere. Maybe see like a photogenic tornado somewhere in the middle of nowhere. But I'm done with all these tornadoes and wind events, hail, flooding. But man, it's been a crazy severe weather season. Tornado warning does expire in 3 minutes, by the way, so I don't think that's going to continue. Whoa.
That scared me, all those birds. I was like, what is
This is important, I think. This near Crawford might be some sort of microburst or very high wind event happening. Damaging winds perhaps up near 80 miles per hour right now happening near Crawford and Oglesby, Texas. It's east of Gatesville. So again, if you're in this warning, I would 100% stay away from windows. That is similar scale to there being a tornado, basically. But that is relatively significant. Somebody just said this weather's keeping you on TV more than Steve Harvey. What does that even mean? What? Thank you, Jason, for becoming a Velocity member. But yeah, this looks like some sort of damaging wind event right now near Crawford. This warning will probably get upgraded to 70 mile per hour winds. Either way, stay away from windows if you're in this warning. It's a pretty significant wind event here. This is not a derecho. Derechos, again, are lines of storms that are widespread damage for 220 miles. It's just not a derecho. It needs to be like a large area of storms that's producing that. Think of this more small scale. Microburst would be small scale. It's very small scale. That's why they call it micro than burst. So again, that's possibly what we're looking at there. I don't know if it's really a microburst. It's hard to tell. The velocities there, at least for a couple scans here, have been pretty high. That's when you get very strong downburst winds that hit the ground and kind of spread out and produce damage. So that may have just happened here. It's a very rural part here of Texas, just west of Crawford. Not very many places here, luckily. But that's a lot of damage just west of Waco for the reference. There could definitely be some localized power outages, but again, that remains uncertain, at least for now. Hey, by the way, everybody who has purchased a Drunk NATO t-shirt, we have sold a ridiculous amount of those in this live stream. I do appreciate. Anyway, picking up one of our new Drunk NATO t-shirts or mugs. How do you donate? The donation links are in the description below. This tornado warning, by the way, is going to be canceled by the looks of it. So we'll take that off. The warning expires in 3 seconds. They have issued a new severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible label, but no longer tornado warned. It'll go away in a second. Yeah, the donation links are in the description. There is the Venmo as well in the description. Basically, everything's in the description. There you go. Tornado warning is gone, and we are back down now to 8 severe thunderstorm warnings. When is tornado season over? I mean, tornado season always exists. It depends on, like, what we're talking about, though. Because tornado season is always going on. There's never, like, a slow time, really. I mean, well, it gets slow sometimes, but, like, there's always tornadoes usually somewhere happening in some part of the country. Tornado season, though, like here in the southern plains and central plains, is usually the most busy during, like, now, which technically it starts in March, all the way through about June, and then it kind of quiets down. So, yeah. Storm Murder Media was just trying to punch into this hail core and get into the hail for some reason. Apparently they just learned that there's no hail left with this storm or something. It looks like there is some hail, but it must just be a really small area. The storm was up to baseball plus size hail at one point, so who knows. We got a significant amount of damaging winds right now near Oglesby and Crawford, Texas, just west of Waco. It's really the most significant activity that we have right now on the map. Windy with a chance of trampoline merch. We have trampoline merch, actually. We have flying trampoline merch on shopmaxvelocity.net. The link's below. We'll probably do another revamp at some point in the future for flying trampoline merch. It's one of the it's one of the highest demanded items that we usually have, but yeah, we'll do something about that at some point in the future. Bare minimum, though, we do have our Drunkenado merch, which has been extremely popular. Most popular thing we've ever had. Thank you, Ian, for the $5 Venmo. Outlook for Austin. Yeah, this storm's on track for Austin. I mean, there's probably going to be more storm mergers or just storm development here as this activity moves to the southeast towards Austin. It's hard to predict what the actual threat will be there because it's just, again, when we have storm mergers like this happening constantly, sort of similar to what we had yesterday, but just in a much more high shear environment, it's hard to tell what's actually going to happen with this. It's probably going to be more of just a wind and hail threat. We could get an isolated tornado. There's definitely a lot of lightning, but I would lean towards this just being more of a wind and hail threat. Now, down the road, if the storm mergers kind of dwindle down a bit more and we just have one discrete cell, we definitely could see something significant there. But once again, it's kind of a question mark right now. Do we not have a 5 or 6L on there? I don't know what our largest shirt size even is. I think our largest shirt size on there is 4X or 3X. Did I make a cheese curd hail meter yet? I haven't had time. We've been live every day. I'm planning on doing that at some point. I have so many things that I want to do. I mean, tomorrow again is our members only stream. If you want to watch our members only stream tomorrow, once again, we will have a members only stream tomorrow for the computer building stream. And as well as setting up the monitors. It's probably gonna be about 2 to 3 hours long. It's gonna be very interactive. I'll be answering questions during that as well, just random questions, whatever it might be. My friend's really gonna be doing most of the stuff. I'm not really gonna do much of the setting up. He's just gonna do most of it. So if you want to watch that, again, you can become a member. It's not to make it a paywall. It's not weather related, so I'm not gonna make this public. But it will be a members only stream, and if you cannot catch it tomorrow, you'll be able to watch it back. I will schedule a time for it, but I don't know what time it's going to be at. So just want to throw that heads up out there for those that are members, which we have over 1,000 members now. So I do appreciate anybody that's a member, but that'll once again be tomorrow, approximately at probably 2 or 3 p.m. is my guess, Central, but that's an estimate. I'm planning on doing a video tomorrow, so subscribe to the channel if you're new here and click the bell. We'll have a video tomorrow about the weather that's ahead after today, or after tomorrow, I mean. Thank you, Matt, for becoming a Velocity member, and thank you, Audrey, for gifting a member. I mean, also, the more people that gift members, the more people that can actually watch that stream, basically. So that's also the other thing. You don't even have to pay for it. Some people don't have to pay for it. Just got Radar Omega. I mean, it's a fantastic app, and I don't, they sponsor me. We have a good relationship. Like, they help us out a lot too. But like, it's not even just that. Like, it is really a fantastic weather app. I really can't recommend it enough. Why does Lenovo always want me to update my firmware? Can we chill out? I can't wait to get my new computer tomorrow. I'm so sick and tired of the Lenovo stuff on here. I gotta cover hurricanes. I will be covering hurricanes. Oh man, that's gonna be literally the question that everybody asks from here on out. It's never gonna change. Holy cow. Storm Runner Media driving right through the storm right now near Malone, Texas. Pub, I don't know. We don't have our graphics card, but we'll see what happens. I mean, the only thing we didn't get shipped in was the stupid graphics card. I'm so annoyed by that. I was really hoping to at least be able to use it by tomorrow, but I'm going on a golfing trip anyways, so it doesn't really matter, but like, I hope it at least comes in before I come back from that, because I would like to be able to use the computer. I don't have the graphics card, no. It's the only thing. Only thing I don't have is the graphics card. Which is just crazy. I got the GTX 4070. GTX 4070. Thank you, Richard, for becoming a minimum velocity member. Thank you, Chaos, for becoming a VIP velocity member. Put smarts in the chat for Chaos. That is our highest tiered membership on the channel. I do appreciate you becoming a VIP velocity member. And also thank you, Robert, for becoming a velocity member. Thank you, Tara, for the $9.99. Just had a surge of members and also a surge of a super chat. What CPU? I don't know. We'll go over the CPU. We'll go over all the specs in tomorrow's stream. We're gonna, like, literally, I'm gonna show you every single spec before it actually goes into the computer. So, again, that'll be the members only stream. We'll have it. I'll literally go into all the specs. I don't know what they are. They're somewhere. I don't even know where the heck they are. They're somewhere around here. I don't know what the actual specs are, but other than the GTX, which I don't have. It's the only thing I don't have. Yeah, so before, I haven't even opened most of it. And also, the 3 monitors are still in their own boxes. I still haven't even opened those. I'm probably going to buy another monitor, so we're probably going to have 4 monitors and not 3, but I haven't gotten that yet. So we got a surge of damaging winds right now near Crawford, Texas, and Oldsby, just west of Waco. And this is probably around 70-mile-per-hour winds here in the area that I just outlined with the arrows. This is the first time we've built a PC. Yeah, it's a cheaper way to get a computer anyways. And it's kind of cooler. I mean, you know, it might be cool. I don't know. Thank you, Paul, for becoming a Velocity member. Thank you, Patrick, for the $4.99. Any school recommendations? OU, at least Tor. OU. I'd at least Tor OU. OU's pretty good. We apparently just hit 227,000 subscribers. I do appreciate all of your support. This is kind of crazy, by the way. I'm just gonna show this to you guys real quick. Literally a parabola curve here of subscribers. It's pretty miraculous. It's really crazy. The amount of growth that we've had over the last month has been insane. I think a lot of it's just because we've had so much bad weather, but still really crazy stuff. That's nuts. I know it is. It's pretty nuts. How to apply there? Yeah, it's a pretty cool college. I mean, I don't go there, but I've toured it. It's pretty cool. Probably one of the, I mean, it has a lot of stuff there. One of my plans after school, it's currently to do this, but I don't really mind what I do at this point. Either that or just go on TV. Somebody was asking about a patch, like a Drunkenado patch. I don't think I can make patches, at least through my provider, for the Drunkenado merch. So, unfortunately, I don't think that is possible. With that said, we just had 4 people order a Drunkenado sticker in the last, like, 10 minutes. You guys are going crazy for the Drunkenado merch. I've never seen so many people order merch in our store before. It's actually really crazy. Dylan, I think so. It's a 4070, so I think that's a 4000 series. I could be wrong. I don't have a clue. That's all I know. It's a GTX 4070. That's basically all I know. It's getting really dark in Waco. The only thing that's in your area right now is this storm activity. It looks like the worst fit's gonna miss you. It looks like just mostly rain and lightning. So I'm not super concerned about Waco. The main concern right now is off to your west. Drunkenado was the best stream. Drunkenado was an interesting stream. It was definitely an interesting stream. Appreciate that. It was me. Appreciate it. What do you think is the next big storms for Indiana? Subscribe to the channel, which you already are. Click the bell icon down below, and I will tell you more tomorrow. Because I'm gonna have a full video on what to expect for like the next week. in tomorrow's video. But I do think overall we're going to get a little bit of a break from severe weather. I don't think it's going to be nearly as significant as what we've seen. By the way, there's still a broad area circulation here, just heads up, going towards Horseshoe Bay. It's not much, but it's there. But I'm going to do a full breakdown. It's tomorrow's video. It'll be, again, probably about over the week period of what to expect. And yeah, we'll just do a full breakdown on what to expect. Because I don't think it's going to be that busy. Overall, it should be quieter when it comes to severe weather next week. So we'll see. Am I doing winter storms this year? Yes, we do. We do winter storms, we do hurricanes, we do severe weather. Do I sell Drunkenado coffee? I do not. Meteorologist max velocity. That actually does that. That sounds pretty cool. You inspired me to eat Culver's tonight. I think I'll eat mine warm though. Thank you for making me jealous. My Culver's is cold. I'm actually, I air fried my burger from the other night after having Culver's. It was actually really good. It's like had a nice crunch to the bun. It was actually really good. I could be a food reviewer. Max Velocity reviews food. Oh man. Legally change your last name to Velocity. That'd be pretty crazy. I know most people here on YouTube use their actual last name. We just use Velocity. It has an interesting ring to it, though. It's an interesting ring. Max cooking channel when? I can't cook for my life. I can barely cook a grilled cheese without burning it. I usually burn my grilled cheese. That's a good app for general weather forecasts. The weather app. For just general stuff. I mean, a local news app isn't bad either. Thank you, Matt, for becoming a Velocity member. Just ordered a Max Velocity air fryer. Gaming channel after the new PC? I'm not doing a gaming channel. No. I should do a member-only stream of something cooking related. If the weather gets really boring in the summer at some point, I actually might just do that. I might pop in, get the face camera, and just do a little stream of me cooking a grilled cheese. Stream it for 20 minutes, do a members-only stream. That sounds fantastic. Thank you, Metis, for becoming a moderate Velocity member. What else is going on? I haven't really looked anywhere else. The ordinary storms everywhere right now. We got severe weather still up in Ohio. Why? Huh. Okay. Still have severe weather in Ohio. Tornado watch, by the way, has been condensed. No longer includes Brownwood or the San Angelo area. So those areas are no longer included in the watch. The storm that Storm Runner Media's on, that one's back down to quarter size tail, so that hail threat's pretty much died out. That new PC is going to allow Radar Omega to fly. I know. That's the other thing I'm excited about. Right now, it's like, you can kind of see it. It's just kind of jittery. A lot of the time when I zoom out, it's not good. But once I get this new graphics card, it'll be way better. So I'm really excited about that happening. If you get a TV job, please come to Birmingham, Alabama. Hey, we'll see where it takes us if we go down that route. Thank you, Matt, for the $5 super chat. Need some Supercell there, Supercell there, Supercell everywhere shirt. That would actually not be a bad idea either. That's actually not a bad suggestion. I'll look into that. Sounds like a good idea. Apparently, Storm Runner Media is currently doing a 35 and a 70. Sounds like Texas when it's raining. Doesn't matter how much rain's happening. Sounds pretty typical. I buy the shirt. I bet you would. I mean, I'll just be honest with you guys. We sold, I think, about 50 t-shirts for the Drunk NATO merch. It might be more now. In the first 24 hours, I think we sold like 40. So, like, I mean, we've at least sold 50. So, it's quite miraculous how many shirts we've sold for the Drunk NATO merch. I'm just shocked. If you want to pick up a Drunk NATO shirt, the link's in the chat and from Dakota, and it's also linked in the description. Is there a derecho tomorrow? No. How many people have you had on a live stream? Our peak concurrent viewership, I think, is 23,000. I mean, we've been averaging around 10,000 recently, which is pretty crazy. But yeah, we peaked at 23,000. That was when we had a tornado on the ground with Connor back last week. We also peaked at 23,000 the other day. We peaked 23,000 twice now. I don't remember what the other time was. Thank you, Alan, for the $4.99. I mean, our peak before this entire week, I think, was like, I don't know, probably was maybe like 15K. But last year, at any point of last year, I mean, like, our highest peak last year at any point was probably like 5,000. So we've grown exponentially recently. Thank you, Garrett. Or, sorry, never mind. Thank you, Garrett. Garrett's asking, how do I become a member? I'm just like on autopilot right now. You can become a member with either the link in the description. It's also the pinned link in the chat, and it's also just the join button down below if you want to become a member. If you do become a member, again, you'll have access to being able to watch that members only stream tomorrow. Again, you don't have to watch it. It's not anything. It's not severe weather coverage. We're not paintballing things, but again, it's just the computer building stream and setting up the monitors, a studio tour, all that sort of stuff. And if you can't even watch it tomorrow, once again, we will have that archived, so you can watch it back or whatever. How many storms do I think there are? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I see 9 right now in our view. 1. You could actually probably consider that. I mean, whatever. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Nope, that's not 1. Never mind. 10. I see 10. 10 storms. These are different updraft structures. They're kind of split storms. That one's also... Yeah, that one actually might be kind of split too. It's kind of hard to tell. DFW's done with severe weather. We are done with severe weather. The tornado watch has been canceled there. My good friends with Ryan Hall. I mean, I've talked to him briefly. I mean, like, literally the only time I've talked to him was literally, like, last week. I just messaged him. And we talked, like, briefly. Do you track hurricanes, sir? Yes, I do, Alan. Thank you for the $4.99. I'm glad I can answer that question for you. Only the 24th time I think I've seen that today. Trenton, yeah, Radar Omega is $8.99 on iOS and Android, which, again, is relatively cheap. It's a one-time purchase. You get a lot of features, like the live cameras, live radar, all that sort of stuff, tracking tools. A lot of good stuff. The only things you have to pay extra for are like computer models and satellite imagery. Those are the subscriptions they have. They have a few other things that are on the subscriptions. So it's worth it in my opinion. If you want to download it, the link's at the bottom of the description. But once again, the stream's not sponsored. I'm just telling you that's literally, you know, it is a really good weather app. Shirt idea. Max's Trampoline Emporium. You buy them, we sky them. That's a good one. Thank you, Jonah, for the $5 super chat. What's the difference between a wall clad, shelf clad, and outflow boundary? Those are like almost 3 completely different things. I don't know what you really mean by that in terms of detail, but I mean, outflow boundaries, this is what's on radar. And outflow boundaries just you know, basically create a lot of rising motion leading to thunderstorms like this, kind of long-term storms. You know, a shelf cloud again would be, I mean, I could probably just show you a photo, but I mean, a shelf cloud is just like a roll cloud that comes from those sorts of storms, usually from those outflow boundaries. And then a wall cloud's a lowering from a actual cloud base that rotates and produces a, you know, tornado threat. Hopefully that's what you're asking about, but I don't know. Max needs a podcast. I don't know what I'll make a podcast about. My brother's trying to make me make a podcast, and I'm like, no, I don't have time for it. Don't have time to make a podcast. The storm near Groesbeck, Texas, by the way, is up to 2-inch hail. Sorry. All right. Is that Wall Cloud and Storm Runner Media's view? I don't know. I'll go to them in a second, though. I'll go to them now. They lost connection, apparently. I know they did. Yes, they did. No, they didn't.
39 likes.
I know.
Oh, the impressions.
Grade 1. 30 minutes. Oh, that's
Oh, there we go.
Alright.
Let's see.
Non-mark.
It is very dark. That is true.
A little shower after doing
Iowa, man. Iowa doing Iowa things.
but we get a big supercell.
I don't see anything when it comes to. What was the question? Was it a shelf or wall cloud? I don't see a. I definitely don't see a wall cloud. If that was the question, I can't even remember.
3 miles from Coolidge.
Let's try to fix the stream.
But looking at how our storm is weakening and the other 2 storms down to the south are getting larger.
I had a dream about storm chasing on a bicycle last night, and I'm not kidding. Literally had a dream that I was storm chasing while on a bike.
Thank you very much for the Venmo. Much appreciated.
What, Chad? You're contacting me on my behalf about a sponsorship? Oh, Lord. It's a new shirt. Storm chasing on a bicycle. He's so funny.
Finally broke through that rain.
Storm chasing on a bike. Not tornado warned? I mean, there's nothing to tornado warn on that storm. I don't think. Just a weakening storm. Hey, Steel Stones for becoming a VIP Velocity member. Put smarts in the chat for Steel. That is our highest tiered membership on the channel, and I do appreciate your generosity. Thank you, Steel. Welcome to the Velocities. Wizard of Oz. Must have been. I was dreaming. I don't know who I was with, but I was like, you know, I was dreaming. It was me and somebody else on a bicycle, literally storm chasing. Probably one of the weirdest things ever. Hear from your Facebook page, or hear from Facebook. Love your page. Appreciate that, James. It's hard to keep up with, you know, North Texas Weather Center now. YouTube doing it all my own is tough. I mean, I've been dropping Facebook a little bit here and there, just not able to get as many updates on there as I would like to. You and Reed? It probably was me and Reed, honestly. Thank you, Will, for the $4.99. Hewitt, Texas, south of Waco, tornado possibility. Just wind. Even if there was a tornado possibility, it's already down to your south, so I would not be concerned. It's mostly just wind.
Yeah, I mean, that thing invigorated itself.
Media manager can do it. Yeah, right.
I don't know what the warning's gonna be, but I mean, you see
It's
all
gonna
the
be a whole. I would literally need a.
colors on that. But look at this. I mean, look at the storm.
What are they called? I would need like a TED Talk. Or like a master class. That's what it's called. I would need a master class to teach my current social media manager how to do that. It'd just be a whole master class. Thank you, Heather, for becoming a minimum velocity member. Yeah, it's really dark. I mean, again, it's not even sunset. Right now, it's 6:56 p.m. here. The sun does not set for another hour and a half, and you can't see. The storm tops on these storms are really high. Like, they are upwards of... See the lightning there at the bottom right? They're upwards of, like, you know, 80,000 feet plus. Or sorry, not 80,000 feet. God, it's high. Over 50,000 feet. Sorry, not 80,000 feet. I mean, it literally looks like it's nighttime. They got all the lights on there. Look at this. They're at a gas station. All the lights are on.
Oh, now they.
That's not the gas station. Why is this thing always breaking? Let's try this again.
Something is wrong down there.
Nope. All right. I'll try it again. There we go.
Oh,
It literally looks like the sun is set like 2 hours ago.
music.
It's literally not even 7. The sun doesn't set until like... The sun doesn't set until like 8:30. It's a cool stop. Yeah, it is a cool stop. Oh man, it is a very cool stop. Cool stop in the middle of nowhere. I don't even know where they are. Hubbard, Texas. I mean, it's way too dark this time of night. It's the definition of SLCs. Can't even see anything. It just looks like a cloud base. I don't see any SLCs. Thank you, Tara, for the $1.99. Appreciate it. What a cool stop. Somebody was asking about Shreveport. Got some storms trying to fire up there now, but I think it's probably going to mostly be isolated wind and hail. Here's the future radar for tonight, by the way, just for those that are, you know, wondering about what to expect. We do have a severe thunderstorm warning, by the way, west of Austin now for ping pong ball sized hail. There is still a tornado possible label on that. Here's the timing for tonight, beginning with now. So this will be about 8 o'clock. Storms will start to fire up. We still got storms in Alabama and Mississippi, but storms will fire up across Louisiana. Storms will continue across Texas right around 8. By 9, the storms continue to really explode across East Texas and as well as Louisiana, with lots of instability. And as the temperatures cool down a little bit tonight, those storms should be able to really fire up easily. By 10 to 11 o'clock tonight, storms continue across Alabama, Mississippi. We'll also have a threat back over in parts of Louisiana. And then eventually by 12 to 1, those storms continue to move more into a line as they move towards Florida and eventually through Georgia. And then we're done by really tomorrow morning with most of the severe weather threat. We will not be live tomorrow for this. We'll be live for the members only stream though. If you want to become a member, again, you can become a member with the link in the description. It is also going to be the link that's pinned in the chat if you want to become a member. It's as little as $2.99. We'll be doing a computer building stream. It'll be 2 to 3 hours of a lot of fun. Just a lot of talking, basically. My friend will build everything. I'll be just talking to you guys, basically. Probably for the most part. So that's the plan for tomorrow. So if you're new, make sure to subscribe. And if you want to become a member, you can to watch that handy-dandy stream tomorrow. Thank you, Vex, for the $10 super chat. I was outside about an hour ago when the storm went through Gatesville, and it was about 90 degrees, but then suddenly it dropped to 70 degrees, and I got chills from it. That is called rain cool air, and we had a lot of that. This is the temperatures. This is the temperature difference, and so it's right now 72 here west of Waco, and it's still about 90 near Austin. So that rain cool air is going to drop the temperatures by, you know, a lot. And even back up in like the DFW area. Back up near Bowie, I think the temperature, yeah, it's still 59 degrees there. Unless that's just not updating. But, like, it's still in, like, the low to mid-60s, at least, in northwest North Texas. It's quite cold. Cold for this time of the year, at least. Wow. It is raining there. Cool stop is no longer a cool stop. It's a rainy stop. It is just pouring. Am I based in Gatesville? I'm not. No, I'm just reading a super chat.
Heck, we have no chance of that storm, right? I don't think.
Highly doubt it.
When's the new SPC update? Is that 8? I can't remember anymore. I keep losing track. Is that an hour from now?
This is the way I have us go.
Okay.
Oh, it's raining.
Is that bad?
No.
I'm open to
If these storms merge, could they produce? They could. We got a little storm merger happening down here. I mean, we've had multiple storm mergers in this area, but if they all three merge, maybe. But if we just keep having them merge one after one after one, it's probably not going to happen. I should go tornado chasing. I might go chasing with Reed Timmer at some point in the future. For one day or something. But we'll see. I'm not sure when that would even be. I would have to, like, literally plan that well ahead of time. Like, I'd have to get a flight and stuff, because I'm nowhere near, like, Oklahoma or anything like that. You're in Marble Falls. There's a lot of storm mergers happening here. I mean, it's already merged a couple of times, hasn't produced, so we'll see. It's just merge after merge after merge about to happen here. I'd be terrified to chase with Reed. I wouldn't. That'd be fun. Take a trampoline with you, 100%. Thank you, Sander, for the $4.99. No TED Talk or podcast. Max has his next thrilling adventure. Velocity's Flying Trampoline Park. Parachute included. That'd be pretty sick. That is actually a pretty good idea. Thank you, Dad, for the $4.99. How does Pensacola area look overnight and early morning? We have a delay in the morning for it? Excuse me? You have a delay for a low damaging wind risk. That's interesting. It would just be damaging winds. That's really it. Relatively low risk. We've gained 27,000 subscribers, just for the record. 27,000 in the last literally 4 days. Literally insane. We're not far from the 250,000 mark. Once we hit 250,000 subscribers, we'll be doing a 250,000 subscriber limited release hat. That'll be out whenever that happens. We already did a 100k hat, which only like 10 people picked up when this came out. This is the 100k subscriber hat. We'll have a 250k version of this, but it'll be a different design probably. It's really high quality, by the way, but this is a very, very rare hat. I could probably sell this on eBay for like, you know, $50. Maybe somebody will pick it up. It's worth value. I was online when you hit 200k. Yeah, it's pretty crazy. Just happened. Look at the wind going across the road here. Pretty strong storm here that they're in. Storm Runner Media. Would you consider making a postcard with your picture and personally signing them to sell? Maybe. I mean, if there's demand for it, I will. But I would have to mail all that stuff out. It might take a while if I did that. It'd have to be like a really like limited sort of thing though, probably. That would be a cool idea though. I actually think that's a cool idea. Maybe I even do like the 250k hat and I like sign it or something. Could try to do something like that too. Topic: Storm is getting its act together. Where is Brandon?
Oh, it's that. I keep hearing.
I can't even see Brandon on. I don't know if he's still on radar Omega or not. Drunkenado bumper sticker. I mean, I have a lot. We could do a lot of stuff with it. The problem is my provider doesn't do all that stuff. My provider only does so much stuff.
Okay, that red light is back turned on.
Yeah, it's freaking out because it didn't have consistent power.
Alright, I was looking at it and then
I was like, what is that here? I was like, where is my storm here? This big thing.
Georgetown? Where in the world is Georgetown? It's Georgetown's gonna stay warm
There it is. They're kind of assigned to-
until those storms pass through.
Yep. I just keep hearing this camera thing.
Oh, are they in the same spot?
Yeah, it's
Okay.
just that. Whoa, that
Oh,
was right
yeah,
there.
they're literally in the same spot. Holy cow. This is what that storm looks like. This is Brandon Kopic's feed. You actually see that, like, sort of thing there. See a big shelf, it looks like. This is, again, that was Brandon Kopic's feed on Radar Omega. You can see, again, the wind is mainly the concern here near Temple. It's outflow driven. I really don't expect a tornado out of this, but can't rule it out. Still a low threat. Yeah, probably mostly just a wind threat. Like, literally, they're on top of each other and must be talking to each other or something. That is a shelf cloud? Yeah. Planning on doing a fundraiser for tornado victims someday? It's always in consideration. I mean, granted, again, we just blew up here on YouTube. Like, you know, we didn't have this many viewers up until the last few weeks. But, I mean, you know, right now, what I'm just doing is, you know, if I ever see, like, a GoFundMe or something, I'll contribute something probably. But, like, you know, it's just on an occasional basis. But maybe sometime in the future. I mean, organizing a 501c and stuff is just a lot of work for the scale. Like, for where I'm at right now, it's just a lot of work. I mean, again, I'm full-time in college still. It's not, like, easy to do that sort of stuff while maintaining this and all that. So, that'd just be way too much. But maybe something someday. Do I use a Stream Deck? Sure do. Here's a preview to the Stream Deck. It's not the entire thing. I have multiple pages. But yeah, that's how I control a lot of the stuff. But we will not have to update the warning counter ever again after I have this big... somebody's going to code me an entire warning system, so the warning counter will just automatically update after this thing's done. Or after that's done, it'll just automatically update, and then also the warnings will automatically pop up on screen. So... that'll be nice when that happens. Do I have Vince's feed? Not really, no. I mean, Brandon Kopic basically said I can just show his stream occasionally, just for a brief time, so. At least on Radar Omega. And obviously Stormrunner Media we already work with. Thank you, Andrew, for becoming a moderate Velocity member. I do appreciate it, and welcome to the Velocities. We have 85 new members, by the way, today. If you want to become a member, again, it's the link down below in the description. It's also the join button. See if we can hit 100 members today before the stream's over. And again, if you do become a member, you'll have access to that members-only stream that is tomorrow. That'll be the computer building stream. Yeah, Kopic's awesome. I mean, I tune into his stream quite often. I mean, if you ever look at the live chat, I'm actually sometimes there before I go live. I look what he's doing and all that. He's cool. He talks a lot before. I mean, like he goes live hours before most of the severe weather events. He's very. It's kind of like what we do. We kind of just talk about random stuff near the end of streams. Usually, what he does is he talks about a bunch of stuff before the stream starts. So, or before like the severe weather starts. So he's kind of the opposite of me, in that way. But very interactive. Thank you, Susan, also for becoming a Velocity member. How do you join on an iPad? It would be the join button. Or either that, or it's the link that's pinned in the chat, or it's the link that's down below that says become a member, join the Velocities. Why don't I use the dual panes? Well, I will probably be able to use that more often soon, but this is what it looks like. It's this right here. It's not centered whatsoever, because it, like, you can see here, like, 2/3 of the screen is this, this part, and only like 1/3 is over here. So it's not centered, but once I get this new monitor set up and all that, we'll actually probably have 2 different feeds that we can just use for Radar Omega and just kind of plop them on here, or something like that, so. I hardly ever use it. It's easier just to kind of do the keyboard shortcuts I like doing that. I like doing that better. Thank you, Theme Pro, Brad, and Weather, and Tora for becoming Velocity members. Also, Juka, appreciate you guys all becoming members. We're up to 89 members today. We only need 11 more for 100. I'm excited for the new setup, too. I am very, very excited for the setup. I've been talking about it for literally like 2 weeks now. I don't really have a plan either right now for the setup. We've been talking about it so much, but I really don't have a plan for it. We do have golf ball sized hail, by the way, on the storm here in western Alabama, south of Hamilton. This will be moving off into the east towards Fayette and Berry. Relatively low threats here. So, I mean, most of these storms, again, these will probably stay numerous just due to the fact they're all kind of training west to east. But the hail and wind threat should remain a little bit more marginalized compared to what we saw yesterday with some hailstorms really large. And also, the hailstorms in Texas were definitely way worse than those. So if you're in Alabama, it shouldn't be too bad there. Also, thank you, Todd, and as well as Panda for becoming Velocity members. Thank you, Master, for the $4.99. I'm in Tuscaloosa. The lightning is intense. These storms are highly electrified. Even the ones here in Texas, there's a ton of lightning. You can see it at the bottom right. I mean, you know, Storm Radar Media is on the storm, I think, near Tague. But even then, there's still a lot of lightning there. The other storms to the south are much more electrified. The one that's west of Austin, that has a bunch of storm mergers happening. That one's very electrified. This will probably become something... I mean, this could become a tornado risk near Austin if it all, you know, unfolds here as a storm merger. So we'll have to see if that happens. Thank you, Klassen, for becoming a Velocity member. Bass, I have no clue. I don't know where the warnings even come from. Thank you, Michelle, for becoming a member. When do I expect the next round of severe weather? What do you mean? Like the next day? Like next time frame for significant severe weather? Is that what you're asking? If you're wondering about that, I'll probably, again, I'll have a video tomorrow on that. And, I'll have more details on that. Because, again, that video will go more detail. I'll probably do, like, a whole, like, a huge weather pattern change is coming. That's probably going to be the title tomorrow. It's, like, the same title I've used for, like, 6 years, it feels like. Probably something like that. And we'll talk more about, basically, what to expect for the next week or so. Week or two, when the next big severe weather event will be, all that sort of stuff. We will have a video on that tomorrow. That's not members only. That's just our normal video. The only thing that is members only that we've had in like the last like year is going to be that members only stream tomorrow sometime in the afternoon probably. And again, we'll be doing a computer building stream, and if you want to become a member, you can. We're 7 members from 100 today, so feel free to become a member if you'd like. Link is down below. It's also the join button. I'm at least going to stay live, I think, through this storm and see if it does actually have a successful storm merger. Because this storm is really highly electrified. And, again, it does have at least a low tornado risk right now as it continues to travel to the east towards Austin. So we'll at least stay on this for a little while. Yes, this storm west of Austin does have 2-inch hail, so it is a relatively significant hailstorm right now. When's the live stream tomorrow? I don't know. I have not figured that out yet. Depends on when I make my video tomorrow, because I'm going to make my video on this laptop still. And then we'll go from there. Thank you, Pied, for becoming a Velocity member. Thank you, Brian, for the $10 super chat. I'm from Michigan. Do we have any ratings from the tornadoes the other day? I don't know. I can check, though. Let me look. There's a website that has all the data. Sometimes it's not always updated, though. There was the Three Rivers tornado near... So the one near Union City, I think this is the one that went tornado emergency. It was an EF2. So that one really probably shouldn't have been a tornado emergency, but either way, still, I had a big debris signature on radar. The one near Twin Lakes, also an EF1. And then Kalamazoo, I don't know if we've had anything. I think the Portage one may have been an EF2, but it's not on here yet. So, yeah. Four tornadoes are rated. All right, so there was a couple more. EF1 and EF2 so far. So there you go. Chaos, if you want, send it to me, and I can add it. Yeah, if you want. If it's good, I'll definitely add it. It has to be like 64 by 64 pixels or something like that, or 128 by 128. Brandon found a cow in the road. Excuse me. He's not looking at a cow right now. Was it earlier or something? Oh god, we got the moose. He's chasing a cow like 2 minutes ago? Oh, should have pulled it up. It's funny. Alright, so, again, what we're looking at right now on radar near Austin, Texas is basically 3 storms merging with each other. And so, it's interesting. We'll see if there's a tornado risk that comes out of this. I'm not sure if there will be, but there might be. So we're still keeping a close eye on it. Thank you, Milky, also for becoming a Velocity member. We're only 5 members away now from 100 today, so if you want to become a member, the link's down below. But again, what a storm merger essentially means here is that if all these storms merge successfully, we could get some sort of tornado risk, but we'll see. Oh, that's fun. The National Weather Service offices around the United States responsible for issuing watches and warnings and advisories for severe weather events such as tornadoes, severe storms, and other occurrences state that they can no longer post all warnings in real time due to Twitter limiting their automated tweets. So that's probably why we had an issue this morning. Fun. Good times. Lovely. It was an issue literally that was like literally an issue when that happened too, earlier. Thank you, Tucker, for becoming a member. Thank you, Cryptic, for becoming a member. Thank you, Chaos, for the 5 gifted memberships. I do appreciate it. And we've officially gone over 100 today just because of that alone. Thank you, CH and Brent, for becoming Velocity members. And also thank you, Tyler and Bronk, for all becoming Velocity members. We're at 107 today. Yay. Appreciate everybody becoming members. Thanks, Elon. Yes. I don't know. I don't know if it's... I don't know what it is exactly. I mean, this was an issue, though, back literally when that whole API thing came out last year, but maybe it was just a mistake. I don't know. All the warnings, from what I've seen, have been going through recently, at least. The tornado warnings. So maybe it was just a glitch. I don't know. What's the longest stream I've done? We did 16 hours straight the other day on that high-risk tornado event. Yeah, our record for members in a day was 250, which was, I think, also the other day. Future threat going down this evening? Yeah, so the future threat after Texas is going to be these storms that are now developing here across both East Texas and Louisiana. These have exploded. Look at this explosion of storms up here. Right here. Near Monroe. Look how fast these exploded. There's nothing here. Oh, those blow up fast. And this is what 5,000 to 6,000 joules per kilogram of energy does. It's a lot of instability. Lots of rising motion, and storms have exploded here near Interstate 20. Wow. Well, really the next threat is here in Louisiana. Arkansas, East Texas, those states, and also back into Mississippi and as well as Alabama. Our next threat's going to be in these states, and now we have tennis ball sized hail west of Birmingham. We'll go to that in a second. But in these storms, that's where we're going to be watching for next. We'll have a bunch of kind of just semi-discrete cells forming all across this area. Eventually, they'll form into a cluster overnight tonight and then produce more of a damaging wind and isolated tornado risk through tomorrow morning. With that said, Birmingham, or not Birmingham storm, but the one west of Birmingham here near Fayetteville, this is now producing tennis ball sized hail in Fayette, Alabama. So that's a big hailstorm right now near Kennedy. The CC on that, the signature here on this correlation coefficient showing relatively large hail there near Fayette and Kennedy. So definitely a pretty big hailstorm right now heading that direction. Eventually going to be going towards Barry in Alabama. You don't see large hail that often in these states in the southeast. That's a lot of lightning. It's lightning everywhere in here. You zoom out, you just see all the lightning. Thank you, Aaron, for the $9.99. That's awesome. I can inspire you and appreciate the $9.99. Don't forget to drink water. I've been drinking Diet Coke for the last like hour. With my cold Culver's just sitting in a bag right now. Good times. Also, thank you, Tyler, for becoming a member. I don't know if I already said that, but I appreciate it. Did NatoCast have another outlook today? Or no? I don't know if their API is broken too or not. The storms in Texas today are upwards of 62,000 feet, by the way. It's pretty big. Pretty big. 62,000 feet into the atmosphere. Like, that's a huge storm. I don't know how tall this one is. Let's look. The Echo Top's currently estimated at... There you go. 62,000 feet near Johnson City. These are huge storms. They are huge. Thank you, Karen, for the $10 donation. No message, but I do appreciate your generosity, and thank you for using the donation link. And thank you for your donation. Appreciate it. I mentioned Culver's tornado curse. I swear, if we get a tornado warning on this storm, we're never getting Culver's again. I mean, that's what's happening. Culver's is banned if this gets a tornado. Rotation east of Waco? I will check on that. Let me look. Probably not. Looks like just wind. Just far away from the radar site. It's not the pocket of rotation that would be in question. It's kind of not even where there would be rotation. So I would say probably not. Mostly just a rain and hail threat, and also a lot of lightning and all that sort of jazz. The tornado threat is definitely not done today. I mean, the tornado threat goes until like 12 p.m. tomorrow. I mean, it's going to be going on for a while. It's a very low risk. We're not going to be live until 12 p.m. tomorrow. No way. But yeah, I mean, it's supposed to basically be going on for a long time. Hey, Ryan, for the $9.99. Appreciate your generosity. EF3 rating for the Columbia, Tennessee is preliminary per the National Weather Service. I thought I heard about that earlier, unless that's just new, but... I want to try Culver's, but there's none in California. Gotta request one to come to California. This storm is now up to tennis ball sized hail west of Austin. Wow. Tennis ball sized hail now west of Austin, Texas. Storm has not shown any signs of letting up at this point. No signs. So if you're in Austin, Texas, be prepared for hail and be prepared for an isolated tornado risk and damaging winds. Basically got everything on this storm right now. I got literally 6 hours of sleep last night. I'm tired. I'm yawning, that's why. I went to bed at like 3:30 or 4, got up at like 10, and I thought we might have to go live like really early today, and we didn't. So good times. Thank you, Karen, Amber, and Kathy for becoming Velocity members. 6 hours is bad. I need 8, at least 7, but usually 8. How's it going, Miss K? Welcome back. How am I gonna be on? How long am I gonna be streaming today? I have no clue. I'm just kind of winging it right now. This is probably gonna be our last live stream. I mean, like, just legitimately. Let's do a quick little future radar pass today. Show you guys the future radar after today. So this is the future radar pass today. Timestamp top of your screen. So this is Friday, Saturday, Sunday. I mean, there might be something Sunday, but it looks like really not much of anything. This is Monday. Monday looks like maybe a threat for severe weather right in the Mississippi Valley. So we might go live for that. Tuesday, it moves to the east. Wednesday, it's offshore. We're done. Thursday, Friday, Saturday, it looks relatively quiet. And I mean, again, I'll be golfing in South Carolina probably most of next week. So right now the plan is probably to only, if we go live, it would probably be Monday and that would be it. Tuesday, Wednesday looks kind of quiet. Our next big storm probably won't be until like May 18th or 19th or something. So that's what we're currently looking at. And I'll have a full detailed breakdown on what to expect though in tomorrow's video forecast. So we'll see. But I'll be golfing in South Carolina. Going places instead of where I'm right now. Thank you, Klassen, for the $4.99. Last night in Tennessee, I watched the storms till 4:30 a.m. Why was there so much lightning? Rapid strikes repeatedly. Scientifically, I can't remember what I don't know what it's called. It's probably heat lightning is my guess. I think that's the answer. I don't know. I'm trying to answer you as a chat GPT here. I am chat GPT. You're asking the question. I mean, I actually don't know. I don't know the answer to that question. It was probably just, I mean, there are so many storms in the area, so when you think about it during the daytime, you know, if you're just like, let's say you're in Austin, Texas here, and let's say this is the radius that you can see visibly, you're probably only going to see lightning that's coming from like these like storms that are in this area with flashes, because it's daytime. You can see basically everything. But at nighttime, you're going to see every storm that's producing lightning in this entire radius, because there's just nothing. It's complete pitch black. Think about it as if somebody was like shining a flashlight at you when it was complete daytime. You know, you're not going to really, you know, you're going to see it, but it's going to be very faint. You know, but if it's at nighttime, you're definitely going to see it if it's pitch black. So that's why you're probably that's probably why you saw so much lightning last night. If you're within a certain radius, you'll see all this lightning. That's why at night you see a lot more lightning than daytime. That's why I call it personally a light show. That's what it is. It's literally a show of light. I don't know what heat lightning is. I've heard people talk about heat lightning before. What is heat lightning? Let me look at this. Heat lightning is commonly used to describe lightning coming from a distant storm. While many people incorrectly think that heat lightning is a specific type of lightning, it is simply just the light produced from a distant thunderstorm. So that's what that is. Just misinterpreted, basically, of a term. Hey, Turner for the $10 super chat. I chase droughts, flooding, heat waves, winter weather, and severe storms. That's awesome. Lake effect snow is pretty crazy stuff. Hey, Brandon for the $5 super chat. Appreciate that. Thank you, Brandon. Were you the person live on Facebook earlier? Or is that somebody else? I was watching somebody on Facebook earlier. I can't remember their name. It might have been you. I don't remember. If you do weather, I might have seen you. You were live. Okay, that was you. Yeah, funny enough, I actually I saw somebody pop up in one of my comment sections or something like that. I just like watched a live stream earlier for a few minutes. It was actually pretty good, I gotta say. I watched it for a few minutes when I don't know what I was doing earlier, but I think that was probably you. You commented on one of my Facebook posts, and that was you. We have a new severe thunderstorm warning south of Shreveport now. No problem, Brandon. That's where I started my weather stuff, was on Facebook, and I still do Facebook, but Facebook was like the place we started, you know, North Texas Weather Center and stuff back in 2020. And I mean, it took me a year to get to 10,000 followers on there, a little over a year of just straight up, you know, just putting videos out, live streams, all that sort of stuff. And then, you know, we exponentially grew. Our Facebook page, North Texas Weather Center, is at 125,000 followers now. Granted, most of those people do not even know we have YouTube, so, you know, that's fun. I mean, if all those people knew, we probably would have closer to like 350,000 subscribers or something. But even then, you know, it was a big grind getting there. And I mean, we did live streams on there all the time for North Texas weather and stuff. That's where it all began. And then we kind of transferred to YouTube back in April of 2022 or so. And from there, it's just kind of history. This turned into a nationwide page. It was originally just North Texas, then it turned into nationwide weather in May of 2022, and just kept taking off. It's pretty crazy. Thank you, Tiffany, for becoming a member. I'm in Shreveport. It's getting a little bit gnarly. A little gnarly. This storm has blown up over the last like 25 minutes. It's been here for, yeah, literally, this storm has blown up like this in 25 minutes. That's pretty impressive. And the other one has too. Both of these storms now warned for quarter-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. Thanks, Brandon. Appreciate it. Dakota, this stream isn't sponsored, by the way. Don't have to post the link, it's fine. Anything coming to Ohio tonight? There was actually a tornado warning up in Ohio earlier today. It was in like the southeast side of the state. But after this area of storms, you're done. It's pretty minimal. Actually, I have a tree down near Parkersburg, south of Dallas. I think most of anyone here in, you know, DFW or even southern North Texas, you're done. The only areas that really have any risk right now are in the watched area, or it'd be back over in between that watch. So these areas kind of in here still have a potential for severe weather tonight. When is bed merch dropping? Why does everyone want bed merch? Oh my god. New severe thunderstorm warning for a destructive threat now on the south side of Austin. It's up to baseball-sized hail now for Austin, Texas. Wow. Alrighty. So, baseball-sized hail now happening on the southern side of Austin. That is a threat and a half right there. If you're in Austin, or on the southern side of Austin, stay away from windows. That is a wild threat. Hey, by the way, Lionel, hopefully I'm saying the name right, for becoming a Velocity member. Thank you, Trump, for the $5 super chat. No, what? Sounds like a submarine. Oh yeah, that's yeah. Once we get this new computer all set up and ready to go, we're gonna, you know, we're gonna get rid of that sound effect. Hopefully, it's just from the rapid sweep on Radar Omega. I mean, I don't mind it. It does come through the mic for some reason. The only reason why I have it on is because the tornado warnings will blare a siren when they get issued, so we know when they're issued. But once we have that new warning system in, that should help. Kind of get rid of that. Okay, what was I about to do? Oh yeah. That's the wrong place. If you're just tuning in, this is a baseball-sized hailstorm that is on the south side of Austin, Texas. There is still a tornado possible label on this, even though the storm merger did kind of happen here. It's just a very disorganized storm still. It looks to be more of a hail threat, not really a tornado risk, but if you're in this area, there's a better view of the storm, by the way. Again, if you're in Austin, Texas, just be vigilant. This is going to be on the west side of Austin for baseball-sized hail. It is a significant threat. It is a destructive threat right now. Not seeing, again, really much rotation. I am seeing a strong area of downburst winds south of Johnson City, which that'll be traveling down toward the Wimberley area near San Marcos. So, yeah, if you're in this warning, just continue to stay away from windows. But that huge hail core right now is probably going to stay just west of the downtown area of Austin. It's right now on track to kind of go in this direction here, sort of towards Kyle. So if you're in Kyle, just stay away from windows. And even in Mustang Ridge, or just on the south side of Austin, Texas. You didn't know your opinion on Jackson, Mississippi? Right now it's fine, but I'll be, you know, really watching just for the hail and wind threat. That's the main concern for tonight. Significant wind threat is really the main concern. But there could be, again, hail, wind, or even maybe a brief tornado threat. It should stay low, but you're definitely probably at least gonna have a chance for some damaging winds around 60 miles per hour. The Brett for becoming a Velocity member. Thank you, Austin, for the $5 super chat. I got 5 on it, Max. I enjoy the stream. I don't know what that means, but I appreciate it. Thank you, Star, for becoming a moderate Velocity member. Sounds good, Zardith. Zadrith, sorry. Appreciate you tuning in. Wasn't Kyle, Texas, where we had like a big meetup of Kyles? Wasn't that the thing like a year ago? Your truck broke down at Popeyes. That's unfortunate. It's actually not a bad place to break down, though. Get some good chicken sandwich. Okay, that is where it happened. Okay, so yeah. Kyle, Texas last year, like every Kyle from Texas went to meet up here. It broke like a Guinness World Record or something. Yeah, I mean, there's no doubt this is a big hail core. There is some huge hail here. Luckily, I think this hail core is going to stay south of Austin. Like the main hail core. There might be some like quarter or $half sized hail in Austin, but wow, it's a big hail core right now. Will we see an extended break from tornadoes after Friday? Yeah, I mean, even after today, we should be kind of done. Tomorrow's a very low risk. Saturday through next Saturday look, or at least Saturday through next Friday look okay. Like they kind of look quiet. We might have something on Monday, but again, it's just relatively uncertain right now. We'll have to kind of wait and see. I was there on Kyle. Oh my goodness. There's 1,490 Kyles. Oh my god, that's crazy. 1,490 Kyles in Kyle, Texas. On that meetup. This is literally insane. Why? Because it's Kyle. My brother Kyle refused to go. I don't blame him, honestly. It's like the weirdest thing ever. We need a max convention? I'm not that interesting of a person, honestly. I mean, like, I do very little things. I weather stream. I golf. I go to Disney World. That's really about it. There's a whole lot else to my life right now. And college. And I like Culver's. And I go to McDonald's. Alright, the list is piling up now. Cheese curds. There you go. Games. Play a little bit of games here and there. Here and there. Think bro likes Culver's? I got a whole bag here of Culver's that I still haven't had. It's all cold at this point, but we'll be reheating that in the air fryer after I'm done this live stream. What Omega package am I using? I'm using the top one. I think it's Alpha. I could be wrong. Honestly, I'm pretty sure it's Omega. I think it's Alpha. Let me double check. Just give me a second. Yeah, it's Alpha. I'm using the Alpha subscription, and I also have the add-on, which is the Rapid Sweep that they just added a few days ago. It's like $8 a month for that add-on. Hey, Brent for the $19.99. Appreciate that. No problem at all. Appreciate you tuning in. What color tables do I have? If you join our Discord server, the link's in the description. If you join our Discord, you'll be able to see the there's a tab that I have for the color table. So the Discord link's in the description below. There's also apparently people in a voice chat talking about weather. So there you go. I think they're talking about weather. I don't know. Yeah, they're talking about weather. That storm makes it to Kyle. I'll definitely video. It's coming towards you. It's definitely coming at you. This is where the hail core is right here. It's west of Austin. It should avoid Austin, but that hail core might actually go right into Kyle. If not, it'll go into Wimberley or San Marcos with baseball-sized hail. There's a little hook here, but it looks more outflow driven. Once again, all these storms have mostly been outflow driven, so I kind of doubt this is going to produce a tornado. I have my doubts. Do you think tornadoes will continue to spin up? I have my doubts here in Texas. I kind of doubt it. I feel like the threat is really low at this point, but I think the threat will be a little bit higher in Mississippi, Alabama, and Louisiana. Probably not high enough for us to be live throughout the entire thing. I mean, there's the severe weather outlook from the Storm Prediction Center will update in 14 minutes, so we'll be live at least until then to see what the new outlook is. But this is the risk from 3 p.m. So again, we got a large enhanced risk. We got the slight and the marginal, basically outside of that. Great circles, by the way. But again, the main concern at this point is wind and hail, and then maybe a few more tornadoes. But we'll be here for the next SPC outlook, and we'll see what the changes are, because there's definitely gonna be changes to the outlook. I don't know what they will be, but yeah, that's in about 15 minutes or so, maybe sooner. So we'll see if there's a reason to be live past 8 o'clock, and we'll figure that out from there. While that happens, I'm going to quickly take a 60-second break. We'll be back in 60 seconds. Stay tuned, and I'll be back.
guys can hear me, camera 3, our pan tilt camera is dead. We think it got waterlogged. So I have to figure out some type of way to seal that off properly. I honestly have no idea how to.
This storm is 60,000 feet. Guys, the storm that we're on, radar is estimating 60,000 feet echo touch. Quite impressive.
Yeah. Stormwater Media is still driving through storms. They've been driving through rain for like the last 2 hours. They're in the Tag, Texas storm that's just mainly wind and hail. Yeah, the next Storm Prediction Center update is in like 12 minutes, so we'll be live at least through that, and we'll see what happens. That took you 1 minute and 5 seconds? We really timed that? 5 seconds late, my bad. Teague, same thing. It's my velocity color table? I couldn't tell you. I don't have a clue, honestly. Unsubbed? Well, you said you unsubbed, but you're still subbed because you talked in the chat, so I don't know about that one, Brad. Just gonna be honest with you. You're still in the chat, so you're definitely subscribed. I don't know what you mean, Landon. I'm not using the default velocities. I don't know what color table it is. I really don't know. It's on my computer somewhere, though. I'll have to try to add that to that chat. On Discord. Thank you, Hypertech, for becoming a maximum velocity member. I do appreciate it, and welcome to the velocities. Do I ever go storm chasing? I've gone hurricane chasing before, but still haven't been actual storm chasing. It'd be pretty cool, though, if my first time storm chasing ever would be with Reed Timmer. That'd be pretty sick. You know, we'll try to plan something out maybe next summer or something. Maybe even this summer. Maybe I just go to Oklahoma or something this summer at some point. I don't know. We'll see. See what happens. High Plains Madness is what really, preferably when I want to go storm chasing would be for like High Plains Madness or something, like when the High Plains get severe weather, when there's nothing to cover for a live stream because it's just all rural areas. TikTok is not hard to blow up on. I mean, I blew up on TikTok within the first like 5 days of me uploading. I mean, up to 47,000 followers now, but like first like few days you easily get up there, or you can easily get up there. It's not too hard. Depends on the space. Reed Timmer already said I could definitely go along with him, so we'll figure that out at some point. I'm in San Marcos. What's the path looking like? Right now, this is tracking to the southeast. The hail core might be shrinking, so I don't know if this is really... Well, let's go this other way. Sorry. Yeah, the hail core is a bit smaller, so it might not be baseball sized anymore. But this is basically tracking right towards San Marcos and Kyle. Now, it looks like it's becoming more outflow dominant, and it looks like the hail core is weakening. So I'm not super concerned about this right now, but I would still be staying, you know, at least away from windows as the storm approaches. And even if it doesn't have the hail threat anymore, it's at least producing the threat for damaging winds, which could send debris flying, including trampolines and other things like that. What do you think of Pecos Hank? I've actually never watched him, I'm not gonna lie. I've never watched him. I didn't know who he was until, like, somebody mentioned it on a stream. Which might be shocking. I've actually never watched him, believe it or not. But I don't think he does actual live chases. I think he just does videos, from what I've seen. Cinematic level of storm filming, is it? I'll have to watch a video at some point. I've never watched one though. Someone's criminal being a meteorologist. Was there a tornado emergency today? No. Tornado emergencies should not happen that often. Just gonna let you know. Like, they should not. Granted, again, I think all 4 of those tornado emergencies were very justified, but, you know, the last time we had 4 days in a row of tornado emergencies was literally 2003, from May 6th until May 9th. And we just had that happen again, May 6th to May 9th, but in 2024 instead, which is an insane statistic, but that's literally what just happened. Thank you, Walter, for becoming a minimum velocity member. Your volume is way down for some reason. It shouldn't be. I might just be far away from my mic. I don't know. Alright, this warning's just been downgraded to 2-inch hail, so no longer baseball-sized hail, but it is 2-inch hail heading towards Kyle, Texas, and as well as San Marcos, Texas. This should stay south of Austin, but the reason why you're probably in the warning is because of this right here. That might be some hail heading your direction on the south side of Austin, Texas. That's for 2-inch sized hail. Weather ASMR stream. 100%. 100%. Wow. The threat in Shreveport actually went up. We haven't been looking up here. It's up to golf ball sized hail now in Shreveport. I think the severe weather threat is far from done. I mean, we're nowhere near done severe weather. I just think a lot of it's marginal stuff. Let's, what time is it? Alright, so we should have another SPC update here relatively soon. That should be out momentarily, hopefully, in the next, like, 6 minutes. That's the hope. But we will see. If anybody does see the SPC update come out, let me know, because it might not actually update on Twitter, which is where I usually look. Got another severe thunderstorm warning near Lufkin. It's broad rotation up that direction near Centerville, for person who was asking. Looked stronger a second ago, but thank you, Brett, for the $5 super chat. What are the different degrees of elevation mean on reflectivity? Is a certain number of feet per angle? Please be gentle. There's no reason to be scared about me answering that. It's not a stupid question. Somebody actually asked that earlier. It's really not a dumb question. I mean, there's not many dumb questions in meteorology. That's definitely not a dumb question. So basically what this means is, let me draw a graph here. So let's say this is feet that you climb. Let's do a proper y-axis as they teach you in elementary school. Feet. And then you have 10,000 feet right here. 5,000 feet right here. and you have miles down here at the bottom for the radar beam. This is your radar beam. I'll just leave it RB, and that's where the radar site is for you know, whatever the radar is. So let's just say it's the Austin, whatever the radar site is near Austin. It's near Waco, I think. So basically what we're looking at is the radar beam and going away from the radar. So let's say this is 50 miles, this is 100 miles, etc. The radar beam on each tilt is going to go a certain, you know, distance and elevation. So tilt 1, for example, might be something like this, which it's definitely not this. It definitely goes a bit higher than 5,000 feet this far out, but you know what I mean. Basically, the radar beam here would be again just going up into the atmosphere. We're like 50 miles away, for example. We're probably gonna be looking at a few thousand feet up. Now, again, just ignore these numbers. I'll say the number, but the number is definitely higher. Like the further away you go from a radar site, the number is going to be higher when it comes to this range. So just keep that in mind. Like the feet that you're looking up into the atmosphere for this storm that's like 75 miles away is probably like 7,000 or 8,000 feet. So it's definitely higher. But just an example, all right? So basically, if you're 50 miles away, let's say this is 50 miles here near Austin, away from the radar site, you're looking at like 3,000 feet up into the atmosphere. And then this would be like 100 miles. That would be around 4,000 or 5,000 feet. Now, if it's tilt 2, which this would be tilt 1, tilt 2 would be something like this. So it looks higher up into the clouds, essentially. Tilt 3 looks something like this. Looks much higher up into the clouds. And then tilt 4 would look something like that. Or something. Again, just an example. But that would be tilt 4. So basically, the higher tilts that you go, the further up in the atmosphere it's going to look. And so whenever we look at like tilt 1 or tilt 2, that's what that means. So this is tilt 2. This is tilt 3. And then this is tilt 4. This is useful for looking at tornadoes and debris signature and stuff like that. Not necessarily for reflectivity. But if, I mean, we only have tilt 1 and 2 on radar Omega, but for velocities. But if we had tilt 1 through 4, then it would be a little bit different. Correlation coefficient goes up 4 tilts. So you can go tilt 1, tilt 2, tilt 3. But again, you really need to use it for debris signatures. You really can't use it for hail, because it just doesn't really look different. So hopefully that explains it. No problem, Brett. Somebody literally asked me the same question earlier. You lost me at the drawing the graph, Professor Max. I think the problem with that graph was the X and Y labels. Can't even read that. Feet, miles. Do I cover severe weather happening in Canada? Not usually, unless it's just something that's more significant. Why, is there something in Canada right now? Nothing even in Canada right now. Nothing happening in Canada. Have a good night, Kim. Is that debris? No. The correlation coefficient, don't forget, the correlation coefficient does not just show tornadoes and debris. It does also show, like, it also shows other things, like, you know, hail and snow and chaff and other stuff. Just a bunch of random stuff it can show. It can show bats and show basically about anything. Looks like we got a strong downburst area of wind now heading towards the Wood Creek area of Texas. Damaging wind potential as high as 80 miles per hour will be a possibility near Wimberley, going towards Kyle and San Marcos. Drown, it's the bomb link in the description for the app that I'm using. Whoever just mentioned me and said that you added me in a photo of hail from Dripping Springs, Texas. I thought you said Disney Springs. I'm not gonna lie. It's like I didn't think there's any storms in Disney Springs today. That's pretty crazy though. softball-sized hail fell over in Dripping Springs, Texas today. It crushed a meteorologist's windshield. Crazy stuff. I don't know who said it, but it honestly looked like Disney Springs. What's the forecast tomorrow looking like for Middle Georgia tonight and tomorrow? Probably just a wind threat if you get any severe weather. Late tonight to tomorrow morning. Any cheese curd sized hail today? No, but I actually do have cheese curds actually. I think. Yeah. I got cheese curds from Culver's. Still haven't been able to eat them yet, unfortunately. All right, when's this SPC update coming out? We need an SPC update. Please and thank you. Big Sandy, Texas? I don't think they're going to see much. Nothing happened there right now. We do have a live cam from there, but... we have anything on that camera. Got the Fort Worth and Decatur, Alabama cameras right now. Hey, you honk for the $5 super chat. I used to think these kind of channels were fear-mongering. Now I can see you're just trying to help. No problem. I mean, you know, there is an aspect of... I mean, a lot of people still think they are fear-mongering. And in my opinion, I mean, it depends on what it is. I mean, if it's something that's actually happening, I think it's fine. Like, you know, I've seen... I know of a channel that literally just plugs, like, there's a big... winter storm coming, or, you know, big Arctic blast that's like 17 days out on the GFS model, and they'll just talk all about that, which never happens, by the way. So, like, I know channels like that do that, and I do think that is fear-mongering. I think it's inaccurate entirely. But, you know, oh, this is Dripping Springs, Texas. So that softball-sized hail just fell here. Holy cow. But yeah, that's you know. No, Ryan Hall's not an example of that. He's not. I mean, I've never watched his videos, but I've watched, I think I've watched like one, but like, you know, he's not an example of that. Trust me. There are, trust me, there are way worse. I don't think he's bad at all. You know, he does not do that sort of stuff. At least from what I've seen. I mean, maybe he has, I don't know, but yeah. It's definitely not him. There's people like, no, there's like legitimately people that look at GFS model runs like 17 days out and will make an entire video on it that are just not actually happening. I'm not going to name names, but I know one channel that does that, and it's horrendous. It's like literally that's all it is. Now, with that said, I do think you need to still make videos clickable, otherwise people are not going to watch them. So I think there's an aspect to that where you have to think about that too. You know, you need to make it something that people want to watch. People that, you know, are interested in it, basically. It's a whole thing to that, and I think any YouTuber can agree with that. It goes for any category. It's not just weather. With one funniest with chat. I'm just here. I'm just here. Also, we don't need to put opinions about other people in the chat. It is fine. It is okay. It is fine. Everybody has an opinion on everybody. Some people hate me. Some people hate other people, you know. Emmanuel, maybe. I mean, there's not just one, though. There are a few. There are definitely, it's not just one person in particular. I mean, I've seen different channels do it. It's with any space though. I mean, there's always going to be clickbait in spaces, but this space, I mean, there's clickbait in like literally every space. There's fear mongering in a lot of spaces. It's not just one space. It's not just weather. It's everywhere. What's up with the Decatur, Alabama camera being up? Nothing. I didn't change it. I was trying to change the cameras beforehand, and since we had Stormrunner Media, I just didn't change the cam 1 because that would have been where he was anyways. And the Fort Worth camera, I mean, there wasn't much there because it's looking at basically just a bunch of bridges. So, you know, I plan on just using primarily his feed anyways today. But it's a train. You can see the train going by. USPC Outlook is out? Okay. Hopefully it is. It is not out. Officially. SPC Outlooks are always late. Keith, I do not control the cameras. Those are controlled by Virtual Railthan. The camera's on the right. Train is gone. How's my voice? It's actually doing pretty good. It's a little bit. It hurts a little bit, but it's not bad. Still no SPC update. Dude, what in the world is going on with the Centerville storm? The Centerville storm looks literally crazy. It's just so weird. The radar holes kill me. We have radar holes like everywhere. I don't think it's a tornado. It's so hard to tell on here. It looks very broad on many of these scans. Like this is very broad. Just wind. It's mostly outflow driven anyways, but like it's just these radar holes kill me. Like on this scan, it looks awfully broad. So I don't think there's a tornado. I just think it's a lot of contamination or something. The tornado watch has pretty much been canceled, by the way, so we are down to just severe thunderstorm watches. We have storms now going through Birmingham, Alabama with 60-mile-per-hour winds. Yeah, the most significant storm right now is south of Austin, Texas. We also got a couple near Shreveport that are producing golf ball sized hail. That's really about it. I'm just waiting on this SPC update. Here's that 4-inch diameter hail. Meteorologist Storm Chaser observed softball sized hail in Henley, Texas. Your Dripping Springs. 4.25 inches in diameter. That is pretty crazy. Still no SPC update. They were 12 minutes earlier, and now they're currently 10 minutes late. Unfortunate. Honestly, it's probably going to be, you know, it's really not that big of a deal. Just kind of want to see it, see what we're looking at for the rest of the night. It's probably a big update because, I mean, they have to condense a bunch of areas and stuff. Does this weather last months? I mean, this started back at the end of it, at the end of March. We've had a weather pattern like this, it feels like every week since then. And we're now in early May, so we should have a little bit more of this weather here soon. All right, here's the latest from the Storm Prediction Center for tonight. Their latest outlook just came out. Still got a marginal threat back up in the Ohio Valley as well. This actually came out 7 minutes ago, just an update till now. Here's that risk level. So I'll zoom in a little bit more so you guys can see. So it's still a large enhanced risk. It's a big area, and honestly, like, I would stay alive for the entire thing. It just, I don't feel like it's that needed. It's going to be relatively low risks overall for wind and hail. But it's a huge area still from the northern parts of Florida back into Georgia, Alabama, Mississippi, Louisiana, and Texas. The wind risk right now is still the main concern. We could see some significant damaging winds over the next few hours. So make sure, again, if you're in any of these areas, to continue to stay weather aware and vigilant and protect trampolines, loose lawn items, furniture outdoors, yada, 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 Yoda, whatever it might be. You know, all that sort of stuff. Make sure that you are again, protecting. And then in addition to this, I would also be watching for the hail risk, especially in that hatched area, which goes now all the way from parts of Alabama and Mississippi back into Texas. So still a pretty large area. Yes, Yoda is in that potential. And then the tornado risk is still a very large 5%. I don't think we're going to see that many more tornadoes, honestly, tonight. If something does happen, I will, I'll have an emergency live stream if needed, if something gets crazy. But, like, I just don't think the threat tonight is that, substantial, at least. So I think overall the severe weather potential should be kind of going down here. So currently what we're looking at, though. And nothing too crazy for an update. It's just condensing, basically, the initial region. Maybe that small 10% hatched area kind of going. Basically, the Storm Prediction Center said possibly a tornado in Texas. And then that MCS or QLCS situation that could develop later tonight could possibly produce a tornado or two. So, I don't know. I think the 5% tornado risk is a little bit high still, but... Skylar, I think I retweeted that video on Twitter at MaxVelocityWX. Thank you, Stone, for the $4.99 super chat. I do appreciate it. Yeah, I'm glad the weather's coming down too. I'm sick of it. I mean, there's still severe weather for the record, but the good news is that it is going down. What is happening here? Holy cow. 90-mile-per-hour velocity is being estimated now near Wimberley. Jesus. I don't know if that's contamination or something, but that's huge. 90-mile-per-hour winds near Wimberley. In Texas. That's south of Austin. That is high. Now, that doesn't mean that's happening at the ground, just for the record. But, that's happening right now. That's going right towards San Marcos. That's like a microburst. It's wild. By the way, just a friendly reminder, we are going to have a members-only computer building setup stream sort of thing. So if you want to become a member and watch that members-only stream, again, the link's in the description. It's also the join button. I will try to post a reminder, at least in the YouTube community tab tonight, just so everybody knows. And it's like $3. It's really inexpensive. I wouldn't charge anything, but it's just, again, it's not weather-related, so I'm not going to make it public. But, yeah, we'll have that tomorrow, probably sometime in the afternoon. Do a whole setup. Should be a long 3-hour stream or so, probably, for doing all that stuff. So, and the link's down below. It's the join button. It's also the pinned link in the chat. Some high winds, though. I don't really know if we have any sort of confirmation on this, but that's some high winds going towards San Marcos, Texas. San Marcos is a beautiful place. Never even heard about it until today, to be honest. Until I covered it here live, I didn't even know it existed. Still got some high winds here. Looks like a microburst. We might have a rotation trying to wrap here. Got a hook here. We got an inflow. It's trying to do something here. We're gonna stay live at least for a little bit longer to see if this does something. It's gonna be going rain to San Marcos, eventually going down towards New Braunfels and Seguin and Luling, Texas. This is definitely trying to wrap, though. And look at this thing. Holy cow. The velocities are insane on this. I mean, the wind power that this has right now going down south, it's pretty high. Any hailstones that are falling out of the storm are literally being driven into windows probably right now because of the hail. Thank you, Lydia, for the $5 super chat. I do appreciate it. Yeah, I think there is some rotation developing with this. I mean, we got a hook and everything, so we're gonna wait and see. Another radar scan's coming in right now. We'll see what's happening here. It's going right towards San Marcos, Texas. Looks like I need some sleep. I got 6 hours of sleep. I mean, I feel fine. I just want to eat my food. We don't need another drunkenado here in Texas. Let's see what the hook looks like here. Looks pretty much the same. Let's see the velocities. Okay. This is up to softball size hail. Wow. I'm surprised it still says 60-mile-per-hour winds. I mean, that looks like more than 60 miles per hour to me. These velocities, a little bit off the ground, 90 miles per hour, even near 100. It's a little bit off the ground, so it's not going to reach the surface, but like, holy crap. That could be some serious wind damage right now going towards New Braunfels. I mean, the velocities like that usually, you know, they don't spike like that all the time, and it might just be like a glitch or something. I mean, I don't know. That's very high, though, for having it multiple scans in a row. Let's see the storm relative velocities. I mean, even the storm relative velocity is still showing around 80. It's up to softball-sized hail, though, now. This is the most destructive storm of the day that we've had. Which this did produce softball-sized hail back off to the northwest. Wow. That is huge. That is literally huge. Thank you, Tristan, for becoming a minimum velocity member. Yeah, this is a big storm. I mean, the rotation, there's some there. It's not super crazy, but the rotation will be right here. It's pretty weak still, but the winds are just insane on this storm. Wow. That's going right into San Marcos, and it's going to be north and northeast of New Braunfels, Texas. We're going to stay with this storm. We also got one back over north of Round Rock. It's still producing hail and wind. The one near Centerville still producing some wind and hail. The one near Trinity is producing hail. So, yeah, really, this is the main storm that we need to watch for. I mean, this thing is a beast on radar. It's a huge storm. We got another radar scan coming in right now. That hail core is not shrinking. Wow. This is an impressive supercell on radar. Holy cow. Look at this thing. Looks like it's giving us a thumbs up. Look at what the hook looks like right now. This thing's a beast. I'm gonna take a screenshot of this. It's actually crazy. We may have a tornado on the ground here. That's tight rotation. Near San Marcos. Strong rotation, very high winds, huge hail on this storm. I mean, this is huge. If you're in San Marcos, you should get to your safe place. This is a very dangerous storm. This wind threat is almost 100% higher than 60 miles per hour. Very high velocities. This is all possibly 80 to 100 mile per hour winds just off the ground. We have a tightening rotation right now near San Marcos. There is not a clear debris signature, but there's at least something maybe developing there. This thing is a sketchy supercell. I'm just going to call it that. This is a very sketchy supercell right now near San Marcos, Texas. Undoubtedly one of the biggest storms that we've seen today. We also have had a 5-inch hailstone measured in Johnson City, Texas. I have no clue where that is. I don't know if that's here, but holy crap, that's huge. But yeah, this is a really crazy looking supercell. There you go. They've now gone ahead and put a tornado warning on this.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
And brand new tornado warning if you're in San Marcos, Kyle, Texas, and just south of Mountain City. And seek shelter immediately. This is a very dangerous storm. It's producing some significant threats. This is one of the more dangerous storms that we have covered in quite a while when it just comes to the pure severity of this storm, when it comes to the hail, when it comes to the wind. I mean, this is just an unbelievable storm that we're looking at right now near San Marcos. You got to get to your safe place though immediately if you're in San Marcos. Giant hail upwards of 4 inches in diameter, the threat for damaging winds upwards of 80 miles per hour plus, and the potential for a tornado is all with this storm right now. It's unbelievable. So you need to seek shelter if you are in this warning. And Tucker, make sure to post this. This is an unbelievable storm. This also includes Martindale, Maxwell, Redwood, and Uland in Texas. This thing is wrapping hard. We got a very strong inflow, got a massive hail core. Check out the velocities here. There's your rotation. That rotation's beginning to intensify now on the inward side of the storm. Let's see if we have a CC drop here. That is not far from a debris signature. It's close. Rotation isn't super tight, but we might have something there. And that's going to be going right into San Marcos, Texas. This is a massive storm producing, again, 4-inch sized hail. That is a softball-sized hail. In addition to that, there's a threat for damaging winds between 60 to 85 miles per hour, even if this didn't produce a tornado. It is a very significant storm right now going right into San Marcos. So, again, if you're in San Marcos, Texas, you've got to get to your safe place. This is a big storm right now. Even if it doesn't produce a tornado, it is going to produce massive hail, upwards of 4 inches in diameter, which is, again, the size of softballs, in addition to damaging winds that could range from 60 to 90 miles per hour. It's a massive storm. I mean, again, this is really the biggest storm that I've seen here in Texas when it comes to a hail threat like this in a little while, quite a while. This is an unbelievable looking storm on radar. It's quite literally insane. Just look at the evolution of this. This happened all after those storm mergers, by the way. Wow. It's just an unbelievable looking supercell. It literally gave us the thumbs up too. That's like a thumbs up here on that hook. And this is heading right now towards Martindale, Maxwell, Glenvire, Rogers Ranch, Polonia, Hemp Hill, the Uland area, Kyle, San Marcos. Again, San Marcos really the most populated area here. Going to be going towards Redwood and Stringtown, eventually going towards Lockhart. And if you're in this tornado warning, you've got to get to your safe place, away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. Tornado could be on the ground at literally any time as this continues to move down to the southeast. I have another radar scan coming in right now. San Marcos has traffic cams. And this tornado could be on the ground at any time as this goes right into San Marcos, Texas. You've got to get to your safe place if you're in San Marcos. I'm not seeing a CC drop, which is good, at least yet. See what the radar scan shows on the velocities. I mean, this is just an insane amount of wind. It's, again, quite literally crazy here. Just look at the velocities here. They're just very strong. The rotation's right over the west side now of San Marcos. It's going to be completely rain-wrapped by the looks of it. Zoom in here. So that's going to be right now, if there's a tornado or if one drops, it will be going right over Franklin Square and Castle Forest. Right now, pretty much approaching the downtown area of San Marcos. Going to go towards Wallace Addition in the hills of Hayes and La Vista. Eventually going towards Martindale and as well as the Reedville area and Maxwell near Glenvire or Vire, whatever it is. And is this confirmed? If this is confirmed and there's some sort of thing on Twitter, let me know on Twitter. See if we have anything here. Even if there's not one on the ground, you should be in your safe place. Away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. Don't have a clear debris signature here. This is an unbelievable looking supercell. Even if it's not producing a tornado, it is still producing, again, damaging winds upwards of 70 to 85 miles per hour with a very strong amount of wind coming out of the storm. Very strong downburst winds. In addition to that, we have a surge of softball-sized hail that's about to be entering right into San Marcos. So again, you need to seek shelter if you're in this tornado warning. I'm not seeing anything confirmed as of right now, just as an FYI, but if anything does get confirmed, we'll let you know. It's a very powerful storm right now near San Marcos, Texas. I'll have another radar scan here in a second. Yeah, this is a very populated area. I mean, this is not like a small town here in Texas. This is, very populated. That's, why this is such an important situation here near San Marcos. $160,000 people are in this warning. Here's the latest radar scan. So again, no CC drop or anything like that. We'll see what the velocities look like. Major college town? Oh, is that what that is? Okay. There's a lot of colleges here. Latest scan still showing some rotation. It's going to be over Interstate 35. It's not tight, but that area of rotation is what we're looking at near Wallace Addition in the hills of Hayes. And this will eventually be moving in the direction of Redwood and Martindale. In addition to this, we have massive hail right now on the backside of the storm. That right there is all hail that is falling near Kyle. You can actually see it on the correlation coefficient. We have a significant hail core right now near Kyle. A 65-mile-per-hour wind gust was just recorded by a private weather station in San Marcos as well. But once again, the highest winds that we have right now are all surging on the really west side of the storm, just west of San Marcos. That could again be upwards of 60 to maybe even 75 miles per hour as that continues to really, drop down to the south. So if you are in this warning, anywhere in this warning, you need to be in your safe place. It doesn't matter if you're near that rotation or away from it, because this is a very significant storm. Even if it doesn't produce a tornado, it is going to produce significant wind and hail. That is, again, upwards of 4 inches in diameter. It is still a very destructive storm with softball-sized hail. In addition to that, again, upwards of 60, 70, 80 mile per hour winds are possible. The radar is showing upwards of 100 mile per hour velocities just northwest of Stringtown. With that said, the winds, that's kind of aloft. So, that's not going to be at the ground. But, it is still a relatively significant storm nonetheless. And even 100, if we had 80 mile per hour winds, that's still like an EFC or a tornado. So, very significant. Again, this is just south of Austin, Texas, just north of New Braunfels, where we have this very significant, discrete supercell, which has been quite literally unbelievable. I mean, just look at this evolution. It's a really impressive supercell right now. Echo tops. Let me check the echo tops. I was actually... Oh, I don't think we're actually able to see them. Before it got there, they were around 60,000 feet, so this is a very tall supercell. We should have another radar scan here in just a second. All right, this is the latest radar scan. Yeah, these false reports, by the way, in chat have got to stop, guys. Stop with the false reports. They're ridiculous. You're just going to get banned from the channel if you keep with the false reports. I've had way too many of them this week. Here's the latest radar scan just south of San Marcos. And I'm not really seeing much anymore. I mean, the rotation, if there is any, would be right here, southeast of San Marcos. Still no CC drop on this. The highest area of wind, if this wind does verify here on the western side of the storm, it will be on the western side of San Marcos, which once again is going to be approaching Stringtown near Interstate 35. So if you are in this warning, again, you need to seek shelter away from windows and on the lowest floor possible. It's a very significant situation. Even if we don't get a tornado, we are still looking at the potential for very significant damaging winds and also huge hail. We still have upwards of... Wow. I mean, this CC that we're seeing on for the hail, you don't see correlation coefficients look like this that often for hail. I mean, that is just massive hail right now that is going to be moving right into the northwest side of San Marcos. So if you are in this warning, you need to seek shelter away from windows and on the lowest floor possible, and in an interior room of your home or building. This is a massive hail core. I mean, just massive. we could have 10 people saying there's a visual of this tornado in this chat. It doesn't mean anything, because I mean, there's no. It's just it's just not, you know. Never, I'm not even gonna get into it. It doesn't matter. They could all be 10-year-old kids that are just saying that. I mean, it happens all the time. Cameras there getting tossed around. I'm not surprised by that. It's a huge wind bag that we have right now going through San Marcos. All right, we have another radar scan coming in right now. Here's the latest scan. Looks like that hook echo has got to become disorganized. You can see kind of that outward flow here going away from the storm with the precipitation. The velocity is still showing relatively broad area of circulation. The hail core is going literally right into San Marcos. That is probably the worst part of this storm right now. We have upwards of softball-sized hail right now entering right into San Marcos, Texas, near Interstate 35. That is just a massive hail core right now. That is going right into San Marcos. So again, if you are in this pink polygon, you still need to stay away from windows. Even if we don't get a tornado, we are going to have upwards of softball-sized hail moving into San Marcos, Texas. I don't know if anybody in the chat is actually in San Marcos, but that is, again, huge hail right now that is moving into San Marcos. You don't see CC drops like this for hail that often, that are that blue. So we have a massive hail core moving right into San Marcos, Texas. And that'll eventually move to the southeast towards 110. So, huge hail core right now. This is a live cam in San Marcos, by the way. That's what it looks like right now live. It is very windy there. It is very windy. That camera just went out, by the way, so yeah. That was there for like 5 seconds and it just went out. So the wind's that high. All right, new radar scan coming in now. The I-35 cameras, it's insane. Here's the latest radar scan. We got huge hail right now near San Marcos. It's going right into downtown. The rotation on this storm, we'll see if there's any velocities update that's notable here. What the velocities look like. Hail in Kyle, Texas. The hail core is really down to your south right now, but you could still see hail. This right here is your rotation. It is very, very, very broad. So it looks like a very high wind threat, though, for San Marcos. I mean, all this blue here is damaging wind potential between 60 to probably 75 or 80 miles per hour right now. And we got a huge hail core right now near San Marcos. That hail core is going literally right through downtown. So we have a ton of hail right now falling upwards of 4 inches in diameter right into downtown San Marcos, which means that car insurance is going to have a field day tomorrow with that. That is a massive hailstorm that is going right into San Marcos and the Interstate 35 area. So hopefully protect your vehicle if you could, if you're in San Marcos, because that is a massive hailstorm. They've gone ahead and issued a new severe thunderstorm warning on this. It is going to be for tennis ball sized hail and 70 mile per hour damaging winds. There's hail falling on that camera now. Wow. That is intense. Look at all the hail falling right now. You can see it all bouncing off. You can't even see the cars anymore. Oh, there goes a fire truck. It's the best quality is 360, but you can see all the hail falling there. I mean, it's a ton of hail. Holy cow. It's just crazy. Crazy stuff. So a massive hail core going right through San Marcos, though. Like, look at that. That's all hail right here. Near San Marcos. Yeah, those cameras are definitely going out. But once again, massive hail core right now in San Marcos. This is still a beast of a storm, producing again hail and wind across Kyle, Mountain City, and going towards Lockhart. Next area and track will be Luling and Harwood, and eventually going towards Wadler or Way Elder maybe in Texas. So again, if you're in this tornado warning, continue to stay in your storm shelter, basement, closet, or bathroom, away from windows, lowest floor possible. And then that severe thunderstorm warning will be for tennis ball sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. Still a very significant storm right now. Alright, this is still going. This is literally just a... It's still raining there. I don't know if the hail is still falling here. Look, just look at that hail. Just live and right there in downtown area. The Hopkins Street traffic cam here. Wow. There might not be much rotation, there might not be a tornado, but there is definitely a lot of hail and a lot of wind. I mean, this camera was shaking for minutes on end here. This is probably one of the strongest points of the wind. This is a little while. This is probably about 7 minutes ago. It's very strong winds on that storm. This is crazy. Really crazy stuff. It looks crazy just about everywhere. This is another camera. Just look at... It's raining like crazy. Oh, never mind. That camera just went out. The cameras are going out. Here's the latest radar scan. The wind is just so strong. I mean, you're not going to be able to... Some of those cameras are not going to survive. We have tennis ball sized hail again confirmed now in San Marcos. If this storm does have a tornado, it would be approaching Holmes. It would be in this area south of Martindale. That right there is your massive hail core going right through the heart of San Marcos. So, once again, if you are in this warning, continue to stay in your safe place. There's a significant hail core. It looks like there is a lot of hail still falling and perhaps even some flooding happening on this area too. So there is just some massive hail in this storm still. Why are people driving? I mean, it's 9 o'clock. They probably weren't expecting this. This is still a pretty big area. The CC area that we're talking about, again, near San Marcos, all this correlation coefficient stuff would be the hail. So we still have a massive hail area there. The velocities have really weakened here. That rotation was tight for a moment, but it is really broadened out over the last several minutes. Again, that is currently tracking to the east-southeast, going to be going towards Luling, Texas, over the next several minutes. San Marcos? Oh, gotcha. things have blown up since earlier today. I mean, I don't know when you were last here, but we had a couple of tornadoes, or one tornado at least, and then this one just this may have actually produced something brief, but probably wasn't on the ground for that long if there was anything. Not long enough for radar to pick it up. Still a beast of a supercell. Just unbelievable. Unbelievable storm. Thank you, Tim, for becoming a Velocity member. Also, thank you to Smokey and Brent for all becoming Velocity members. This tornado warning does continue for San Marcos and near Lockhart for the next several minutes. They'll probably end up canceling the warning at some point, or it'll just be let to expire. Never mind. It expires in 2 minutes, so this warning will be let to expire. I don't think there's really any cause for concern here with a tornado, because the rotation's really just kind of, you know, it's weakened out. But there is definitely a lot of hail and a lot of wind. That is for certain. Those threats have definitely not dwindled on this storm at this point. Could still get a tornado risk down the road with this, but it might take a little bit of organization to do that. Yeah, there was a lot of wind with the storm. I mean, if you're just tuning in and didn't see the storm structure beforehand, I mean, again, this was a very impressive storm. Like, it did not look good before this warning was issued. Really organized. Probably the best it looked was right about here when it had the thumbs up symbol here, just southeast of Wimberley. I mean, it's just, this was one of the strongest points, was on the west side, too, of San Marcos. Tree blown over, blocking a road near FM 2325 in Fisher, Texas, by the way. Possibly from the high wind potential there. The storm in San Marcos is taking people's windshields out. I mean, like, look at this hail core. It's huge still. It literally went right through the heart of San Marcos. Like, literally. It went right through it. Like, it does not surprise me whatsoever. Alright. Storm is just hungry. Alright, tornado warning has now officially ended. It just expired. Regardless, the storm does still have a chance to produce a tornado as it continues to track to the southeast. It's probably going to be a low chance, but it's definitely not zero. Again, this storm just produced a massive hailstorm. It still is, by the way. That hail core is right over San Marcos. It's a very impressive storm moving to the southeast. Probably one of the craziest storm structures I've seen on radar here in in Texas in quite a while. I don't know the last time we had a hook look like that, but it was a pretty impressive outflow driven storm. Hail core is shrinking a little bit here on radar, so that's good news. It looks like it might be kind of dying down. The bad news is that the hail core went right through San Marcos, probably one of the, again, most populated areas here that it could have probably gone through, other than Austin and then maybe San Antonio. But yeah, it's pretty crazy. It's a college town too. Okay, this is from Skylar Shelton. Windows are gone from that hail. This is what I'm talking about, by the way, when we have wind-driven hail. That right there. That is exactly why I say stay away from windows. That is the exact reason. That glass can shatter and go flying. Yeah. Don't be near windows whenever there's a hailstorm. Especially when there's wind like what we just saw with the storm too. Just never do it. There were some power flashes as well in San Marcos, but those are presumably from the straight line wind threat and not a tornado. So just an FYI. Also, this is when it went right through the downtown area. I mean, just literally insane. Looks like, yeah, those are the power flashes. There you go. There might have actually been a tornado there, but there's definitely very high winds at the bare minimum. It's on the traffic cameras there in Hopkins, or sorry, not Hopkinsville, San Marcos. Now from here, we're still talking about a huge damaging wind risk. So if you're out in front of this, make sure that you are you know, taking the proper precautions ahead of time. Because we could still see some significant damaging winds as this travels to the south and east. Hey, by the way, to Tim and as well as Ronald for becoming Velocity members. It'd be interesting to see if we get any other reports out of this storm aside from that, because this was a pretty wild storm overall. This is the latest radar scan coming in now. Yeah, I'll see if it's trying to reorganize. I mean, there's a chance that this tries to reorganize into something. Maybe a low tornado risk still existing. There is a tornado possible label on this, so we're still watching it closely. Just in case it tries to do something again. Here's the latest scan. There's, looks like some sort of rotation maybe trying to develop in here. We'd be looking kind of in this area here for any sort of reorganization. It's definitely not the tornado threat's definitely not done here. It's still trying to maybe reorganize a little bit. Just it should be a relatively low risk. Right here is where I'm kind of looking maybe, but yeah, if we do get a tornado out of this, it'd be going towards Luling, Harwood, and the Gonzales area, and as well as the Elder area of Texas. So if you are in those areas, just continue to stay weather aware as that continues to drive to the southeast over the next several minutes. Has it passed Kyle? Yeah, Kyle's done. I think if you're in Kyle, you probably just got missed with the worst of the hail threat, actually. Worst of the hail just stayed down to your south. Luling, Texas. LOLing, Texas. Today's been a good tornado day, as in very few tornadoes. Yeah, I know. Every storm has been, for the most part, outflow driven. If it wasn't for that, we probably would have had more tornadoes. Luling? LOLing? Oh, goodness. It's fine. Alright. Another radar scan coming in a second. We'll see if anything develops out of this. This storm just looks awkward. It looks like it wants to do something, and I just don't think it's gonna do anything. See what the velocities show. 4-inch hail is still being reported, or is being reported. There has already been 4-inch hail. I don't know if we have any new reports of that. Alright, here's the latest scan. Kind of looking here and maybe here for something. That's really about it. Let's see. Yeah, no CC drop. It's a little bit of rotation though still. I mean, we'll stay on this. We're not going to end the stream anytime soon, at least for now, because this storm could still produce. It's going towards Luling, Luling, or Lulling, Texas. One of the three. Lolling. Lolling. Same place. If you are new to the channel, make sure to subscribe down below. You'll have an update video for you tomorrow on what to expect beyond today. And as a reminder, we'll have a members only stream tomorrow for the computer building and all that stuff, so make sure that you are subscribed to the channel. Excited about that. Should be a few hours long. Boop-a-doop. We have another live cam in Luling. Or Luling. This warning still goes for tennis ball sized hail, and as well as the threat for 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. Or 70-mile-per-hour winds, sorry, and as well as the threat for a possible tornado. So if you're in this warning, continue to stay indoors, as this storm could still produce a tornado as it moves to the east and southeast. I think about every camera that that was in place back up in San Marcos is literally gone out. Like all of them lost power at like the same exact time. That wind was strong. We had a bunch of power flashes on that storm. Here's the latest radar scan. See what the velocities look like. And still looks relatively broad. I'm not seeing a whole lot here in terms of the wind threat, or at least in terms of the tornado threat, sorry. The wind threat definitely still there. But we'll stay on it for a few more scans. We still got a hook right here. We still got like a little hook right here. We still got a couple areas of interest. It is mostly outflow driven, so the tornado threat should stay really low here, but you know, we could definitely get a tornado here as this moves down to the southeast. Hopkins Street is still up. It sure is up. That one actually did survive. Surprisingly. Some of them did not. All right. Also, back up north of Round Rock, we still do have a hailstorm there that's near Georgetown. That is not really rotating. There's a hook on that one, though. Majority of the storms right now in East Texas are relatively not that concerning. And also the storms back over near Shreveport, same thing there. They are just mostly hail and wind producers. Blue Bonnet Electric is now reporting 4,000 meters without power. There's definitely going to be power outages there. Here's a live cam view. We'll go back. Well, actually, we'll go to this first. This is a live cam view in Luling Chamber of Commerce. This is again where there is a. This is where the storm's going. See the tree on the right side of your screen? I'll make it like that. The tree on the right side of your screen gives you an indication of the wind that's picking up here. So the wind's definitely picking up on this storm. We'll go back to that in a second. This is the storm here that we are talking about. But again, I'm not really seeing a whole lot of rotation here. It seems like mostly a wind threat right now. And this is currently moving down to the southeast right now, going to be going towards Luling and Hardwood. So again, this is a live view of that right now. The wind's really picking up here. See the tree swaying. Luling Chamber of Commerce live camera. Have a good night, Dakota. Luling. Lulling. Still relatively windy. About it, though. Yeah, if you're just tuning in, this is a storm again that is been trying to produce a tornado. It was initially tornado warned once again, but yeah, the rotation is much calmer at this point as that continues to travel down to the southeast over the next several minutes. But the main concern right now is the wind threat, which is why we're watching that live camera. We'll wait this next radar scan out, and then we'll go back to that camera if there's anything interesting. Storm is still producing tennis ball sized hail, 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds moving southeast. Let's see what the latest velocity scan shows. I don't know if this is going to really produce a tornado. As I mentioned before, the rotation's very broad, but still a low tornado risk here. Yeah, here's the latest scan. Yeah, I'm not really seeing much. It looks like mostly wind. Now, with that said, the wind is really picking up now. Look at this. That wind is now gusting. That is now the downburst winds that are coming out of this thunderstorm. That guy on the left side of your screen, he was running into that store. That wind's picking up now. So, again, you can see the tree really swaying now here in Luling, Texas. There's a bunch of stuff flying there. You got flags that are whipping. Tree is really gusting. I mean, this is at least 50 to 60-mile-per-hour winds that are right now hitting this town. Guy on the scooter was literally running for his life. There's another guy running towards his truck right now outside there. Or his car. Thank you, Miranda, for the $19.99. Appreciate it. Guy on a scooter is brave. I mean, there's this one person you can't even see on the right, or on the left side of your screen that's getting into their car. Just acting like this is a normal day. It's behind the pen. People are crazy. People are just out there like, you know, having a good time. Oh, there goes some leaves. Or whatever that is. Right across the road. Very strong winds here. And there was a napkin flying. Yeah, this wind is very strong. Again, right now this is in Luling, Texas, where there's a damaging wind threat and the tornado risk is pretty much dead on this storm. Oh, there they go. They're getting the heck out of there. They're getting out of there. They're driving away. They're watching the max velocity stream right now, 100%. Yeah, there's some crazy videos on Twitter of the hail. That was a big hailstorm that went into a very populated area. This camera might have gone out. Try to refresh it and see if it comes back. Yeah, that's the windstorm. Nope, here we go. I think it's still going. I don't think it's officially out yet. Nope, nope. I do think it's out. I think it got knocked out. Yeah. Let me double check. Yeah, it definitely got knocked out. So that wind that went through Luling, Texas, and that, by the way, that wasn't even from the storm. That was from the outflow boundary. That literally just knocked out the camera entirely. So, yeah. Again, that outflow boundary, which you can see, let me put this back to where it was before. All right, so what we're looking at here, this is the outflow boundary. That's what just went through. That's not even from the storm. And the velocities here are the highest right here. So we have damaging wind potential in that yellow and orange area, probably around 78 to 80 miles per hour. Going right into the southwest side of Luling, Texas. So that's what just happened there. But this is a massive outflow boundary. You can see it. Very definitive on radar right here. Bone out. You got the wind behind it coming in. You got the hail in here. It's actually a pretty impressive storm visually to look at. That is your outflow boundary that just produced all that wind. And the highest wind right now is going to be on the southwest and west side of Luling near Interstate 10 going towards Harwood in the Atine area. Again, just southeast of San Marcos, Texas. So, pretty impressive storm for sure. Thank you, by the way, Justin, for the $10 super chat. I recommend Radar Omega. If you want to download it, the link's at the very bottom of the description. That's the one I would recommend. Thank you, roll in for the $4.99. You sent a Whataburger gift card via your email. I don't even have a Whataburger near me. There's no way you sent me a Whataburger gift card, right? You're joking, right? I don't have a single Whataburger near me. We have a new radar scan coming in. Again, the highest winds right now are heading into Luling. So again, that's it right there. Right along Interstate 10. Guess I have to take a trip to Texas. This has to be a joke, right? There's no way. Let me look. There's the wind right there on the south side of Luling. I don't see anything by my email, so I'm hoping that's just a joke, because otherwise it's gonna be unfortunate. I mean, I have no use for it. Anybody that's saying Whataburger's the best is kind of crazy. I mean, there's no way, right? There's no way we're saying Whataburger's the best. Okay, there's way too many people there's too many of you guys saying Whataburger's the best. It's just not. Is there a live cam? There was. There sure was. It got knocked out, though. I mean, the wind here in Luling is probably around 70 to 80 miles per hour, so there's just... Again, the wind is just too strong for this camera to stay up. Just too strong. I have the alpha subscription on Radar Omega. Thank you, MJ, for the $4.99. Any chance that Shirts, Texas gets anything from this weather this evening? Probably not. Other than the outflow boundary, that's probably all you're gonna get. Wow. We have an apple-sized hailstorm now, which is, again, apple-sized hail on the east side of Round Rock. Oh, that storm is also increasing in intensity. Wowie. That is a significant storm. It's going towards Thrale, by the way. So if you're in Thrale, Texas, that is where that hailstorm is going towards. Two big storms right now here in southern parts of Texas, or south central Texas. Oh, if you are new to the channel, make sure to subscribe down below. We are currently 134 away from 228,000. So make sure to subscribe to the channel. And like the stream as well. Are things ramping up? I mean, it's going to be kind of like this for the next several hours. So not really ramping up, but it's just kind of... It's weathering. The weather is weathering. We had 3-inch sized hail in Louisiana. That is something you don't see every day. Right over there in Martin. Still got a damaging wind threat north of Montgomery. I mean, we've still got a lot of severe weather out there. I was at 200K 4 days ago. Yeah. Gained 28,000 subscribers in the last 4 days. Somebody did the math. It's like 200 subscribers an hour. Which, again, we've been live a lot. I mean, we've been live, I think, about 50 hours this week now. There's been a lot of live streams recently for the severe weather that we've had. It's been relatively significant weather. Yeah, we were live 14, 15, 18, 27, 27, 33, 34. Wow. We were live 38 plus this stream. So about 45 hours in the last 4 days. That's a lot. We've basically been live a little over 11 hours a day in the last 4 days. Anywhere near Round Rock right now, if you're on the southwest side of Round Rock, you're probably done. The only concern right now is this storm, which is going to be off to your east. There might be like a small development off that outflow boundary near you, but that'd be about it. The threat should be low. Should overall be low. Velocities will update here in a second. Just gonna see if there's any other rotation on this. Yeah, there's outflow boundaries everywhere. I mean, these have all the storms today have been outflow driven. So, thank you, Zoe, for the $5 super chat. I'm going to in about a year. I'll have a degree in about a year. Yeah, if you're a member, you can see that video. I mean, it's on our Twitter page too. Hey, Miranda, for the $5 Venmo. I appreciate that. Thank you. Appreciate the generosity. This is the latest radar scan. Again, we don't really have much left with the tornado risk, it looks like, but we are definitely looking at a high wind risk. Maybe a brief tornado beyond this. A lot of hail still falling with this, probably near the north side of Luling. But aside from that, it is a relatively more significant hailstorm more than anything. And then the storm that's also back up northeast of Round Rock, still producing hail. Maybe a low tornado risk out of this one too, but it is still producing a lot of hail. This one's actually at apple-sized hail still. So again, we still have apple-sized hail going through Taylor, Texas. So again, two relatively impressive supercells here that have been rumbling across Texas. This one could produce a tornado down the road. So definitely something to watch for. I think this one has a better shot than the southern storm, honestly. The Birmingham, Alabama storms are just 70-mile-per-hour winds, and that's it. We measure storms' hail sizes by the size of a cheese curd. So cheese curd sized hail is the way we measure. Old cheese curds. Never mind. This looks like more of a wind risk. Looks like it might produce like something down the road, but looks like more of a wind threat right now near Taylor, Texas. We still have two storms. I mean, they're both relatively significant with hail. And storms don't have to be significant when, you know, there's no tornado warnings or anything. And they're always, I don't even know what I just said, but basically, storms can still be significant without tornadoes. That's what I meant to say. So, yeah, I mean, these storms are still producing really massive hail. That one's producing apple-sized hail, and the other one's still producing some significant damaging winds. And they've just issued a huge severe thunderstorm warning on this for damaging winds up to 60 and 2-inch sized hail on the east side of San Antonio. San Antonio won't get hit by this other than the outflow boundary, but yeah, still interesting. By the way, we are now 43 subscribers from 228,000. If you haven't already, make sure to subscribe down below. It's free to do. Subscribe. Still a bunch of massive hailstorms everywhere right now. I mean, every storm right now, like across the entire country, it seems like is producing hail. The wind threat's going kind of down, but the hail threat's been on everything. Check CC. I don't know what we're really going to see on the CC other than the hail, and that's the main thing. It's just the hail core, that's all it is. And then the other storm back up here to the north is all wind right now. Possibly some sort of high wind event happening on the south side of Taylor, maybe, and possibly a microburst. I don't know. The velocities on these radars have been possibly exaggerating what's actually happening, but there might be some sort of, you know, high wind event on the south side of Taylor, Texas right now. Here's the latest scan, which we'll update in a second. Yeah, I think the tornado risk with this storm in particular is done. It's a very low chance down the road. The other one up here to the north still has a chance, but it's probably going to take a while. So we'll stay on these storms for a little bit longer. Give it like another 10 minutes. And then we'll go from there. Just a friendly reminder, we will have, again, a members-only stream tomorrow. That's going to be probably sometime in the afternoon, doing that computer building stream and all that sort of stuff. It'll be 2 to 3 hours, very interactive. So if you want to watch that stream, again, the link will be in the description. It's also the join button down below. I will try to make an announcement about that tonight. Also, yes, go OU. I saw somebody mention that about in the chat. Has nothing to do with... I'm just wearing the shirt because it's comfortable. That's about it. But, yeah. And again, if you're new to the channel, make sure to subscribe down below. And again, we'll have video update tomorrow on what to expect for the next several days. It's going to be another busy, or probably not busy next week, but maybe the week after that it'll probably get busy again. So the weather looks to be quieting down just a little bit next week. And also make sure to follow us on Twitter at MaxVelocityWX. Follow us on Facebook. The link's in the description at MaxVelocityWX. Our Discord server is also in the description below, so make sure to join our Discord server. All those links, again, in the description below. We're going to see the vacuum. I can actually show you guys. Yeah, I'm down. If you guys... I mean, if you... Just remind me tomorrow on the stream. And that stream for members only will be very interactive, so if you want to become a member, feel free. Again, not required by any means, but... It'll probably be a very interactive live stream since it's going to be a, you know, just a lot of building stuff. Vacuum reveal. I'll do a vacuum reveal. Just remind me. All the hail covering the streets of San Marcos. Yeah, there was a lot of hail there. It was a huge hailstorm. Hurricane forecast. I'm not doing any sort of hurricane forecast this year, like a special seasonal forecast. I'm not doing that. I just don't. There's not really much to say other than I just think it's going to be a very active season. I could go into the details of why. It's just, could I make a 5+ minute video out of that? I don't know. It's a bit of a stretch. It would take a lot of, research and stuff and a lot of extra mental effort. And again, we do severe weather coverage all the time. I'd rather focus on that stuff. I'd rather focus on things that you can predict in the short term rather than things that you might or probably not are able to predict in the long term. It's just that long term stuff can be tricky. That same thing goes for winter forecasts. Like the only reason why I make winter forecasts is usually because there's not anything to talk about when we make them, so I just make them. But even then, I mean, those are still relatively seasonal and they're just kind of meh. They're not really meteor. They're just kind of pointless. Thank you, Kays and Hey Boom, for becoming Velocity members. I do appreciate it. And welcome to the Velocities. We have 123 new members today. Perfect. 1, 2, 3. We don't do mental effort. I honestly like doing the live coverages. I like doing videos, but I don't personally like doing like those seasonal forecasts. They're just kind of meh. They're kind of whatever. I don't mind doing like 1 or 2 here and there, but storms are good for business. They are. I mean, honestly, like severe weather like this, so it is good for business for a lot of different people. But you know, I honestly like I don't do it because of that. I just like, you know, doing live streams and stuff like that, interacting. But like truly, I mean, anybody will tell you, like, you know, if you're in the hail repair business, the roofing repair, whatever it might be, like they all rely on this type of stuff to happen. Otherwise, they would not be. There would be a lot of them out of business. Like literally, it's just how it goes in, you know, that space. And even in like the news space, like if there's no news to talk about, they're not gonna, you know, make money. Like they need news. They need news. Like we need weather. They need. I mean, that's how it goes for every one of these spaces. It relies on something. Thank you, Laura, as well, for becoming a Velocity member. I'm just being honest. Like that's literally how it works. Sounds like a conspiracy theory. Oh lord, we don't need the tinfoil hats, please. There's rivers and car repair people backing up and heading towards San Marcos. Speaking of that, if you do have any hail damage in North Texas, you can call Infinite Roofing GC LLC or All Dents Repair for any sort of vehicle repair in North Texas specifically. I thought you stopped streaming earlier. No, I mean I was almost going to end it until this storm really ramped up. I was actually going to end the stream, but this storm here near Lockhart and San Marcos really ramped up. That's the reason why we stayed live. Otherwise, I would have just not been live at all. Like right now. But that storm really started to become more concerning. Because I was going to end right after the SBC update, and then we kept going. Thank you, Circle, for becoming a moderate velocity member. Not the shameless plug. It wasn't really. I mean, they're not sponsoring the stream or anything, but you know they are sponsors on our North Texas Weather Center page. Luling stream is back up, is it? Let's pull it up. Might as well. There you go. That's the storm. Moving right into Luling, Texas. I need to eat my food. I mean, it's been cold for 3 hours. I'll just put it in the air fryer. I mean, you still got people walking outside there. This wind is so strong. Holy cow. That person's running. He's running across the street. I would not even go outside on this. This is just not worth getting home 5 minutes early. I would just wait. There's no way I'm running outside on this. Holy cow. That tree is flying. I mean, holy cow, it's so windy. This is like live. This storm was rolling through at the outflow boundary about 20 minutes ago. It's still going. Unbelievable. I don't think it's worth running through that. No way. Thank you, Brandon, for becoming a Velocity member. Circle City, thank you for becoming a member. And Laura, sorry, appreciate you becoming a member. 126 new members today. I'm standing outside with an American flag. People do that all the time with hurricanes. It's very windy here, though. Right in Luling, Texas, where there's damaging winds right now, perhaps upwards of 70 miles per hour. Tucker, I already hit it. Yeah, I mean, I'm not running outside in this at all. Just no way. No, thank you. I'm not getting drenched. What's my X handle? It is @MaxVelocityWX. If you can't find it, there is a link in the description. You probably just look at Max Velocity and find it too. We did hit 228,000 subscribers. Yep, we have hit it. I missed passing the number. I was going to show it on screen, but this is right now in Luling, Texas. I'm about to stream snipe this street cam. That's what it's called. I'm trying to hold cam it here. Luling Chamber of Commerce. This wind is literally insane. It's very windy here. Thank you, Kent, for becoming a Velocity member. I mean, this wind is just never ending. That rain is pouring too. I was about to go off the camera and it's still crazy wind. This is a storm that we're talking about. It's like, it's just wind. I mean, I think the storm should be kind of moving through already, but it's still whipping out there. And then the storm further up to the north is beginning to, it's more outflow driven as well. It's mostly just a wind threat, but yeah, that's still going. Still very, very windy here. No need to water the lawn today. That is factual. This is the Luling Chamber of Commerce live camera. Just very windy, a lot of rain. That's about it. Lightning. You'll go offline and Drunk NATO will appear. Thank you, Cheyenne, for becoming a moderate Velocity member. Also, thank you, Hockey, for becoming a member. What's going on in Fort Worth, Texas? Nothing. Absolutely nothing. Supposed to be nice tonight. The severe weather's done in Fort Worth. It's been done for like 4 hours now. OU sponsorship? I do not have an OU sponsorship. Fun fact. I do not have a sponsorship there. But yeah, still a lot of severe weather out there, obviously. Still a lot of damaging winds, hail, all that sort of stuff. But overall, the severe weather threat for tonight is going to continue for probably the next several hours. With, again, damaging winds, hail, and perhaps even a few more tornadoes. It should be a low risk overall, but maybe a few more tornadoes. And if we do get more tornadoes, just for the record, let me draw this out here. If we do get any more tornadoes, I think it'll be mostly confined to this area here. So it's a pretty thin corridor. Maybe up here. It's kind of just basically anywhere in this area near Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama. Low risk across parts of East and Southeast Texas. It's definitely not zero, but it is a relatively low risk overall for tornadoes. So just make sure that you have a tornado action plan in place, all that sort of stuff, and have multiple ways to receive alerts. With that said, I do want to remind you, if you do want to pick up a Drunk NATO t-shirt or mug, you can pick it up at shopmaxvelocity.net. Again, the link to that is in the description below. This is what it looks like. It looks, again, fantastic. It's a Drunk NATO. So pick it up if you want. The link's going to be in the chat to the Drunk NATO t-shirts and all that sort of stuff. In addition to that, again, we're going to have our members-only stream tomorrow. That will, once again, be at approximately, probably 2 to 4 o'clock, somewhere in that range, Central Time. Again, give or take a little bit of time on that. I don't know what time it will actually be. It might be closer to 1. I don't know. So subscribe to the channel. And if you want to watch that, again, it's going to be members only. If you want to become a member, the link's at the top of the description. It's also going to be in the pinned link in the chat. And it is also going to be the join button. So if you are interested in watching that stream, it's, again, it's included in the membership. You can watch that. It'll be, again, tomorrow. If anything does jump out at me that's tornado warned or anything that looks like it's about to drop like a strong tornado or something, we'll go live again tonight, but I just don't see any reason to stay live here. It is a relatively it's definitely still a threat, but it's very rural areas, and it's also, you know, the threat overall is kind of just going down quite a bit. So I'm not super concerned about a lot of these storms, but main concern, wind and hail for the rest of the night. All right, if you're new to the channel, make sure to subscribe. Thank you to Pleasant for the $4.99. Anything in Mississippi is mainly wind, but maybe an isolated hail threat and maybe a brief tornado. Thank you, Skylar, for $4.99. That's awesome. I'm glad I could help. And also thank you, Vicky, for becoming a Velocity member. And don't leave us, Yoda. Yeah, but that's it for tonight. Again, that concludes our 45-hour week of severe weather coverage, so appreciate everybody tuning in. That was over 45 hours in 4 days, so I do appreciate everybody tuning in. It was a busy week, but definitely we helped a lot of people, I think, and I think that a lot of good stuff came out of the severe weather coverage. Obviously a lot of bad tornadoes, but we were able to hopefully help a lot of you guys out throughout the severe weather coverage. So once again, I do appreciate all of you guys tuning into the coverage this week. We'll be again live tomorrow for that members only computer building stream and all that, so if you want to watch it, again, join buttons down in the description below, and it's also pinned in the chat if you want to join. And we'll be back again probably next severe weather coverage might be Monday of next week. If not, I don't know when. So video tomorrow morning. Click the bell icon so you're notified when we do go live, and we will be back again tomorrow for that members only stream. I will probably not, if I don't go live again tonight, we'll be live tomorrow for the members only. All right, see you guys again soon. Appreciate you guys tuning in, and we'll see you guys all again in the next one, and have a good rest of your week and weekend if I don't see you again, and have a good night.